My parents secretly funded my sister's academic fraud for months, then told our entire extended family I abandoned them because I was jealous of her success. So, when they threw her a massive party to celebrate her community college graduation, I dropped a nuclear truth bomb in the family group chat, complete with receipts, and left their picture-perfect reputation in ashes. My parents refused to pay a single cent for my dream college because they decided it simply wasn't fair to my older sister. They cut me off, completely funded her rampant cheating scandal, and then spent years telling everyone in our hometown that I had cruelly abandoned them. When the truth finally came out, I didn't have to scream or yell. My success spoke loud enough. Hey Reddit, my family treated my sister like a Hollywood celebrity and treated me like I was a piece of inherited furniture that occasionally paid the utility bills. So, when they gave me an ultimatum to shrink my life for her, I just said, cool, enjoy the show, packed my tools, and built a life entirely without them. Turns out, they weren't done being completely unhinged. Buckle up, because this one gets loud. My name is Arthur. I'm 27 now, working as an aerospace design engineer at a massive firm that actually appreciates having someone who can solve complex fluid dynamic problems without throwing a tantrum. I wasn't born with this level of bulletproof confidence. I earned it the absolute hardest way possible. But if you want to understand why my patience for disrespect is basically non-existent, you have to meet the people who raised me. My parents are Richard and Margaret. Picture two people who genuinely believe they are running a royal bloodline instead of a standard middle-class suburban household. And their chosen heir to this imaginary throne? My older sister, Chloe. According to my parents, Chloe was basically one minor miracle short of walking on water. If she blinked, they bragged about her vision. If I built something incredibly complex from scratch, they acted like I was just rearranging the kitchen chairs. Chloe is older than me, but after a mysterious medical leave in middle school which our parents aggressively refused to label as her simply failing all her classes and being held back, Chloe and I ended up in the exact same grade. That meant we applied to college the exact same year. I wasn't mistreated in the classic, after-school special kind of way. There was no screaming or physical abuse. It was much quieter, much more insidious. Chloe got the blinding spotlight, and I got the dark wall behind the spotlight, and she absolutely loved it. Attention was her oxygen. I swear to you, she couldn't function properly unless people were actively clapping for something she didn't even do. Meanwhile, my entire high school existence was pure work mode. I spent my late nights freezing in the garage, soldering intricate circuit boards, messing with aerodynamics, and building dumb prototype drones because the hum of the machinery helped me breathe. After school, I'd clock into my part-time job at a hardware store, stash whatever meager money I could into a hidden shoebox, then go home and keep building until the sun hinted at showing up again. I didn't need their praise. I just wanted out of that stifling house and into something real. My absolute dream school? This elite, out-of-state aerospace engineering institute I'd been obsessing over since my freshman year. The kind of place where people actually build revolutionary tech and don't just talk about it on social media. The glossy brochures were taped inside my school locker the way normal kids tape up band posters. Chloe's dream school? Whatever expensive, ivy-covered campus looked best on Richard's LinkedIn profile. My dad bragged about her getting accepted to these elite universities months before she even submitted a single application. Margaret was exactly the same. She acted like admissions officers were personally begging Chloe to bless their humble institutions with her divine presence. Chloe obviously soaked up every second of this delusion. She'd walk around town telling people which luxury dorm she'd probably pick, even though she hadn't been accepted anywhere yet. By spring, the thick and thin envelopes started showing up in the mail for both of us. This is where Richard and Margaret's blatant favoritism went from mildly annoying to clinically delusional. When I got my first acceptance letter from a solid-state school, they didn't congratulate me. They didn't even look up from their breakfast. Richard just sipped his coffee and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself, Arthur. We need to focus all our energy on Chloe right now." I didn't argue. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. You can't convince people who have already decided what reality is. Then, the big one finally came, the thick envelope from my dream aerospace institute. And inside? A partial academic scholarship. My hands were literally shaking as I tore it open, and I am not a handshaking type of guy. For the very first time in my entire life, I felt like everything I'd done, the late nights, the burns from the soldering iron, the skipped parties, was actually worth something. I walked into the living room holding the letter like it was made of gold. Richard was watching a golf tournament on TV. Margaret was endlessly scrolling her phone. Chloe was sitting on the couch, practicing her future sorority girl laugh like she was auditioning for a reality show. I told them straight and simple. I got in. And they're giving me a partial scholarship. Dead silence. Nothing. Richard blinked at me like I had rudely interrupted a commercial break. Margaret sighed and said, "That's nice, Arthur, but let's wait on more important news before we start celebrating." Chloe just rolled her eyes dramatically, acting like my massive achievement was some kind of personal inconvenience to her day. A few days later, Chloe's letters finally arrived. First one, rejection. Second one, rejection. Third one, another brutal rejection. Watching her smug face fall was like watching someone drop their brand new phone onto concrete in slow motion. She kept mumbling frantically about how the universities must have mixed up the applications or lost her files. Richard and Margaret absolutely refused to accept reality. They immediately tore into every single excuse available in the human language. The collegiate system is entirely broken. Admissions officers don't recognize real, raw talent anymore. They probably had a strict diversity quota this year that kept you out. They used literally anything and everything except the undeniable fact that their daughter just didn't work hard and had a mediocre transcript. Chloe went into full meltdown mode. She was crying hysterically, blaming the universe, blaming her high school teachers, blaming the weather, basically anything that didn't involve looking in a mirror. She kept sobbing stuff like, "I just don't understand how this could happen to me." As if academic rejection was a concept reserved exclusively for peasants. The house basically turned into a toxic pressure cooker. You could feel the anger and resentment radiating off my parents like industrial heat lamps. I kept strictly to myself and minded my own business because I already knew this massive storm was headed directly in my direction. And I was right. The next morning, Richard walked into the kitchen with this heavy, dramatic sigh, looking like he was about to announce the schedule for a family funeral. He leaned heavily on the granite counter, his serious face locked in, and said, "Arthur, we need a family talk, now." That was it, no context, no warm-up, just the exact tone he uses when he's gearing up to say something incredibly stupid. I didn't say anything out loud, but in my head, I just went, perfect, here comes the absolute nonsense. Richard sat at the head of the dining table like he paid rent for the oxygen in the room. Margaret had her classic "this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you" expression locked in, which was always a blatant lie. And Chloe? She looked like she had been practicing her heartbroken, fragile victim face in a mirror all morning long. I sat down slowly, mostly because standing up would have made it look like I actually cared about what they had to say. Richard cleared his throat loudly. "Arthur, we've talked it over extensively. Your college acceptance is complicated." I raised a single eyebrow. "It's a college acceptance, Dad, not a federal felony." He completely ignored that. "You going to that elite school right now would make Chloe feel incredibly small. It would be entirely cruel for you to take such a big, flashy step ahead of her when she's currently going through something so difficult and unfair." Chloe put her hand to her chest, gasping slightly like she had been personally wounded by my mere existence. "It's just a lot right now, Arthur. You know how much I wanted my school. Seeing you pack up and leave for yours. I just don't think my mental health can take it." I stared at her, completely deadpan. "Okay, and what exactly does your rejection have to do with my acceptance?" She flinched like I had just thrown a literal brick at her face, which honestly told me everything I needed to know about this intervention. Richard leaned in heavily, doing that deep, fatherly voice he exclusively uses when he's trying to sound wise instead of insanely controlling. "A real man sacrifices for his family, Arthur. You need to stay home. You're going to enroll in the local community college, and you're going to help Chloe find her footing again. Once she's settled and transferred somewhere respectable, we can revisit your little engineering plans." Margaret chimed in immediately, nodding enthusiastically. "It's not forever, sweetie, just 2 years. Stay close to home. Don't make your sister feel worse than she already does. We all need to be a team right now." I just sat there and let them talk until they completely ran out of breath. I watched their mouths move, processing the absolute sheer audacity of what they were demanding. They wanted me to literally throw away a scholarship to a top-tier engineering program just so Chloe wouldn't have to feel bad about her own failures. Then I answered them. Once, and very clearly. Because I am not the type of person who repeats himself like a broken speaker. I worked for this. I earned it. The scholarship does not wait for 2 years, and I am not throwing away my entire future just because Chloe didn't get into her school. Margaret's spine stiffened aggressively. "Arthur, do not be selfish. You know exactly how fragile she is right now." Chloe sniffed dramatically, wiping away a fake tear. "You're choosing yourself over your own family. You always do this. You always think you're so much better than us." I laughed. Just once, short and incredibly sharp. "I don't think I'm better than you, Chloe. I just think I'm entirely done living in your shadow." Richard's face went violently red instantly. The veins in his neck were popping. "If you walk away from this family just to chase some arrogant ego trip." "It's not an ego trip," I cut in, my voice dangerously quiet. "It's my life." That pushed him completely over the edge. He slammed his fist down on the dining table so hard the coffee mugs rattled. "Then you are on your own. No financial support. No help with a car. No insurance. Nothing. And don't you dare come crawling back here asking for anything when you fail." I leaned back in my chair, completely unbothered. "That's fine." They froze. They fully expected me to start pleading. They expected me to crumble, to cry, and to beg for the parental approval I had never gotten anyway. When I didn't even flinch, their expressions cracked. It was a bizarre mix of shock, anger, and deep confusion. It was like they genuinely weren't prepared to deal with a version of me that didn't immediately fold under pressure. Margaret crossed her arms tight. "If you leave this house, Arthur, do not expect to be part of this family anymore." I shrugged casually, standing up from the table. "You made that choice the second you tried to chain my future to Chloe's ego." Chloe scoffed loudly. "See? You always act like you're so far above us." I looked down at her, completely calm. "Chloe, I didn't take anything away from you. You just didn't earn what you thought you were automatically owed." She froze, and for a long, heavy moment, the entire room stopped breathing. That was the true breaking point. Richard stood up aggressively like he wanted to physically throw me out the front door right then and there. Margaret grabbed Chloe protectively by the shoulders, looking at me like I had just said something violently offensive instead of just stating an honest fact. And Chloe just glared at me with this toxic mix of pure hatred and deep insecurity that I'd seen 1,000 times before, but never actually cared about until this exact moment. The meeting ended with them officially declaring I was completely cut off. No college money, no co-signing on loans, no help moving, no contact. Just a cold, hard dismissal from the people who were supposed to be in my corner. Graduation week for our high school class made their stance even clearer. During senior week, they went absolutely all out for Chloe's minor events. They bought massive balloon arches, expensive gifts, and forced half the extended family to take hundreds of photos with her. At my actual graduation ceremony, they showed up 20 minutes late, stood way in the back, didn't clap when my name was called, didn't speak to me afterward, and left for the parking lot before I even reached them in the crowd. It was ridiculous how normal that felt. I went back to the house, packed what little I had, mostly my engineering tools, some clothes, and a beat-up laptop that already sounded like it had severe emphysema, and I left for my new campus. There was no parade. There was no tearful goodbye. There was no emotional scene in the driveway. It was just me stepping out the front door and not looking back. The first night in my tiny, cramped dorm room, I sat on the thin mattress, looked around at the bare walls, and realized there was absolutely no safety net. There was no backup plan. There was no one to call if I screwed up or ran out of money. And honestly, for the first time in my life, that felt absolutely perfect. Update 1. My dream aerospace school didn't waste any time reminding me that I wasn't in my quiet hometown anymore. The very first week, I walked into a brutal advanced thermodynamics lecture and overheard 3 wealthy kids arguing about which private high school produced better Ivy League candidates. Meanwhile, I was sitting right behind them with a second-hand backpack that squeaked loudly every time I opened it, and a laptop that booted up slower than my grandmother walked. It didn't matter. I didn't come here to compete with their massive trust funds. I came here to work. If they had infinite money, I had infinite stubbornness. That felt like a fair trade to me. To survive, I stacked part-time jobs like I was desperately collecting them. I took the grueling morning shift at the dorm front desk at 4 a.m. I tutored struggling freshmen who didn't even know how to open Python or AutoCAD. I begged for lab assistant hours, cleaning beakers and organizing tools whenever a professor needed someone to do the grunt work no one else wanted to touch. My daily schedule looked like a literal punishment list, but it barely paid my rent and kept me fed on a strict diet of cheap ramen and dining hall scraps. The engineering classes were edibly brutal, but my grades were rock solid. Eventually, one of the senior professors pulled me into his private research lab after watching me fix a botched circuit board in under 5 minutes. Then, a paid internship lined up from that connection. Nothing glamorous, but it was enough to make me feel like I'd finally caught some real momentum. For a while, things felt almost normal. I was exhausted to my bones, but it was a good kind of normal. Then, of course, Chloe had to make sure everyone remembered she existed. One night, around 2 a.m., I took a brief break from studying for midterms and absent-mindedly opened my phone. Bad idea. The very first thing on my social media feed was a massive, dramatic text wall written by Chloe, complete with crying emojis, dramatic paragraph breaks, and the classic "I just want to be raw and honest on here" opener. Her rant went something exactly like this: Arthur completely abandoned our family. He thinks he's so much better than us now. He walked away when we needed him the most. My mental health has been in the trash, and he didn't even care. Some people just don't have any loyalty in their blood. There were dozens of comments under it. Some were from old hometown classmates who barely even knew us, but absolutely loved siding with whoever yelled the loudest on the internet. Some were her mutual friends saying, "You deserve so much better, Queen." So toxic. A few confused relatives asked if I had really just run away in the middle of the night. I stared at the screen and just snorted. Wow. I muttered to my empty dorm room. Didn't know I died and became a supervillain off-screen. Dark humor was the only thing keeping me from punching a hole in the drywall, but the post stuck in my head way longer than I liked. It wasn't the post itself that bothered me. It was how fast people blindly believed her twisted version of reality. She wrote the entire script, and I wasn't even in the room to correct the narrative. I forced myself to put the phone down and went back to studying, Because my landlord didn't care about my public image. Then, my laptop decided to betray me, too. The thing had been coughing and wheezing for months. That night, right in the middle of a massive fluid dynamics report, it let out a sad, pathetic click. The screen froze, went entirely blue, and then the whole machine died like it was clocking out permanently. It was finals week. I had major projects due, lab reports half written, code half finished, and I had exactly $0 in my checking account to fix or replace it. I didn't panic. I just stared at the black screen, breathed in once, and said out loud, "All right, guess we're doing this the hard way." I practically lived in the university library for the next week. Literally, I slept on the hard wooden chairs between study sessions. I used the campus loaner computers that felt older than I was, and I frantically tried to rebuild every single line of code and text I had lost. I dug through old cloud drive backups, begged a TA to give me a 24-hour extension, and worked on restoring my files like I was carefully defusing a bomb. It was pure, unadulterated survival mode, but I didn't break. I didn't have the luxury of breaking. By the end of that horrific week, I was running purely on stale coffee, recycled library air, and pure spite. My eyes looked like I hadn't slept in 10 years, but the work was finally done, barely. I walked out of my last final exam feeling like an absolute ghost, but a ghost with decent grades. I made it back to my dorm thinking I'd finally just collapse onto my bed for 3 days straight. Instead, my phone violently buzzed in my pocket. It was a text from Chloe. "I'm nearby. Come outside." I stared at the screen, blinking through my exhaustion. A little dramatic for someone who supposedly hated my guts and claimed I abandoned her. I figured it was just a stupid prank from her friends, but when I walked down the stairs and stepped outside into the cold air, she was actually standing there. She had her arms crossed, wearing a brand new designer jacket, with her classic wounded princess expression ready to go. An expensive rideshare SUV sat idling behind her with its blinkers on. She started with the soft, manipulative approach. "Mom's been crying every night. Dad's furious at you. Are you really going to do this forever, Arthur?" I leaned heavily against the brick wall of the dorm, too tired to even pretend to care. "You guys disowned me, Chloe. Don't act all shocked that I actually stayed gone." Her face twisted instantly into a sneer. "You always had to be the better one, Arthur. You couldn't just let me have my thing for once." "Your thing?" I echoed, rubbing my eyes. "Chloe, I didn't take anything from you. You didn't get into your school because you didn't do the work. That is your problem, not mine." She stepped closer, her voice rising so a few passing students looked over. "You wanted me to fail. You liked seeing me hurt." "No," I said, my voice completely flat and calm. "I actually wanted you to win, but I am not shrinking my own life just so you can feel tall." She looked away dramatically, doing that thing where she acts like someone is secretly filming her for a movie. "If you were a real brother, you'd come home or transfer to a closer school. I'm struggling at the state college. I'm drowning." I shrugged. "I'll help you study over Zoom if you actually want real help. But I am not moving back, and I am not becoming your emotional crutch." She laughed, a bitter and incredibly sharp sound. "You're so incredibly selfish. You act like you're above us." I straightened up, looking her dead in the eye. "No, Chloe. I'm just not controlled by you anymore." Then, I finished it, clean and ice cold. "You don't actually miss me. You just miss having control over me." Chloe's face went bright red. She spun around on her heel, stormed back to the idling SUV, violently slammed the door, and sped off like she had somewhere incredibly important to be. I watched the taillights disappear down the street and thought, okay, she's panicking. Something is definitely going on with her. After that bizarre ambush outside my dorm, I figured Chloe would finally cool off and leave me alone for good. Wrong. A few days later, she texted me like absolutely nothing had happened. "Hey Artie, miss you, how are your classes going?" I stared at the screen. The smiley emoji was already a massive red flag. Chloe didn't miss people. She missed utility. I answered with one single word. Busy. She responded instantly, "Aw, I'm so glad you're doing okay. I've been thinking about you a lot lately." Right? Sure. Then, she finally got to the real reason she reached out. "Hey, can you send me that fluid dynamics lab write-up you mentioned last time? I'm taking a similar introductory course here and I am literally dying over here lol. Just need to see how you structured it." There it was. It wasn't even subtle. "No." I typed back. "Do your own work." 5 seconds later, her tone flipped like a switch she kept perfectly oiled. "Wow, selfish much? Same old Arthur, always thinking he's too good to help his own flesh and blood." My dry humor kicked in. "You asked me for my academic IP to cheat, Chloe, not a kidney." She left me on red, which was perfectly fine by me. The conversation was never about reconnecting as siblings. She just wanted an academic crutch and fully expected me to play the role of the obedient little brother. 2 days later, my cousin Sarah messaged me. Sarah was one of the few relatives who actually saw through my parents' insanity. "I'm pretty sure Chloe is heavily cheating at her new school," Sarah wrote. She barely even goes to class, but somehow she's getting perfect A's on every single paper. I wasn't surprised in the slightest. Chloe always treated actual effort like it was completely beneath her, but Sarah wasn't just guessing. She sent me a flood of screenshots from Chloe's college roommate. The roommate had recognized a purchased essay that Chloe had stupidly recycled for a peer review session. The roommate forwarded receipts and direct messages from their shared apartment chat, plus literal emails where Chloe was arranging heavy Venmo payments for online quizzes, ghostwritten essays, and coded assignments. It wasn't subtle cheating. It was sloppy, incredibly lazy, and massively expensive. Exactly Chloe's style. What do I do? Sarah asked me. I told her the absolute truth. Do what's right. I'm not getting involved in her mess. Sarah didn't hesitate. She anonymously reported the entire cache of evidence to Chloe's University Academic Integrity Office. They launched a massive investigation immediately. Meanwhile, Richard and Margaret were performing their usual insane double-life routine back in my hometown. I heard from a mutual friend that when other parents at church asked how I was doing, Richard would smile like a proud, slimy politician and say, "Oh, Arthur's at a top-tier aerospace program out of state. We always knew our boy would make it big." Cute, considering the absolute last thing he told me was to never come back and cut me off without a dime. Margaret chimed in, too, to anyone who would listen. "Our son is doing amazing, he's so dedicated to his studies." Dedicated? I was the kid they literally kicked to the curb like a defective kitchen appliance. But apparently, hoarding bragging rights mattered way more to them than remembering their own vicious words. The investigation into Chloe's massive cheating ring took about a month, but the rumors started leaking early. Someone in the administration office knew someone who knew someone, and suddenly whispers spread like wildfire across her campus. Chloe panicked, and like clockwork, she immediately blamed me. On social media, she posted, "Funny how the second my brother leaves the state, he still manages to try and ruin my life. Must be nice trying to destroy your own family from miles away just because you're jealous." Relatives I hadn't spoken to in over a decade started messaging me like I had just committed a federal crime. "Why would you sabotage your own sister? You always held such petty grudges. You should help her instead of tearing her down." I didn't respond to a single one of them. Explaining myself to people who willingly get their facts from Chloe's unhinged Facebook posts was a massive waste of oxygen. The official disciplinary decision dropped 2 weeks later. Chloe was formally expelled for repeated, egregious academic dishonesty. The evidence against her was completely overwhelming. She had used paid essay services, purchased test answer keys, and sent messages actively confirming she wasn't doing a single piece of the work herself. Richard and Margaret reacted exactly how I expected. They went into full, apocalyptic meltdown mode. They hired expensive lawyers. They loudly claimed the school was unfairly targeting her. They cried to anyone in town who would listen about this grossly unfair treatment. They called it a minor misunderstanding and a harsh, cruel punishment for a young woman under severe stress. None of their spin worked. The expulsion stood. Chloe was out, and then, another piece of information slipped out through Sarah's connections. One that didn't exactly surprise me, but still managed to hit a raw nerve. Richard and Margaret weren't just vaguely aware of the cheating, they had been actively paying for it. Literally. They funded the expensive essay services, the answer keys, the ghostwriters. They were trying to buy Chloe a degree the exact same way they tried to buy her a future. And when the whole illegal operation blew up in their faces, they acted like they were the ultimate victims. Chloe returned to our hometown with a massive, dramatic announcement about how she was bravely, starting fresh, at the local community college. Richard and Margaret spun it like she had chosen a humble, noble path to find her true calling. "Our Chloe is so incredibly strong." Margaret posted online with a picture of Chloe looking wistfully into the distance. "She's rebuilding herself from the ground up," Richard told the neighbors. Absolutely no mention of the expulsion. No mention of the massive cheating scandal. Definitely no mention of who paid thousands of dollars for it. Their mess was completely on fire, but I wasn't part of it. I didn't owe them anything. Not explanations, not comfort, not my silence. Meanwhile, I was quietly preparing for my own graduation. Project deadlines, massive capstone presentations on aerodynamics, and grueling interview rounds were piling up. For the first time in a very long time, my future felt like it was finally taking a solid shape. I was exhausted, but everything I'd built with my own 2 hands was coming together. While they were sinking in their own lies, I was climbing. And that stark contrast didn't feel like petty revenge. It just felt like undeniable proof that walking away had been the absolute right choice all along. Update 2. Graduation came much faster than I expected. 1 minute I was sleeping in the library, living off loaner computers and ramen, and the next I was standing in the sun in a cap and gown with an honors cord draped around my neck. It felt completely surreal, but also deeply earned. Every late night, every brutal 4 a.m. shift, every insult hurled at me from home, it all stacked into that one single moment. Richard and Margaret didn't show up, obviously. No congratulations text, No "we're proud of you" card, not even a lazy phone call. They attended Chloe's elementary school honors assembly with more enthusiasm than they ever showed for my actual engineering degree. I took the diploma, nodded at the polite applause, and walked off the stage without bothering to look for faces in the crowd that were never going to be there. A week later, I got the email I'd been grinding for since my freshman year. A massive job offer from one of the top aerospace engineering firms in the country. The exact kind of elite place Richard used to name drop when bragging about successful people he barely knew. The irony definitely wasn't lost on me. The offer was incredible: high salary, full relocation stipend, top-tier benefits, the works. I accepted immediately, signed the onboarding forms, and thought that for once, something in my life was going to be simple. Of course, it wasn't. 2 days before my official start date, the company's HR sent over the standard background check forms asking for my residential address history and a primary emergency contact. I listed no contact for family and used a close college friend as my emergency contact. The third-party screening vendor followed up politely, asking for a simple verification of my long-term independence for their records. I kept it incredibly short. My parents formally disowned me when I chose my college. We are not in contact. I gave them my campus housing supervisor as a professional reference. 48 hours later, the background check cleared. See you Monday. I didn't celebrate. I just exhaled a breath I felt like I'd been holding for 4 years and moved forward. I moved to a new city, rented a small apartment, bought cheap furniture, and settled into a neighborhood that constantly smelled like old coffee and ambition. I started the aerospace job with the exact same frantic energy I'd had in college: outwork everyone in the room and never complain. It paid off. Within the very first year, I went from entry-level grunt work to leading a small design team. By the second year, I was managing my own massive project division. When you grow up with parents who treat you like peeling wallpaper, hearing brilliant coworkers actually value and implement your input feels almost foreign. Life was steady and quiet until one random weekend at the grocery store. I was in the produce aisle when I ran into someone from my hometown. Greg, a guy I used to sit next to in high school physics. We weren't close friends, but we weren't enemies either. He spotted me in the checkout line and his eyes went wide. "Arthur? Dude, no way." He looked me up and down like he'd just discovered a rare, extinct animal. "I heard you moved out here. So, you really just left your family behind, huh?" I blinked, holding a bag of apples. "That's what you heard?" He shrugged, looking a little awkward. "Yeah, I mean, Chloe said you completely abandoned them. That you wanted absolutely nothing to do with them once you got your fancy scholarship." I let out a short, genuine laugh. "That's funny. They disowned me, Greg, not the other way around." He froze, his cart halfway into the lane. "Seriously?" "Seriously," I said, my tone flat. "They explicitly told me not to come back when I chose my college over going to community college with Chloe. She didn't want anyone outshining her. Oh, and they actively supported and funded her cheating in college. She got expelled for academic fraud, and somehow, they spun it so I became the villain." Greg looked incredibly uncomfortable, like he had just realized he'd been rooting for the wrong movie character for years. "Man, that is not what anybody back home says." "Look, anybody back home says." "Yeah," I said, scanning my apples. Because they only ever hear Chloe's script. He didn't have anything else to add. He just nodded slowly, muttered a quick "sorry dude," and wheeled his cart away as fast as he could. That moment didn't make me angry. It just confirmed exactly how far and how deep my parents' lies had spread in my absence. Months rolled into years. More promotions came at work. My apartment got nicer. My life finally stopped feeling like something I constantly had to defend. Sarah kept me updated about Chloe's life, usually with text messages that started with, "You are not going to believe this." According to Sarah, Chloe bounced around the local community college classes for years, quitting half of them halfway through the semester, constantly blaming the professors for not understanding her unique potential. Richard and Margaret smothered her with toxic support the entire time, acting like she was simply too special and gifted for normal academic expectations. It didn't surprise me at all. They built her a soft world with absolutely zero consequences, and she happily stayed in it. I didn't hear a single word from my parents directly. Not on my birthdays, not during the holidays, not when I got promoted, not ever. Silence became the default state of our existence. Then, one day, Sarah sent me a message that changed everything. "Chloe is finally finishing her 2-year associate degree. It took her 5 years, but she did it. They're throwing a massive party for her this Saturday. Everyone is acting like she overcame some massive, unprecedented hardship." I laughed under my breath at my desk. Of course they are. A literal parade for cleaning up the massive mess they created themselves. Classic Richard and Margaret. Then Sarah added a second text. "They're telling everyone it's a huge family milestone, and your name is coming up a lot." That got my full attention. My family loved rewriting history. They'd been doing it since the very day I left with my squeaky backpack. But I wasn't an 18-year-old kid anymore, and I wasn't going to let them keep the sole authorship of my life story. I wasn't going to go back to that town, but I also wasn't going to stay silent while they used my name to prop up their delusions. The truth had been buried deep enough, for long enough. Chloe's community college graduation party landed on a Saturday afternoon when I was supposed to be relaxing after a grueling 60-hour work week. Instead, my phone started buzzing non-stop on my coffee table like it owed me money. Sarah was the first to break through the wall of notifications. "Arthur, they're dragging you again," her message started. "It's really bad this time. They are rewriting everything." I replied, sipping my coffee, "Define everything." She actually called me instead of typing, which was already a massive sign that things were exceptionally stupid. "You're the ultimate villain today," Sarah said, her voice hushed like she was hiding in a bathroom. "They are literally standing in the backyard telling everyone who will listen that you aggressively abandoned the family. They said you maliciously refused to help Chloe when she was struggling in a toxic school environment, and that you cut ties because you think you're too good for us." I sighed, staring at my ceiling. Of course they are. But Sarah wasn't done. "Arthur, they're saying Chloe bravely chose Times Community College to find herself, and that you're just incredibly jealous that she stayed close to family while you're miserable and alone." I actually laughed out loud. Dark humor kept my blood pressure down. Jealous of Chloe's 5-year academic speed run to academic probation? Sure. Makes total sense. "Arthur, I'm serious," Sarah whispered. "People are actually believing them. Even the older relatives who definitely know better are nodding along because Richard and Margaret are acting like their twisted version is absolute gospel." I didn't raise my voice. I didn't get heated. I just set my coffee down and said, "All right. Time to fix the narrative." She exhaled sharply. "You're really going to do it?" "Oh, yeah," I said, opening my laptop. "If they want an audience so badly, I'll give them a performance they'll never forget." I hung up the phone, opened the old extended family group chat, a chat that had been dead silent toward me for nearly a decade, and began to type a message. I didn't use anger. I didn't use theatrics. I just used cold, hard facts sharpened into something clean and lethal. "Since you are all actively rewriting my life story again today, here is the actual, documented version so you don't choke on the lies later. 1. My parents formally disowned me and kicked me out because I refused to give up my scholarship to my dream school just to coddle Chloe's ego after she was rejected everywhere. 2. Chloe did not choose community college to find herself. She was formally expelled from her university for massive academic fraud. She paid for ghostwritten papers and online exams. 3. Richard and Margaret actively helped fund this cheating ring. There is a formal finding from her university's academic integrity office. The documentation exists, and I have the receipts. That is exactly why she ended up back home. Not self-discovery. Not a humble restart. Expulsion for cheating. As for me, since you all love pretending I disappeared into misery, I've just been promoted again. I am now leading a major aerospace engineering division at the exact company you used to brag about knowing people at, Richard. The one you said only the best get into. I guess I did. Then, I attached the screenshots Sarah had sent me years ago, the Venmo payments from Richard, the emails arranging the ghostwriters, the expulsion notice, and I hit send. No typing bubbles appeared. No instant frantic responses. Just dead, heavy stillness in the chat. Sarah texted me immediately from the party. "Oh my God, Arthur." The entire backyard just froze. Apparently, Uncle Dave had the group chat open on his iPad and he just read your message out loud. Not dramatically, just quiet, like he was tossing a live grenade onto the buffet table. I sat back and watched my phone as Sarah gave me the play-by-play through rapid-fire texts. Everyone completely stopped talking. Richard looks like he just swallowed a stapler. Margaret's face is paper white. Chloe is crying, but she's also yelling at the same time. It's hard to tell. People are whispering loudly. Your Uncle Dave just looked at Richard and asked, "Is this actually true?" And nobody answered him. Then, absolute chaos. Full chaos. People are arguing. The neighbors who came over just left early. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen like it was a clear window into a burning circus. Another message from Sarah came through. Richard is frantically saying this is a massive misunderstanding. No one believes him because of the screenshots. Margaret is crying and blaming extreme stress. Chloe is screaming that you ruined her special day by airing private family matters. Someone just asked them why they lied to everyone for years. They literally walked away into the house. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel angry. I just felt incredibly done. Completely and utterly done with that toxic fantasy world they kept trying to drag my name into. 10 minutes later, the family group chat finally woke up. "Margaret, how dare you do this to us tonight of all nights? You had no right to humiliate your sister like this." "Richard, you are sick. Arthur, sick. You always wanted to destroy this family. Chloe, I hope you're happy. You always wanted to ruin my life." I muted the chat. I didn't even bother responding. Their anger wasn't new to me, It was just significantly louder this time because their precious audience had finally heard the actual truth. Sarah texted again, "People are leaving in droves. A few relatives pulled me aside and said they had serious questions about your parents' stories for years but never wanted to pry." Then, a minute later, "Arthur, I think you just blew up the entire family mythology." I typed back, "Wasn't much of a mythology, just a really long-running delusion." She sent a laughing emoji, followed by a serious one. "You did the right thing. They've been lying forever. It's over." After that, the night finally quieted down. I put my phone on the charger and went back to cleaning my apartment like absolutely nothing had happened. The truth doesn't need applause to be true. About 2 hours later, my phone lit up again. This time, the tone wasn't pure rage. It was sheer desperation. "Arthur, please answer the phone, we need to talk about this. You misunderstood everything. We can explain the payments. Please don't do this to us." I ignored it. Clarity had finally caught up to them. Not because they actually regretted what they did to me, but because other people finally saw them for who they really were. By the next morning, their tone shifted even more radically. "We are family, Arthur. We can fix this if you just talk to us. Let's put this ugly business behind us. Life is way too short for grudges. I miss my boy. Please respond." The sudden flood of "we care" messages hit harder than their rage, but not in the way they intended. It wasn't love. It was absolute fear. Fear that their carefully crafted story wasn't the official narrative anymore. I didn't text back, because I knew exactly what came next. It always came in the exact same order with them: denial, anger, shame, guilt, and then the fake reconciliation attempt. And sure enough, later that night, one final message came through from Margaret: "We just want our son back." They had absolutely no idea how late that sentiment was. The morning after Chloe's disastrous party meltdown, I woke up to a text message from a number I barely recognized. It was my aunt, one of the quiet ones who usually stayed out of the family drama. "I saw some of the emails about Chloe's situation back then," she wrote. Then, she forwarded me a massive chain of screenshots from a secret family damage control thread Richard had started years ago when they were drafting appeal letters for Chloe's expulsion. He had CC'd a few close relatives for moral support. The messages explicitly showed Richard authorizing thousands of dollars in payments to SA services. They showed Margaret detailing plans to cover Chloe's tracks. And worst of all, it included lines from Richard like, "As long as Arthur never finds out about this, we can protect her image." It didn't shock me, but it tightened something deep in my chest. It wasn't just true, it was heavily documented by their own hands. They had the receipts, and they actively buried them. My aunt added one more text: "I didn't know how deep the lies went. I thought they would eventually talk to you. I thought you knew. I am so sorry they put you in this spot for years." It didn't fix the past, but it validated everything. It gave incredible weight to my decision to step away. It made that initial family talk ultimatum feel even more like a rigged stage trap. I thanked her, told her she didn't owe me anything, and put my phone down. Not 2 minutes later, the massive guilt storm from my parents hit. First came Margaret's incredibly long, emotional paragraphs. She must have written them at dawn, genuinely thinking that sincerity multiplied when stretched to a 1,000-word essay length. "Arthur, family is literally all you have in this world. You are breaking my heart into pieces. You don't understand how incredibly hard parenthood is. I love you so much, even if you can't see it right now. Please don't ruin our family over one mistake." One mistake. That line almost made me laugh out loud. Then Richard chimed in with his classic cold approach. Short, sharp sentences meant to sting. "After everything we did for you, you owe us basic respect. We gave you a roof over your head. You gave us betrayal. You never understood what real sacrifice is." I sat there reading them, feeling absolutely nothing except mild annoyance. It was such a predictable pivot. Their anger hadn't worked, so now they were trying guilt, which always worked perfectly on Chloe, but never on me. I didn't respond right away, so they frantically tried another tactic, completely rewriting history again. Margaret wrote, "We never disowned you, Arthur. You misunderstood us completely. We were just hurt, not hateful." Richard added, "We simply asked you to stay close to support your sister. That is not disowning you." I actually did laugh at that one. These people could look at a massive F5 tornado ripping through their living room and say, "It was just a light breeze, you're being so dramatic." More messages flooded in. "We didn't choose Chloe over you. We tried our absolute best as parents. You're remembering it all wrong. You exaggerate everything." They desperately wanted a version of reality where they hadn't cut me off. A version where Chloe's massive failures were just tragic whims of the universe, not the direct consequences of her own lazy choices. A version where I was the unstable, crazy one who ran away for no reason. Then came the final reconnect push. "Let's talk on the phone. Come visit us. Let's put this all behind us. We miss you so much. Your sister just wants peace. We should heal as a family. Our day, our day." None of it was actually about me. It was entirely about restoring the public image they cared so deeply about. They wanted the glossy appearance of a united family, not the actual hard work of being one. They wanted me to come home so no one could say, "Where's Arthur?" at Thanksgiving gatherings anymore. They wanted Chloe to feel like she wasn't the only one who messed up her life. They didn't want times me, they wanted the old version of me that stayed silent and compliant in the background. I didn't give them that. I finally responded with one clean message: I will talk to you when you are ready to publicly admit what you actually did. No lies, no guilt trips, no flipping the story. Until then, keep your distance. It was a hard boundary, not a polite suggestion. Margaret responded instantly. We didn't do anything wrong, Arthur, you're twisting everything to make us look bad. Richard followed up immediately. You are being incredibly cruel. This is not how a good son behaves. I shook my head and locked my phone. They reacted exactly how I expected. They were angry that I wasn't bending, angry that their weaponized guilt didn't stick. Angry that, for the very first time in their lives, I had leverage they couldn't just spin into me being the villain. They kept pushing for a few more days. We're proud of your success, truly. Are you really cutting us off forever? You're hurting us more than you know. Arthur, I'm sorry. Come home. I need my brother. I didn't reply to a single word of it. I wasn't going to be emotionally manipulated by people who only ever apologized when they were backed into a corner by their own lies. A week passed, and the frantic messages finally slowed down. The tone shifted from desperate to resigned. They finally realized I wasn't coming back, and certainly not on their twisted terms. I kept working. I kept building my life. My career in aerospace kept climbing. My apartment got nicer. My circle of friends stayed small, but I deeply trusted the people in it. Every once in a while, I thought about the idea of parents, not my times parents, just the concept of them. It would have been really nice to have people who had my back, people who called just to ask about my day, people who didn't treat love like a transactional bargaining chip. But, sometimes, you just have to accept that you grew up with people who wanted a puppet, not a son. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't sad either. I was just incredibly steady. One night, as I finished reviewing some complex project files for a massive deadline, I realized something simple and completely freeing. I built everything I have without them. The stability, the future, the respect of my peers. It's all mine. And I will never, ever shrink myself again just to fit inside someone else's delusion. When people like Richard and Margaret lose their grip on control, they call it betrayal. When you stop letting them rewrite your life story, they call it cruelty. When you finally walk away for your own sanity, they call it abandonment. But sometimes, walking away is the most honest, powerful thing you can possibly do. They said they wanted their son back. They never realized they lost him the exact day they tried to break his future just to fix Chloe's ego. It's been a few years since everything completely fell apart at that party. Though honestly, looking back, it didn't fall apart at all. It finally fell into place. I've got total peace now. No fake apologies, no forced holiday dinners, no pretending that shared blood automatically means undying loyalty. Chloe still lives at home with them, still constantly searching for the next easy shortcut. Richard and Margaret post old family photos on Facebook sometimes, desperately pretending things are perfectly fine to their shrinking audience. I don't reply. I don't hate them. I just don't owe them a single thing. My life is quiet, heavily focused, and entirely mine, and that is more than enough. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel out and allows us to bring you even more awesome stories. Thank you so much for watching. My parents secretly drained my inheritance to fund my golden brother's life. So, when they hijacked my 18th birthday to celebrate him again, I blew out the candles, walked out the door, and built an exit plan that left my mother completely alone. My parents turned my 18th birthday into yet another victory lap for my golden child brother. So, I stared them dead in the eye, blew out my candles, grabbed my jacket off the back of the chair, and walked out the front door. It was the last time they ever saw their perfect little family whole. I turned 18 on a rainy Saturday in March. That detail matters because my mother, Brenda, had been planning this party for 6 weeks. And when I say planning, I mean military-grade logistics. She had color-coordinated tablecloths, a Spotify playlist she actually asked me to help curate, and a massive, custom-ordered chocolate ganache cake from the expensive bakery downtown instead of the stale, plastic-tasting grocery store sheet cake she usually grabbed for me at the last minute. For the first time in my entire life, it genuinely felt like something inside that house was actually about me. I should back up and give you some context. My name is Ethan. I'm the younger of 2 brothers. My older brother, Liam, is 23. He just graduated from a top-tier university and has been the absolute center of gravity in our household since the day he was born. I don't say that with raging bitterness, okay, maybe a little bit of bitterness, but mostly, I say it because it is an unavoidable, undeniable fact. It is just like saying the sky is blue, or that my dad will inevitably fall asleep on the couch during any movie longer than 90 minutes. Liam was the kid who got the expensive private tutors, the elite travel baseball team that cost thousands a season, the premium SAT prep courses, and the cross-country college visits. I was the kid who got, "We'll figure yours out later, Ethan. Let's just get Liam settled first." And later, as you can probably guess, never really came. Here is the most complicated part of this whole dynamic. Liam isn't an inherently bad person. He is not some cartoon villain twirling his mustache and plotting my downfall. He is just a guy who grew up never once having to question whether the spotlight would find him, because our parents aggressively aimed it at him before he even had to ask. He is charming, talks easily, and gets along with everyone. People love Liam. I get it. I like Liam sometimes, too. But there is a massive, crushing difference between liking your brother and feeling like your parents view you as nothing more than the backup plan in case their masterpiece fails. My mom, Brenda, is the relentless engine behind all of it. She is the kind of mother who posts Liam's minor accomplishments on Facebook with 4 paragraphs of glowing, tear-jerking commentary, and posts my actual milestones with a generic thumbs-up emoji. She isn't intentionally cruel. She is just entirely convinced that Liam is her magnum opus, and I am the rough draft she unfortunately forgot to revise. My dad, Tom, is fully aware that this toxic imbalance exists. I've seen the guilt flash across his face 100 times. But Tom is the kind of guy who would rather eat a raw onion whole than have a single uncomfortable emotional conversation. So, he just keeps his head down, tinkers in the garage, and lets it ride. The only person in my entire bloodline who ever made me feel like I wasn't just a piece of background furniture was my Uncle Arthur. He is my dad's older brother, a gruff, no-nonsense guy who owns a mid-sized commercial HVAC and contracting company. He has this incredible way of saying exactly what he means without ever raising his voice. When I was 15, my parents skipped my regional science fair awards ceremony because Liam had a fraternity mixer the exact same weekend. Uncle Arthur drove an hour and a half in rush hour traffic just to sit in the audience. He didn't make a big, preachy speech about my parents failing me. He just showed up in his work boots, clapped louder than anyone else in the auditorium, and took me out for a massive steak dinner afterward. So, when my mom started meticulously planning this 18th birthday party, I made a fatal mistake. I let myself feel hope. Stupid, naive hope. She kept saying things like, "This is your special night, Ethan. I want this to be all about you." She even asked me for a guest list. I gave her a very short one: my girlfriend Chloe, a few close friends from school, Uncle Arthur, and the usual obligatory family members. But exactly 1 week before the party, the atmosphere in the house abruptly shifted. I noticed my mom pacing the kitchen, making hushed, excited phone calls. I saw a receipt for a second, much larger banner. Then, she pulled me aside and asked, "Ethan, honey, would you mind if Liam said a few words at dinner?" I asked her what he would possibly need to make a speech about at my birthday. She got this specific look on her face. It's the look she gets when she has already made a unilateral decision and is just performing the illusion of asking for my permission. Well, Liam just got some absolutely wonderful news about a massive job offer at a prestigious consulting firm. I just thought, since the whole family will already be gathered together. I stood there in the kitchen, gripping a cold glass of water, and felt that old, heavy, familiar weight settle deep into my chest. It wasn't even anger. It was pure, exhausting recognition. It's like when you see dark storm clouds rolling in, and you don't even bother rushing to bring the lawn chairs inside because you know everything is going to get soaked anyway. What is the point of fighting the weather? "Sure, Mom," I said, my voice entirely hollow. "That's fine." It was absolutely not fine. The day of the party arrived. I put on a nice button-down shirt, tried to plaster a smile on my face, and walked downstairs to find our living room aggressively decorated. Half the room was themed for my 18th birthday. The other half was a shrine to Liam's corporate job announcement. Hanging right next to a modest banner that read "Happy 18th, Ethan," was a massive, glittering sign that read "Congratulations, Liam, future senior analyst." My mom had actually printed out a professional, glossy 8x10 headshot of Liam in his expensive interview suit, framed it in silver, and placed it directly on the food table, right next to my birthday cake. My girlfriend, Chloe, showed up early. She walked in, took one long, scanning look at the divided room, and then looked at me with eyes full of pity and quiet rage. She didn't say a single word. She didn't have to. My friends trickled in, looking equally confused. Uncle Arthur arrived carrying a small, heavy wrapped box. He scanned the room with the exact same disgusted expression Chloe had. He walked straight up to me, squeezed my shoulder hard enough to ground me, and muttered, "Happy birthday, kid, hang in there." Dinner was agonizing. The food was great, but the tension was suffocating. People made small talk. And then, right on cue, my mom stood up at the head of the table and aggressively clinked her wine glass with a spoon. I just want to take a moment to say how incredibly proud I am today. This is such a monumental day for our family, she beamed. She looked at me for a fraction of a second. "Ethan, happy 18th birthday, sweetheart, we love you so much." Pause. Big, theatrical smile. "And I also want to take a special moment to celebrate some absolutely incredible, life-changing news. Liam has officially accepted a position at Vance and Sterling. He will be starting as a senior analyst in June, making a fantastic salary. The entire room erupted into applause. My dad beamed with pride, practically glowing. Liam stood up, doing this sickeningly perfect, humble little wave he has perfected over his 23 years of existence. And then, my brother proceeded to give a staggering 4.5-minute speech about his personal journey, his career goals, his late-night study sessions, and how eternally grateful he was for our parents' unwavering financial and emotional support. 4.5 minutes, on my 18th birthday. I completely tuned him out and just watched my mother's face while Liam talked. She was absolutely glowing. It wasn't just the polite, happy glow of a mother sharing a nice family moment. It was the radiant, all-consuming glow of pure adoration. It was the exact look I had been desperately chasing for 18 years, a look that had never, not even once, been aimed in my direction. When Liam finally finished his self-indulgent monologue, the room cheered again. My mom rushed to the kitchen and brought out the cake. My birthday cake. Carried out immediately after Liam's triumphant speech, making it feel entirely like an afterthought. A consolation prize. She set it down in front of me, the candles illuminating her excited face, and said, "Make a wish, sweetheart." I sat there in the dim light. I looked at the 18 flickering candles. I looked at the framed, glossy photo of Liam's smiling face, sitting just 3 feet away from my cake. I looked at my mother, who was still visibly riding the euphoric high of Liam's big moment. I didn't close my eyes. I didn't make a wish. I just leaned forward and blew out the candles. Then, I calmly stood up, pushed my chair back, grabbed my denim jacket off the back of the seat, and walked straight toward the front door. I heard my mom gasp, "Ethan? Where are you going?" And then I heard my dad's gruff voice, "Just give him a minute, Brenda," which is classic Tom speak for, I absolutely refuse to deal with this emotional situation. I heard Chloe's chair scrape violently against the hardwood floor. I heard Uncle Arthur say something very low and very sharp to my dad that I couldn't quite make out. I didn't turn around. I didn't go back inside. I walked out into the cool night air and sat on the damp curb in front of our house, the jacket pulled in my lap, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I didn't feel sad. I didn't feel angry. I didn't feel the burning sting of rejection. I just felt done. It was as if a heavy, rusted switch in my brain had permanently flipped. Whatever invisible, toxic cord had been keeping me tethered to that dining table, to that house, to that permanent second-place existence, had finally snapped in half. Chloe came outside a minute later and sat silently on the curb next to me. She didn't ask, "Are you okay?" because she is smart enough to know I wasn't. She didn't say, "Let's go back inside and be the bigger person," because she knew I would rather swallow glass. She just leaned her head on my shoulder and asked, "What do you want to do?" And I finally said the words I had been quietly turning over in my mind for months. "I want to leave, Chloe." I didn't just mean I wanted to leave the party. Chloe drove me to her parents' house that night. I didn't go home. I pulled out my phone, texted my dad exactly 5 words. "I'm fine. Staying at Chloe's." Then, I powered the phone completely off. I didn't do it to be dramatic. I didn't do it to spark a manhunt. I just genuinely did not want to read whatever toxic, guilt-tripping garbage was inevitably coming my way. The next morning, I turned my phone back on and found exactly what I had anticipated. From Mom, "Ethan, that was incredibly immature and rude. You embarrassed me in front of the entire family." Everyone was staring. Not, "Are you okay?" Not, "I am so sorry the party didn't feel like yours." Just utter obsession with her own embarrassment. From Dad, "Call your mother. Now." From Liam, absolutely nothing, which honestly tracks perfectly. I legitimately don't think Liam even noticed I had walked out. He was probably still basking in the applause. I finally went home around noon on Sunday. My mom was sitting rigidly at the kitchen island, clutching a mug of coffee. When I walked through the door, she looked at me with the exact same expression you'd use if you found a stubborn stain on an expensive rug. "Do you care to explain yourself?" she demanded, her voice dripping with ice. "Not really," I replied, keeping my voice entirely flat. "Ethan, I put weeks of effort and hundreds of dollars into that party. The absolute least you could have done was stay and be supportive of your brother." I calmly set my house keys on the granite counter. "It wasn't my party, Mom. It was Liam's corporate launch event, and you just happened to slap my name on a cake to save time." She did this infuriating thing where she closes her eyes, pinches the bridge of her nose, and exhales slowly, acting as if she is a saint dealing with an unruly toddler. "We included Liam's announcement because the timing made sense with everyone gathered. That doesn't mean the party wasn't for you. I bought you a custom cake. I played your music. You literally framed his headshot and put it next to my birthday cake, Mom. I was proud of him. I am allowed to be proud of both of my sons, Ethan." I stared right through her. "When was the last time you framed a photo of me? When was the last time you threw a party because I did something well?" She didn't answer. Not because she was reflecting on her actions, but because there was literally nothing for her to reference. My dad wandered in from the garage, instantly sensed the radioactive tension, and immediately pivoted toward the refrigerator like a man who suddenly realized he was dying of thirst. Classic Tom. Your Uncle Arthur called, my dad muttered, refusing to make eye contact with either of us. Said he needs to talk to you. Wants you to go down to his shop. Update 1. I called Uncle Arthur that afternoon from the safety of my bedroom. Happy belated birthday, kid. His gruff voice came through the speaker. You left before I could give you your actual present. Sorry about how that whole circus went down. Don't apologize, I said. You did the right thing walking out. That took guts, Arthur said. My uncle does not sugarcoat things, and he rarely hands out compliments. So, when he said that, I felt a knot in my chest loosen. Listen, Ethan. I need to talk to you about something serious. Can you come by the shop this Tuesday after school? What's it about? I asked. Arthur paused. He never pauses unless he is carefully weighing his next words. It's about your grandmother Margaret, and a savings account she set up for you before she passed away. My grandmother Arthur and Tom's mother died when I was 11. She was a fierce, independent woman who smelled like lavender and always had butterscotch candies in her purse. She and I were incredibly close. Much closer than she ever was with Liam, which was a fact my mother always found deeply offensive. What about it? I asked, my heart suddenly beating a little faster. Just come to the shop. Tuesday at 4, he said, and hung up. I spent Monday floating through my high school classes like a ghost. My senior year was rapidly winding down, and I was coasting through it with decent grades but absolutely zero enthusiasm. I had already been thinking heavily about what came next, and traditional college wasn't it. Not because I wasn't smart enough, but because literally no one in my family had bothered to help me prepare. By the time I realized I needed to navigate the FAFSA, SATs, and applications entirely by myself, the major deadlines had mostly passed. It was just another crucial life event that fell through the cracks when you are the permanent second priority. But I hadn't been sitting around drowning in self-pity. A few months earlier, Uncle Arthur had casually mentioned an elite apprenticeship program through the Regional Commercial Trade Association. It focused on advanced HVAC and electrical work. It was an intense 18-month training program with paid job placement. Even better, if you got accepted into the advanced track, they offered a generous relocation stipend and subsidized housing in a partner city called Oakhaven, about 3 hours north of my hometown. Arthur had deep connections in the program and had quietly written me a glowing letter of recommendation. I applied back in January without breathing a word of it to my parents. I found out I was accepted into the advanced track exactly 3 weeks before my birthday. I hadn't told anyone except Chloe. I was waiting. I wanted to announce it at my birthday party. I wanted it to be my big moment. My news. The one time I would command the family's attention and say, hey, look at this. I secured my future without a single dime or ounce of help from any of you. But then Liam got his consulting job offer, and my moment was instantly obliterated, sucked into his massive orbit like everything else in my life. Now, I was overwhelmingly glad I had kept my mouth shut. They didn't deserve to know. Tuesday after school, I drove my beat-up sedan to Arthur's shop. It's a modest, dusty building off Route 7. He was waiting in his back office with 2 cups of black coffee. He waved me in and locked the door behind me. Sit down, he ordered. I sat. He slid a thick manila folder across the scratched wooden desk. Your grandmother Margaret set up 2 high-yield savings accounts when you and Liam were little. One for each of you. It wasn't lottery money, but she put in a few $100s every single month for years. By the time she passed away, your account had exactly $12,500 in it. Liam's had the exact same amount. I stared at him, my brain struggling to process the numbers. I have 12 grand? I never heard a single word about this. You wouldn't have, Arthur said grimly. She set them up through her local credit union and named your parents as the legal custodians until you each turned 18. Her specific instructions were that you'd get full access to the money when you were legally adults, to use for college, a house, or something meaningful to start your lives. Okay, I said, my hands starting to sweat. So where's my money? Do I need to go to the bank to sign something? Arthur leaned back in his heavy leather chair, and he looked older and more tired than I had ever seen him. That is the problem, Ethan. About 4 years ago, your dad came to me asking for a short-term loan for the house. I refused. But during that argument, he accidentally let it slip that your mother had consolidated the boys' education accounts. That was the word she used. Consolidated. I stopped breathing for a second. What does that mean? It means she marched into the bank, completely drained the $12,500 from your grandmother's account, and moved every single penny of it into an account exclusively under Liam's name. She used your inheritance to cover a gap in Liam's out-of-state tuition, and, Arthur clenched his jaw, to fund his month-long luxury graduation trip to Cabo last summer. I sat there in the dusty office, the silence ringing in my ears. She took my money. She took the money my dead grandmother had specifically saved for my future, and she gave it to the brother who already had everything, just so he could drink margaritas on a beach in Mexico. And my father, the man who claims to love us equally, sat by and signed the custodial release forms to let her do it. I raised absolute hell about it at the time. Arthur continued, his voice thick with disgust. I threatened to sue them on your behalf. But Tom told me it was a private family financial decision, and told me to stay the hell out of his marriage. Why are you telling me this right now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Because you are 18 now. Because you just walked out of a birthday party that was designed to humiliate you. And because I think you deserve to know exactly who you are dealing with before you make any decisions about your future. He was entirely right, I did deserve to know. But here is the strangest part about finding out your own parents robbed you blind. It doesn't hit you like a sudden, explosive bomb. It hits you like quiet, depressing confirmation. It is like working on a massive, complex math equation in your head for 18 years, and finally, someone flips to the back of the textbook and shows you the answer key. The answer was exactly the horrible number you expected all along. I wasn't shocked. I was just profoundly, bone-deep exhausted. There is one more thing, Arthur said, watching my face carefully. I don't know if you can handle it today, but you need to know. Just tell me. Your mother knows about your apprenticeship in Oakhaven. My head snapped up. How? I never told her. The acceptance letter came to my email. She saw a piece of physical junk mail from the trade association with your name on it. She got suspicious, so she called my office last week trying to pry information out of my secretary. Then she called me directly, demanding to know if I was funneling you into blue-collar work. I lied to her face. I told her it was just a mass marketing brochure. I covered for you because I figured you wanted to drop the bomb on your own terms. He paused. Do you still want to tell her? I looked down at the manila folder on the desk. I thought about the $12,500 that was stolen from me. I thought about the framed photo of Liam smiling next to my birthday cake. I thought about the 18 years of being treated like a slightly annoying roommate in my own home. No, I said, my voice finally steady and hard. I don't want to tell her a damn thing. Arthur nodded slowly, a fierce glint of pride in his eyes. Good. Then let's start making a real exit plan. The next 3 weeks were the most bizarre, surreal period of my entire life, because I was actively living in two completely separate realities. Reality 1 was the version my family saw. Ethan goes to school. Ethan comes home. Ethan eats dinner in silence, does his chores, and doesn't start any fights. My mother acted as though the birthday party walkout was a totally closed case. She had delivered her lecture, I had absorbed my punishment, and now we could all happily move forward pretending her perfect family was intact. She was terrifyingly good at that kind of delusion. Reality 2 was the one happening in the shadows. In Arthur's back office. In Chloe's parked car, late at night. I was methodically, ruthlessly building an exit strategy. The Oakhaven apprenticeship started on June 15th. The relocation stipend from the program would cover my first and last month's rent on a shared apartment near the training center. I would be working 40 hours a week, earning a solid hourly wage, and after 18 months, I would have a master's certification and a lucrative career path that didn't rely on a single member of my toxic family. Uncle Arthur took me to a private credit union across town. I had about $4,100 saved up from 3 years of working grueling weekend shifts at a local hardware store. I had kept every dollar of it hidden in a hollowed-out dictionary in the back of my closet. It sounds utterly paranoid, but my gut had always told me never to trust my parents with my bank details. Turns out, my paranoia was just excellent intuition. Arthur sat in the lobby reading a magazine while I walked up to the teller, handed over my ID, and opened a high-yield checking and savings account entirely in my own name. When I walked out holding my shiny new debit card, Arthur smirked. First real adult thing you've done. Second, I corrected him. Walking out of that dining room was the first. He actually laughed out loud at that. I started quietly purging my bedroom. I didn't pack openly. I just slowly figured out what actually mattered. I left behind all the expensive, preppy clothes my mother had bought me over the years to make me look like a respectable accessory for family Christmas cards. I kept my heavy work boots, my durable jeans, my laptop, and the vintage analog watch grandmother Margaret had given me directly, bypassing my parents. Everything that truly mattered to me fit easily into 2 faded duffel bags and a backpack. 18 years of existence in that house, and my entire life could be carried to a car in a single trip. At school, I walked into the guidance counselor's office and formally informed her I would not be attending the graduation ceremony. She looked shocked and tried to give me a speech about making memories. I cut her off. I didn't need to walk across a sweaty gymnasium stage for parents who wouldn't even be looking at me when they clapped. Chloe was my absolute anchor through all the chaos. She would come over after school, and we would sit on my bed with the door wide open, a strict rule my mother enforced for me, but somehow never bothered to enforce when Liam had girls over. Chloe helped me organize my program paperwork, helped me budget my hardware store savings, and talked me off the ledge when the anxiety of leaving everything behind made my chest tight. "Are you absolutely sure you want to do this, Ethan?" she asked one afternoon, watching me quietly roll up my winter socks. "Once you do this, there is no going back. It's the nuclear option." "I'm sure," I said. "I'd rather be a nobody in a new city than a backup plan in my own house." Meanwhile, my family was operating exactly as they always did, in a frantic orbit around Liam. His start date at the consulting firm was rapidly approaching, and my mother was in full-blown production mode. She bought him 5 new custom-tailored suits. She spent hours helping him browse luxury apartments in the city center. She FaceTimed every aunt and cousin we had just to brag about his signing bonus. The entire house vibrated with the frequency of Liam's success, and I moved through the halls like a ghost, which was perfect. Ghosts don't have to explain where they are going. Liam and I had exactly one real conversation during this entire period. He wandered into the kitchen one night while I was making a turkey sandwich and casually leaned against the marble counter. "Hey," he said. "You've been super quiet lately." "I'm always quiet, Liam. Quieter than usual, I mean." He crossed his arms, looking slightly annoyed. "Is this still about the whole birthday party drama?" I slowly spread mayo on my bread, refusing to look up. "What birthday drama?" He sighed heavily. "The party, Ethan. When you threw a tantrum and walked out." "I'm over it," I said flatly. "Good," Liam said, completely missing the sarcasm. "Because Mom was really, really hurt by that. She put a lot of work into making that night special." I stopped making my sandwich. I looked up at him, really looked at him, and realized something profound. Liam wasn't malicious. He wasn't sitting in his room plotting to steal my inheritance or ruin my birthday. He genuinely, fundamentally did not understand the reality of our household. He had grown up standing in the blinding sunshine of our parents' adoration, and he had never once bothered to look over his shoulder to see me freezing in the shade. It wasn't evil. But it wasn't innocent, either. At a certain age, failing to notice the pain of the people around you is an active choice. "I'm fine, Liam," I said, picking up my plate. "Go plan your big city move." He smiled, looking relieved that he didn't have to deal with any heavy emotions, and walked away. 2 weeks before graduation, all my pieces were in place. My Oak Haven apartment was confirmed. My start date was locked in. My bank account was funded. And Uncle Arthur had delivered the final piece of the puzzle, a dented but mechanically flawless 2012 Chevy Colorado truck. He handed me the keys and called it a combination birthday and graduation gift. I kept it parked 3 blocks away behind a strip mall so my parents wouldn't see it. On a Tuesday afternoon, while my parents were out helping Liam shop for overpriced mid-century modern furniture for his new place, Chloe helped me carry my duffel bags out the back door and load them into the truck. We sat in the cab, eating cheap gas station tacos, and she looked at me with tears in her eyes. "When are you going to tell them?" she asked softly. "I'm not. Ethan, you have to leave them something." "I'll leave a letter," I said, "but I'm not doing the face-to-face conversation. I already know exactly how the script goes. Mom will cry and play the victim. Dad will stare at his shoes. Someone will call me ungrateful, and by the time the argument is over, they will somehow make it all about how I'm ruining Liam's big transition." Graduation day finally arrived. I didn't show up to the stadium. My parents obviously noticed. It's hard not to notice when they call your kid's name and nobody walks across the stage. My mom called my phone 6 times in a row. I finally answered on the 7th ring. "Ethan, where the hell are you?" she hissed, clearly whispering furiously from the bleachers. "I told the school 3 weeks ago I wasn't walking, Mom. You didn't tell us. This is completely unacceptable. Your father and I are sitting here in the heat, and Liam actually took a half day off work to be here for you." "I didn't ask anyone to come, Mom." "That is not the point," she shrieked. "That is exactly the point," I said coldly. "It is never the point when it's about me." And I hung up. That night, I sat at my empty desk and wrote the letter. It took me 3 hours and a lot of crumpled paper. In the end, I kept it brutally short. I didn't scream. I didn't accuse. I didn't even mention the stolen $12,500. I simply wrote that I was leaving, that I had a solid plan and was safe, and that I desperately needed space to figure out who I was without being constantly compared to Liam. I told them not to look for me. I sealed it in a blank envelope, wrote Mom and Dad on the front, and left it dead center on the kitchen island. Then, I walked out the door, got into my Chevy Colorado, and drove 3 hours north into the dark. Update 2. My parents didn't find the letter until nearly midnight. By then, I was already in Oak Haven, sitting on a cheap mattress in my new, paint-smelling apartment, splitting a pizza with my new roommate, a loud, hilarious guy named Marcus who had moved from Texas for the same apprenticeship. When Marcus asked me where I was from, I took a bite of pizza and said, "Nowhere important." It was the most honest thing I had said in 18 years. My phone exploded at exactly 12:14 a.m. 17 missed calls from Mom, 4 from Dad. I watched the notifications stack up on the screen while Marcus told me a wild story about his crazy ex-girlfriend. Then came the texts. Mom, where are you? This isn't funny, Ethan. Come home immediately. Mom, if you do not answer this phone in 5 minutes, I am calling the police and reporting you missing. I calmly typed back one message to the group chat. I am safe. I am a legal adult. I am not missing. I left a letter explaining everything. Do not call the police, because I will just tell them I left voluntarily. Please read the letter again. Mom responded instantly, that letter explains absolutely nothing. You owe this family a conversation. I powered the phone off, laid down on my bare mattress, and slept better than I had in a decade. The fallout back home was apocalyptic, exactly as I had predicted. Uncle Arthur called me 3 days later with a full sitrep. Your mother stormed into my shop yesterday looking like she was ready to commit murder. Arthur chuckled darkly. She demanded to know where you were. Accused me of kidnapping you. I told her you were a grown man who made a choice, and that I fully supported it. She called me a toxic enabler. Your dad just stood behind her looking like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. Did they mention the letter? I asked. Oh, yeah. She called it dramatic, manipulative teenage nonsense. Because in your mother's twisted world, you setting a healthy boundary is an act of war. Leaving quietly is drama. The only acceptable behavior is for you to stay in that house and absorb her neglect with a smile. I settled into my new life in Oakhaven with a fierce, ravenous energy. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. every day. I spent 8 hours a day doing intense hands-on electrical and HVAC training, learning how to wire commercial panels and read complex blueprints. I was exhausted, filthy, and incredibly happy. Every single thing I was building belonged entirely to me. Nobody was rearranging my schedule for Liam. Nobody was ignoring my perfect test scores. Chloe and I talked every single night. The long distance was tough, but we made it work. She told me my mother was telling all the neighborhood gossips that I was going through a temporary mental health crisis and had gone on a retreat. The real climax of this story happened 4 weeks after I left. It was a Saturday morning. I was sitting in my apartment in basketball shorts, studying a massive electrical codebook, when someone hammered furiously on my front door. Marcus was at the gym, so I got up and swung the door open. My mother and father were standing in the hallway. My mom's face was tight, flushed with that terrifying, righteous fury she gets when she feels she has been publicly wronged. My dad stood slightly behind her, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, looking absolutely miserable. They had driven 3 hours. I later found out my dad had hired a cheap private investigator to track the license plate of the truck Arthur gave me. Ethan, my mother snapped, pushing past me into the apartment doorway. This little rebellion has gone on long enough. Go pack your bags. We are going home right now. I didn't move an inch. I looked at her, then looked past her at my dad, who aggressively refused to meet my eyes. No, I said, my voice eerily calm. I'm not going anywhere. This is my home now. Her chin started to tremble, the classic weapon she deployed when demanding authority failed. Do you have any earthly idea what you have put this family through? Your father and I have barely slept. You abandoned us. You ruined Liam's big transition month because we've been sick with worry. Even now. Even here, it was still about Liam. I stepped fully into the hallway and pulled my apartment door shut behind me so Marcus wouldn't have to deal with this if he came home. I am 18 years old, Mom. I am completely self-sufficient. I am in an elite apprenticeship program. I have a paid job placement. I have an apartment. And, I paused, letting the silence hang heavy, I have a bank account funded by my own hard work. Which is a good thing, considering the $12,500 Grandma Margaret left me was stolen to pay for Liam's tuition and his luxury vacation to Cabo. The silence that followed that sentence was so absolute, so deafening, it felt like the oxygen had been sucked out of the hallway. My dad closed his eyes and let out a ragged, defeated sigh. My mother's face drained of all color, turning a sickly, chalky white. In that dingy hallway, 3 hours from the house I grew up in, I watched the horrifying realization wash over both of my parents. I knew everything. I hadn't just left because of a birthday cake. I knew about the betrayal. My mother, true to form, recovered first. When caught doing something completely indefensible, Brenda's instinct is to immediately go on the offensive. That money was a private family financial decision. She stammered, her voice shrill and defensive. Liam's tuition had a massive gap. We used the available resources to help him succeed. We would have done the exact same thing for you if you needed it. But you didn't. I fired back, my voice echoing off the cheap drywall. Because there was nothing left for me. You drained my account to zero. You stole money my dead grandmother explicitly left for my future, and you gave it to the son who already had everything, and you didn't even have the decency to tell me. We fully planned to pay it back, she cried out. When? I yelled, finally losing my temper. It has been 4 years. You had money to buy Liam 5 custom suits last month, but you couldn't put a single dollar back into my account? She looked frantically at my dad. The look clearly said, Help me control him. But Tom didn't help her. For the very first time in my entire life, my father didn't run to the garage. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, looked at my mother, and said, "Shut up, Brenda. Just shut up." My mom gasped, clutching her pearls like a 1950s housewife. "Tom, he's right," my dad said, his voice cracking, tears suddenly pooling in his eyes. He looked at me, and he looked utterly broken. "Ethan is right. We stole from him. We failed him. I let you talk me into signing those transfer papers, and I have felt like a coward every single day since." My mother looked like she had been physically slapped. "We did what was best for the family," she shrieked. "No," I said quietly, the anger suddenly draining out of me, leaving only cold resolve. "You did what was best for Liam. You always do what is best for Liam. That's why I left. I'm not running away. I am building a life where I don't have to constantly shrink myself so Liam can take up all the oxygen in the room. I am never coming back to that house." My mother started sobbing real, ugly tears this time, but I didn't feel the old, conditioned urge to comfort her. I just felt tired. "We should go," my dad said softly. He reached out and awkwardly grabbed my mother's arm, pulling her gently toward the elevator. She was weeping hysterically, babbling about how I was tearing the family apart. Before the elevator doors closed, my dad looked back at me. "I am so sorry, Ethan. I am so damn proud of the man you are. I should have told you that 10 years ago." Then, the door slid shut. I stood in the hallway for 5 full minutes, letting the adrenaline metabolize. Then I went back inside, sat on the couch, and called Uncle Arthur to tell him what happened. He just listened, grunted in approval, and said, "'Bout damn time Tom grew a spine." That was 6 months ago. The aftermath of that hallway confrontation completely shattered the dynamic of my family, and the twists just kept coming. 2 weeks after they ambushed me in Oak Haven, a certified letter arrived at my apartment. Inside was a cashier's check from my dad for $15,000. It was the original $12,500, plus an extra $2,500 to cover what the interest would have been over the last 4 years. I found out later that Tom had quietly sold his prized vintage motorcycle, the one he had been restoring in the garage for a decade, to get the cash without my mother knowing. But the biggest shock came from Liam. Apparently, the car ride home from Oak Haven was a bloodbath. My dad finally snapped and laid out exactly what they had done to me, right in front of Liam when they got back. When Liam found out that his tuition gap and his spring break trip to Cabo were entirely funded by my stolen inheritance, he completely lost his mind. For all of Liam's oblivious golden child syndrome, he actually has a conscience. He was horrified. He called me in tears, apologizing profusely, swearing on his life he had absolutely no idea where that money had come from. He told me he always assumed mom and dad just had extra savings. I believed him. The beneficiary of favoritism rarely looks at the ledger. But Liam didn't just apologize to me. He took action. He sat my mother down and told her he was utterly disgusted by her behavior. He told her that her toxic obsession with his success had driven his brother out of the family. He packed up the expensive apartment she had helped him decorate, moved into a smaller place closer to his job, and formally cut her off. He told Brenda she was not allowed to visit him, call him, or be part of his life until she checked herself into intensive, long-term therapy to figure out why she treated me like garbage. So, now, Brenda sits alone in that big, quiet house. Her scapegoat ran away and built a successful life without her. Her golden child, the masterpiece she sacrificed my childhood to build, rejected her because of her own cruelty. My dad is currently living in a rented apartment across town, figuring out if he even wants to stay married to a woman who could do that to her own son. As for me, I am thriving. I am at the top of my apprenticeship class. I have $15,000 sitting securely in a bank account that only I control. Chloe is moving to Oak Haven next month to start community college, and we are looking at bigger apartments together. I didn't have to scream, or burn the house down, or ruin anyone's life to get my revenge. I just walked away, told the absolute truth, and let the house of cards they built collapse under its own weight. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel out and allows us to bring you even more awesome stories. Thank you so much for watching. You're tearing this family apart, my sister screamed after I refused to pay our brother's $80,000 debt. Then, I found Grandma's hidden will, and called the police. Original post. I grew up in a small, suffocating, aggressively beige house in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where the emotional thermostat was permanently jammed on freezing and unavailable all year round. I am talking about a deeply dysfunctional family dynamic that could literally witness you saving a screaming bus full of terrified orphans from a raging, 5-alarm chemical fire, and their only genuine response would be a dismissive eye roll and a muttered, "Well, the fire department would have gotten there eventually, you didn't have to show off." That was the miserable baseline of my childhood. That was the entirety of my confusing 20s. And honestly, that was the absolute sum of my entire pathetic existence within that family unit until about 4 months ago, when everything finally blew up in the most poetic, explosive, and legally devastating way imaginable. But to fully grasp the sheer magnitude of the fallout, I need to rewind and give you the psychological blueprint of my family. I am Liam, the completely invisible middle kid of 3. My older brother Caleb is 35, and my younger sister Sophie is 28. Our mother, Diane, raised us mostly on her own after our father, Richard, cowardly took off when I was just 11 years old. Now, when I say he took off, I do not mean he went down to the corner store to get a gallon of milk and vanished into thin air like a bad magic trick. He deliberately packed his bags, moved 45 minutes away to Lansing, and started an entirely new life with a woman named Susan whom he had been seeing behind my mother's back for months. He started a whole new little chapter of his existence and just sort of entirely stopped being interested in the chapters he had already written. He would randomly show up for an awkward Christmas dinner, sometimes call on our birthdays if his new girlfriend reminded him, and send meager child support checks that bounced more often than they actually cleared the bank. Real Father of the Year material. So, it was mostly my mother holding the fort down, and I will genuinely give her credit for keeping the electric bills paid and generic brand food in the pantry. She worked at a busy local dental office as the front desk receptionist for almost 22 years. But here is the deeply messed up, incredibly toxic thing about my mother that took me way too many years of expensive therapy to finally understand. She possessed this invisible, rigid, completely inflexible ranking system for her 3 children, and I was perpetually slotted right at the absolute bottom of the barrel. Caleb was the undisputed golden child. He was the firstborn, a star baseball player at his local high school, possessed a loud, booming, charismatic personality and looked exactly like our absent father. You would logically think that looking identical to the man who cruelly abandoned her would work against him, but somehow, in her twisted psychology, it made my mother adore him even more intensely. It was as if she was desperately trying to love the version of Richard that did not leave her. Then there was Sophie, the baby of the family. She was the little princess who could do absolutely no wrong simply because she was the youngest, and because she learned incredibly early in her developmental years how to manufacture fake, hysterical tears on command to get exactly what she wanted. That kid could have intentionally set the family living room on fire with gasoline, and my mother would have furiously blamed the manufacturer of the matches for being too flammable. Then there was me, Liam, the quiet middle one. The one who got decent grades, did his household chores without ever having to be asked twice, didn't cause any legal or behavioral problems, and somehow, that was the absolute worst thing I could have possibly done because I wasn't loud enough to demand immediate attention, and I wasn't superficially cute enough to just get it automatically. I just kind of existed in the shadowy background of my own family like a dull piece of forgotten furniture. You know how some older houses have that one weird, ugly chair in the corner of the dining room that nobody ever actually sits in? That was me. Decorative at best, completely invisible at worst. I really do not want you to read this and think I am throwing a massive, pathetic pity party for myself. I am just giving you the essential psychological foundation so the rest of this insane, legally terrifying story makes logical sense. Because the profound thing about being aggressively ignored your whole life is that you either crumble under the suffocating weight of it, or you painstakingly build yourself into someone who simply does not need the applause of a crowd. I chose the second option, though it took me a long, agonizingly painful time to get there. I worked my way through Michigan State University with pure grit. I had absolutely no academic scholarships and zero financial help from my family. I took out massive, suffocating student loans, worked 30 hours a week at a local hardware store mixing industrial paint until my hands were permanently stained, and finally graduated with a complex degree in data analytics. I walked across that brightly lit stage in my cheap cap and gown, looked out into the massive auditorium audience, and saw my mother sitting in the very back row, completely checked out, mindlessly scrolling through her phone. Caleb didn't bother to come because he had a recreational slow-pitch softball tournament that he deemed more important. Sophie didn't come because she claimed she couldn't find a ride, even though she lived exactly 20 minutes from the university campus. My mother gave me a casual, one-armed hug afterward and flatly said, "Good, now you can finally get a real job." That was it. No, I am proud of you, Liam. No, you overcame so much to do this. Just an immediate, cold pivot to what I should be doing next to be deemed a useful member of society. Look, I know some of you reading this might think I am being overly sensitive. Maybe I am. But when I tell you that Caleb got a massive, catered surprise party when he barely finished a generic 4-week real estate certification course, complete with a massive custom sheet cake that literally said in icing, "Our superstar," you will maybe understand why a tiny sliver of acknowledgement for my actual 4-year university graduation would have been nice. Just a little scrap. Even a simple, "Hey, good job, kid," would have gone a tremendously long way in healing my inner child. After college, I packed my bags, moved out of state to Chicago, Illinois, and got a grueling entry-level job at a massive corporate data firm called Novatech Solutions. I started absolutely grinding. I am talking 60-hour work weeks, learning every single thing I could about predictive modeling, volunteering for the most complex, headache-inducing projects that nobody else in the department wanted to touch. Basically, I intentionally made myself completely indispensable to the company's bottom line. Within 3 years, I got promoted to senior data analyst. I excitedly called my mother to tell her the amazing news. She sighed heavily into the receiver and said, "That's nice, honey. Hey, did Caleb tell you he's thinking about opening a high-end vintage watch and streetwear shop?" She then proceeded to spend the next 25 minutes passionately talking about Caleb's ridiculous retail store idea, which, by the way, was an absolute financial disaster waiting to happen because Caleb's longest commitment to literally anything in his life is about 3 months. The man has started and subsequently abandoned more half-baked entrepreneurial projects than I can physically count on both hands. But every single one of those abandoned, poorly planned projects got significantly more enthusiasm, praise, and financial backing from my mother than anything I ever actually accomplished with my own blood, sweat, and tears. I eventually started dating an incredibly intelligent, beautiful woman named Elena about 4 years ago. I met her at a mutual friend's birthday party at one of those indoor beginner archery ranges. She was absolutely terrible at it, repeatedly missing the massive target entirely and hitting the foam wall, which she found genuinely hilarious instead of embarrassing. I knew right then and there that she was fundamentally different from anyone I had ever met. Elena is the kind of rare person who sees right through social pretense and fake behavior. On our second date, she looked at me over her coffee and asked me straight up why I never talked about my family. I gave her the sanitized, polite, socially acceptable version. By the sixth date, after a few glasses of wine, I gave her the real, ugly, traumatic version. She looked at me across the dimly lit table, reached out and put her warm hand over mine, and softly said, "Liam, that is not normal. You know that, right? That is emotional neglect." Honestly, hearing another human being say those exact words out loud was like having a specialized doctor finally officially diagnose a chronic, agonizing pain you have been feeling your entire life but couldn't name. Elena quickly became my absolute rock and anchor. She had her own tight-knit, incredibly loving family up in Milwaukee. They were the kind of parents who randomly called her on a Tuesday afternoon just to say they were thinking about her. She had a brother who texted her inside jokes and funny memes every single morning without fail. Being around her family showed me exactly what I had been missing my entire life, but more importantly, it showed me what was actually possible in a healthy, functional family dynamic. I finally realized I did not have to keep desperately returning to a well that was bone dry just because it had my last name plastered on the side of it. So, about 2 years ago, things between me and my mother went completely silent. It did not happen because of a massive, dramatic, screaming blowout fight. It was not because of some cinematic, bridge-burning last straw. The relationship just sort of naturally faded into utter nothingness. I entirely stopped calling her because I got incredibly tired of always feeling like I was an annoying burden interrupting her busy day. She stopped calling me because, well, she never really started in the first place. Caleb would still occasionally pop up in my text messages, usually only when he needed a financial favor or free tech support for his laptop. Sophie and I had not had a real, genuine conversation in over 18 months. I was essentially an orphan with living parents, which is a very specific, deeply painful kind of lonely that I genuinely would not wish on my absolute worst enemy. But here is where this entire situation gets incredibly interesting. Because while my deeply toxic family was busy pretending I did not exist on the planet, I was quietly, methodically building a successful life that would eventually make all of them very, very interested in my existence again. And the primary catalyst for all of this sudden attention was a stunning, newly renovated $480,000 house on a gorgeous half-acre lot in Naperville, Illinois, that I officially closed on exactly 8 weeks ago. The crisp morning I finally got the shiny new keys, I didn't bother calling anyone in my biological family. Elena and I stood proudly on the beautiful, wide front porch. She took a fantastic photo of me holding the keys up in the sunlight, and I proudly posted it on my social media accounts because I was genuinely, deeply proud of myself, even if nobody else in my bloodline was ever going to be. I captioned it with something incredibly simple and honest. First house. Earned every single square foot of it. I put my phone away in my jacket pocket and didn't think about it again for the rest of the celebratory weekend. 3 short days later, my phone violently buzzed on the kitchen counter. It was a phone number I almost didn't even recognize because it had been so incredibly long since I had seen it pop up on my screen. Mom. Diane. Calling me directly for the very first time in almost 2 full years. My stomach did this awful, sickening thing where it dropped and flipped at the exact same time, like a nervous gymnast violently falling off a wooden balance beam. I stood frozen, staring at the glowing phone for 3 long rings. I looked over at Elena, who was unpacking a box of dishes. She just raised her eyebrows with a sharp look that clearly communicated, well, this should be incredibly interesting. I finally answered, pressing the phone to my ear. The very first words out of my mother's mouth were not, "Congratulations on the house, Liam." They were not, "I am so incredibly proud of you, son." They were not even a basic, human, "I am so sorry I haven't called you in 2 long years." The absolute first thing she said, in a rushed, frantic, breathless tone, was, "Liam, I need to talk to you about something critically important right now. It's about Caleb." Of course it was. It was always about Caleb. I stood there in my brand new, pristine kitchen, leaning heavily against the cool marble counter that still had the protective plastic film clinging to the sharp edges, and silently listened to my mother explain exactly why she was finally calling me. Not to acknowledge the biggest, most monumental financial purchase of my entire life, not to emotionally reconnect after 24 months of dead silence, but to talk about her precious golden boy. It turns out my perfect, flawless older brother had predictably gotten himself into a massive, life-ruining financial mess. Caleb had actually taken out a massive commercial lease on a trendy retail space in downtown Grand Rapids to finally, seriously, for real this time, open his high-end vintage watch and streetwear boutique. He had foolishly signed a brutal, ironclad 5-year commercial lease, and immediately dumped about $80,000 into unnecessary cosmetic renovations, flashy neon signs, an expensive espresso machine for the corner, and initial inventory. Most of this money was recklessly borrowed from high-limit personal credit cards and a predatory online business lender with an interest rate that should honestly be completely illegal in all 50 states. The boutique officially opened for about 14 weeks before Caleb brutally realized that running a successful retail business actually required things like showing up every single day before noon, meticulously managing complex inventory software, and not giving away free, expensive merchandise to everybody who walked through the front door just to look cool and generous on Instagram. Shocking, I know. Now, Caleb was roughly $80,000 in crippling, overwhelming debt. The boutique was boarded up and permanently closed. The furious commercial landlord was legally threatening to sue him into absolute oblivion, and my 35-year-old older brother was pathetically living back at our mother's house, sleeping in his tiny childhood bedroom with his high school baseball trophies still collecting thick dust on the wooden shelf. And the sole, exclusive reason my mother was calling me the son she had not spoken to in 2 whole years was to explicitly, shamelessly ask me to financially bail him out of his own stupidity. "He just needs a little financial help getting back on his feet, Liam," she said, using the exact same pleading, dramatic tone she had used my entire life whenever Caleb needed something, sounding like she was emotionally narrating a tragic nature documentary about a deeply endangered species of bird. "You have always been the responsible one in the family. You are so naturally good with money and saving. I figured with a fancy new house and everything, you must be doing incredibly well for yourself at that computer job." I let that incredibly loaded sentence hang in the silent, heavy air for a long moment. I let it marinate in my brain. She figured with the new house I must be doing well. She saw my massive, hard-earned personal achievement not as something to be celebrated or proud of, but purely as hard evidence that I had untapped financial resources to funnel directly toward Caleb. My success was only relevant to her because it could service his constant, endless string of failures. I wish I could honestly tell you I was surprised or shocked by this revelation, but that would be a complete and utter lie. What I was, honestly, was tired. Bone tired. The kind of deep, exhausting, soul-crushing tired that lives right in the very center of your chest and makes everything feel 10 times heavier than it actually should. "Mom," I said, keeping my voice dangerously low and level, "you haven't called me in 2 full years." There was a sharp, uncomfortable pause on the other end of the line. Then she swiftly replied, "Well, you didn't call me either, Liam." And there it was, the classic, textbook deflection, the patented Diane redirect maneuver. Take any valid, painful, logical point and bounce it right back onto the victim so she never has to sit with the agonizing, burning discomfort of being wrong. I had seen her execute this maneuver 1,000 times before. When I was 16 and asked why Caleb got a slightly used Honda Civic for his birthday, but I got a measly $20 gift card to a bookstore, she simply said, "Well, you never explicitly said you wanted a car." As if a 16-year-old teenage boy needs to formally submit a notarized, legal request to be treated equally to his sibling. "I am not giving Caleb a single dime," I said. Calm, clear. No screaming, no anger. Just a massive, impenetrable, concrete boundary. That is exactly when the entire temperature of the conversation radically changed. My mother went from syrupy, pleading, and sweet to absolute, sub-zero ice in about 2 seconds flat. "I am not asking you to just give him money for fun, Liam. I am asking you to step up like a man and help your family in a crisis. That is what real families do. But you have always had a massive problem with that concept, haven't you? You have always been off in your own little selfish, isolated world, genuinely thinking you are too good for the rest of us. Too good for the rest of them." I almost laughed out loud right there in my kitchen. I had spent 20 agonizing years begging, scraping, and pleading for a single, microscopic crumb of recognition and love from this woman, and now I was the one who was too arrogant and too good for them. The narrative had flipped so smoothly you would think she had spent weeks rehearsing it in a bathroom mirror. In her deeply twisted, fictional version of history, I wasn't the lonely kid who got ignored and neglected. I was the arrogant, haughty kid who cruelly pulled away. A literal, psychological masterclass in rewriting the past to suit her needs. I flatly told her I had to go. She snapped, "Fine. But think about it, he is your flesh and blood." And she aggressively hung up the phone without even saying goodbye. I slowly put my phone down on the cold marble counter and just stood there, staring blankly at the painted wall. Elena came in from the living room, took one look at my pale, drained face, and gently asked, what did she want? I told her everything. Every single manipulative word. And Elena, bless her wonderful, fiercely protective heart, didn't explode or rant. She just shook her head slowly, walked over, wrapped her arms tightly around my waist, and firmly said, "Liam, you owe those toxic people absolutely nothing. Not your hard-earned money, not your mental peace, nothing." I logically knew she was right, but knowing something logically in your brain and feeling it emotionally in your gut are two very different, complicated beasts. Edit. A few people in the comments asked for more context about my dad, Richard, and why he didn't intervene during our childhood to stop the blatant favoritism. Like I mentioned, he left when I was 11. He was a deeply selfish coward who didn't want the heavy responsibility of raising 3 kids, so he just started over with Susan. He paid his bare minimum, court-ordered child support most of the time to avoid jail, but completely checked out emotionally. He wasn't there to protect me from mom's toxic favoritism because he simply wasn't there at all. Update 1. Over the next couple of weeks, the situation escalated dramatically and aggressively. Caleb started texting me directly. At first, it was casual and fake friendly. "Hey man, long time no see, heard you bought a sick house. That's awesome." Then, entirely predictably, the tone violently shifted. "Mom said she talked to you. I'm in a really bad spot, bro. The commercial landlord is getting super aggressive. Any chance you could help me out? Even just $15,000 would buy me some serious breathing room." 15 grand? Like I just had $15,000 sitting in a shoebox under my bed waiting for him to screw up. I didn't respond. Not because I am a heartless, cruel monster, but because I knew from decades of experience that any engagement whatsoever would be immediately interpreted as an opening for negotiation. With my toxic family, a maybe becomes a yes, and a let me think about it becomes he absolutely promised he would do it. So I stayed entirely quiet and left him on read. And that is exactly when my little sister Sophie got involved. Sophie, who I had not heard a single peep from in over a year and a half, suddenly magically found my phone number. She called me on a random Wednesday evening while I was cooking dinner. "Liam, what is actually wrong with your brain?" she started. "No hello, no how are you, just straight to the vicious, unprovoked attack. Mom is stressed out of her absolute mind. Her blood pressure is dangerously through the roof, and you are just sitting out there in your fancy new mansion aggressively ignoring everyone. She cried yesterday, Liam. She actually sat at the kitchen table and sobbed because her own flesh and blood won't help his own brother survive." I took a deep, steadying breath, gripping the edge of the warm stove. "Sophie, did mom cry when I graduated college with honors?" Absolute silence on the other end of the line. "Did she cry when I got promoted to senior analyst? Did she cry during the 2 full years she didn't bother to pick up a phone and call me? Did anyone in this entire family shed a single, solitary tear about me at any point, ever, in my entire life?" More heavy, uncomfortable silence. Then Sophie scoffed loudly and said, "That is not the same thing and you know it. Stop playing the pathetic victim." "You are exactly right," I said, my voice eerily, terrifyingly calm. "It is not the same thing at all. Because those were good, positive things that happened to me, and nobody cared. This is a bad thing that happened to Caleb entirely because of his own monumental stupidity, and suddenly the whole family has my phone number memorized." She absolutely lost it. She called me selfish. She said I was cruelly punishing Caleb for mom's past mistakes, that I was being petty, vindictive, and small-minded, and that I would deeply, painfully regret this when mom was dead and gone someday. Every single guilt trip in the emotional manipulation playbook was fired at me rapid fire, like she had been heavily coached by Diane herself, and honestly, she probably had been. I hung up on Sophie. It was the first time in my entire life I had ever hung up on anyone. And then I sat down at my new dining room table and finally cried. Not because I was sad, exactly, but because I was intensely, overwhelmingly grieving something I never actually had. The persistent, foolish fantasy of a family that actually gave a damn about me. I had been carrying this stupid, stubborn, heavy hope that someday they would finally see me. And in that moment, sitting in the beautiful house I had earned with absolutely zero help from anyone, I finally let that toxic hope die. Elena sat next to me, didn't say a word, and just rubbed my back. After that awful night, things went quiet for about a week. I went back to work, heavily focused on a massive data contract Novatech was trying to land with a regional hospital network, and tried to put the whole miserable mess out of my mind. Then the infamous Facebook post happened. My mother, Diane, wrote a public Facebook post that I can only accurately describe as an unhinged, theatrical, Shakespearean performance. It was incredibly long, deeply dramatic, and precision engineered for maximum public sympathy. She wrote at length about how incredibly hard it is being a single mother, how she selflessly sacrificed her youth and her dreams for her children, and how some people conveniently forget where they came from the absolute second they get a little bit of money and success. She didn't name me directly, but she absolutely didn't have to. She wrote about how one of her children had cruelly, sadistically turned his back on the family during their darkest hour, how sheer greed changes people into unrecognizable monsters, and how she prays to God every single night that he will eventually find his way back to the light. The comments from our extended family were absolutely brutal and relentless. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends all piling on about how shameful and disgusting it was that some people abandon their blood. My cousin Jason commented, "Family is literally everything. Anyone who walks away from their own mother is absolute trash." My Aunt Martha wrote, "Diane, you deserve so much better than this. You gave those kids your entire soul, absolutely everything. Her entire soul." Those specific words bounced around in my skull like a pinball. Caleb got a car. I got a gift card. Caleb got a massive party. I got a text message. Caleb got tears and emergency family meetings. I got 2 years of dead silence. That was everything, apparently. Elena saw the post before I did. She showed me her phone, her jaw tightly clenched, and her eyes sharp with absolute fury. "This is completely unhinged," she said. "Liam, this woman just publicly humiliated you to her entire social network just to cover for your brother's financial mess." She was right. But then, something incredibly unexpected happened. A few hours after the post went live, my phone rang. It was my father, Richard. I hadn't spoken to him in almost 3 years. He had seen the Facebook post, or rather, someone had sent him a screenshot of it, but he had also seen my LinkedIn update about my promotion, and he had seen my post about the house. I answered the phone. It was incredibly awkward at first. Lots of long pauses, throat clearing, and the kind of careful, measured conversation two people have when they know there is a literal, active minefield between them, but they are trying to walk through it anyway. I told him everything that was going on. The frantic phone call from Mom, Caleb's $80,000 debt, Sophie's psychotic guilt trip, the Facebook post, all of it. Richard was quiet for a very, very long time. Then, he sighed heavily into the phone and said something I absolutely, fundamentally did not expect. "Liam, I owe you a massive, unforgivable apology. Not for what your mother did that is entirely on her, but for not being there so you had at least one person in your corner growing up. I was a selfish coward, and you paid the heavy price for my cowardice. I can't magically fix the past, but I can tell you right now that you are doing the exact right thing. Do not let that woman bleed you dry just because they finally noticed you have a bank account." It wasn't a perfect, cinematic Hallmark movie moment. He didn't suddenly become Father of the Year, but it was raw, and it was honest. And after a lifetime of being aggressively gaslit by my mother, his honesty felt like pure, unfiltered oxygen. We talked for almost an hour and a half. He told me how Susan had left him a few years back, how he had hit rock bottom, and how he had been going to intensive therapy to try and understand his own toxic patterns. That conversation didn't magically fix everything between us, but it gave me massive perspective. My father, the man who walked away, had far more self-awareness and remorse than my mother, the woman who stayed. Life was genuinely getting incredibly good. I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. But then, my cousin Tyler called me on a Thursday evening with news that changed absolutely everything forever. "Hey man," Tyler said, his voice dropping to that specific, hushed, secretive tone people use when they are about to drop a nuclear bomb on your life. "Did you know your grandmother Margaret left a highly specific will?" My grandmother? My mom's mother? Margaret had passed away about 9 months earlier. I had gone to the funeral, sat quietly in the back row, and left before the reception because nobody was talking to me anyway. I figured whatever assets she had went straight to my mom and my Aunt Martha, which was totally fine by me. I had not been super close with Margaret. She was very much in the Diane is a saint camp, and I had absolutely zero financial expectations. "Yeah," I said, confused. "So, what?" "So," Tyler said, taking a deep, shaky breath, "apparently, she left way more money than anyone originally thought. And apparently, there is a major, legally binding provision in there that involves you specifically. Your mom has been acting real shady and paranoid about it, which is how I knew something was wrong. I overheard Aunt Martha arguing with her about it in the kitchen yesterday." I felt an icy, terrifying chill go straight down my spine. Not fear, exactly. More like the sickening feeling you get when you realize a complex, horrifying puzzle you didn't even know you were solving just revealed its final, damning piece. The next morning, I called Tyler back and got the full, detailed download. Margaret had been a retired school administrator who lived modestly but invested her money with the quiet, ruthless discipline of someone who truly understood compound interest. When she passed, her entire estate was worth just north of $800,000, a paid-off house, a massive brokerage account, some standard savings, and life insurance. Her will, legally updated 3 years before she died, laid things out very specifically. The house went to Aunt Martha, a portion of the savings went to my mom, but the massive brokerage account, which was worth roughly $225,000, was legally split into 3 equal, distinct shares designated exclusively for her grandchildren. Not her children. Her grandchildren. Caleb, me, and Sophie, exactly $75,000 each. Now, here is exactly where the story turns into a literal legal nightmare for my mother. The will had a strict, unbending condition. The financial disbursements to the grandchildren were to be handled entirely by the executor of the estate, which was my mom, Diane. She was legally mandated by the state to distribute the funds within 6 months of Margaret's death. It had been 9 months. Caleb and Sophie had already received their $75,000 shares months ago. I had not received a single dime. I had not even been notified by anyone that the money existed. Let that sink in for a second. My own mother, acting as the sworn legal executor of my grandmother's estate, had handed my brother and sister their massive inheritances and simply pretended mine did not exist. She pocketed my $75,000. And the timeline was almost too disgustingly perfect to be coincidental. Because this all happened right around the exact time Caleb's boutique was violently hemorrhaging cash, and my mom was aggressively, desperately trying to get me to bail him out. I think your mom used your exact share to pay off Caleb's most aggressive creditors, Tyler said quietly over the phone, or at least a huge chunk of it. I think that is exactly why she was so desperate to guilt trip you into sending money. Because if you just voluntarily helped the family, nobody would have ever looked too closely at the estate records, and she could easily cover her tracks. I sat at my kitchen table and felt something I can only describe as cold, blinding fire. It wasn't just anger. It wasn't just rage. It was every single paranoid suspicion I had ever had about my worthless place in this family crystallizing into a single, undeniable, legally actionable truth. They didn't just ignore me, they actively, maliciously, and illegally stole from me. They saw my silence as permission, and my absence as a financial opportunity. Update 2. I told Elena absolutely everything. She went completely pale, then her face flushed bright red, and she started furiously pacing the kitchen like a hungry, bloodthirsty prosecutor preparing her closing arguments. Liam, this is not just toxic family drama anymore. This is grand theft. This is a severe, actionable breach of fiduciary duty. You need a ruthless lawyer right now. She was right, and I knew exactly what to do. Elena's cousin worked at a massive, prestigious law firm in downtown Chicago. Within 48 hours, I was sitting in the plush, mahogany-paneled office of a woman named Jessica Caldwell, an elite estate and probate litigation attorney who possessed the terrifying, calm intensity of a great white shark smelling blood in the water. She had seen every conceivable version of family betrayal in the book and still found this entirely offensive. I laid out absolutely everything on her massive desk. The details of the will, the missing inheritance, the timeline of Caleb's business failing, the frantic phone calls, the guilt-tripping text messages, the insane Facebook post, everything. Jessica listened intently, without interrupting once. She took meticulous, rapid notes on a yellow legal pad. When I was finally done, she looked up over her designer glasses, folded her hands together, and said in a voice like ice, "Your mother has a strict fiduciary duty as the executor of this estate. If she dispersed funds to your siblings and deliberately withheld yours, that is a massive, illegal breach. If she used your designated share for any other purpose, specifically to pay off your brother's debts, that is a civil tort called conversion. It is theft. We have a lot of extremely aggressive legal options." I absolutely loved the sound of that word. Aggressive. For the first time in this entire miserable ordeal, I wasn't just reacting to their abuse, I was attacking. Jessica immediately drafted and filed a formal legal demand letter to my mother within 3 days. It was a beautiful, terrifying document, precise, cold, legally devastating, and completely impossible to misinterpret. It explicitly stated that I was fully aware of Margaret's will, aware of the $225,000 brokerage account disbursement, aware that my $75,000 share had been illegally withheld, and that I was formally requesting full payment within 14 days. If she failed to comply, I would pursue immediate legal action, including a petition to have her formally removed as executor and a devastating civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty and conversion. The certified letter was delivered on a Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, my phone was practically vibrating off the desk. Caleb called first. "Dude, what the actual hell are you doing? You're going to sue mom over grandma's money? Are you completely out of your mind right now?" I didn't answer. I let it go straight to voicemail. He left 4 increasingly panicked, shouting messages. Sophie texted me a literal novel. The highlights included, "You are destroying this family permanently. Grandma Margaret would be violently ashamed of you." And my absolute personal favorite, "This is exactly why nobody ever calls you. You are a greedy psychopath." As if the reason nobody called me was because I had the sheer audacity to want the $75,000 that was legally bequeathed to me. Then Mom called. I let it ring 3 times, took a deep breath, and picked up, because I desperately wanted to hear this. "Liam Richard, what is this disgusting letter?" Her voice was shaking violently, not with sadness, not with guilt, but with pure, unadulterated, blinding rage. She was furious that I had found out, furious that I had lawyered up, and furious that her quiet, invisible middle child had finally grown a titanium spine. "It is a demand letter, Mom, from my attorney. You know exactly what is in it. This is completely ridiculous. Your grandmother wanted that money to go to the family, and it went to the family." Caleb was drowning. He was going to lose everything. I used the money where it was needed most. And there it was. The full, unprompted, legally binding verbal confession, delivered as casually as if she were explaining why she borrowed my lawnmower without asking. She blatantly admitted to using my inheritance to bail out Caleb. She took the $75,000 that my grandmother specifically designated for me, and she handed it directly to her favorite child to cover his spectacular failures. And her twisted, narcissistic brain genuinely did not see the legal or moral problem with it. "Mom, that money was legally mine. The will explicitly said it was mine. You were legally bound by the state to give it to me. Don't you dare lecture me about legality. I am your mother, and you are my son." I replied, my voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Though I realize that title means completely different things depending on which son you are currently talking to. She went dead quiet. I could clearly hear her ragged breathing through the speaker. Then she hissed, "If you do this, Liam, if you actually drag your own mother into a courtroom, you will never, ever be welcome in this family again. You will be completely dead to us." I let her pathetic, hollow threat hang in the air for a long moment. I let it settle deep into my bones. And then I said the words I had been carrying around in my throat for 20 years, "Mom, when was I ever welcome?" I hung up the phone. I won't pretend that hanging up didn't hurt. It did. Even when you know the absolute truth, even when you have processed it in years of therapy, even when your amazing partner is standing right next to you holding your hand, hearing your own mother formally confirm that your place in the family is entirely conditional still lands like a physical punch to the gut. But I made a firm decision that night. I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to back down and settle this quietly or privately. Not just because of the $75,000, but because my grandmother put my specific name in that legal document for a reason. And I wasn't going to let my mother erase me anymore. Jessica and I met again to prepare the lawsuit. She had subpoenaed the bank records. It was an absolute bloodbath. The brokerage account showed exactly when the disbursements were made. Caleb's share was withdrawn 4 months after Margaret died. Sophie's was withdrawn 5 months after. Mine was withdrawn at 5½ months, right before the legal deadline, and deposited directly into my mother's personal checking account. From there, Jessica found undeniable, concrete records of 3 massive cashier's checks made out directly to Caleb's commercial landlord and his predatory lenders. My money, illegally laundered through my mother's personal account, sent directly to cover my brother's failed vintage watch shop. "Liam," Jessica said, tapping the bank statements with her expensive pen, "this isn't just a winnable case, this is a slaughter. If this goes before a judge, you will win everything. The only question is whether you want to politely offer them a settlement to save time, or if you want to make a public statement in court." I thought about the $20 gift card on my 16th birthday. I thought about Mom scrolling on her phone during my college graduation. I thought about the 2 years of dead silence. I thought about the vicious, humiliating Facebook post. "I want to make a statement," I said. The petition was officially filed in the probate court. We requested a full accounting of the estate, the immediate removal of Diana's executor, and full restitution of my $75,000 share, plus all of my legal fees. We also filed a separate civil claim for conversion. The court date was set for a gray, sleeting morning in late November. Jessica and I walked through the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. I was nervous, my heart hammering violently against my ribs, but my hands were completely steady. My mother was sitting at the respondent's table with a cheap, overwhelmed lawyer she had clearly hired at the absolute last minute. Caleb was sitting in the gallery behind her, looking pale and physically sick. Sophie wasn't there. Aunt Martha was there, radiating intense disapproval from the second row like a space heater of judgment. The judge was a terrifyingly sharp, no-nonsense woman named Honorable Evelyn Vance. She looked like she had absolute zero patience for messy family drama. Jessica presented our case methodically and flawlessly. She laid out the will, the brokerage statements, the exact dates of the withdrawals, the bank transfers, and the cashier's checks. Every single piece of evidence was presented like an unbeatable hand of cards. My mother's lawyer stuttered through a pathetic, desperate defense, arguing that Diane had acted in good faith, to save a family member from ruin, and fully intended to reimburse my share eventually once Caleb's business stabilized. Judge Vance literally stopped him in mid-sentence. She looked down at my mother over her glasses, her eyes narrowing. Mrs. Diane, did you distribute the decedent's funds to your daughter and your elder son while deliberately withholding the exact $75,000 share legally designated for your younger son, Liam? My mother hesitated, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the edge of the wooden table. Her lawyer whispered frantically in her ear. Finally, she choked out, I used the money where it was desperately needed. Caleb was in a major crisis. Judge Vance's expression turned to absolute stone. That was not the question I asked you, ma'am. The question was whether you withheld funds that were legally the property of your son, Liam. Yes or no? Yes, my mother whispered, her voice cracking. The gavel fell, both literally and figuratively. Judge Vance ruled entirely and completely in my favor. She ordered full, immediate restitution of my $75,000 plus my legal fees, which totaled just over $14,000. My mother was officially, permanently removed as the executor of the estate, and the court appointed a neutral third-party attorney to handle the remainder of the assets. Furthermore, Judge Vance stated on the public record that Diane's conduct constituted a severe, intentional breach of fiduciary duty and illegal conversion of assets. When the final ruling was read, my mother didn't even look at me. She stared straight ahead at the wood paneling, her face completely drained of blood, looking 10 years older. Caleb dropped his head into his hands and groaned audibly. Aunt Martha stormed out of the courtroom, muttering something furious under her breath. I walked out of that courthouse into the freezing, crisp Illinois air, and took the deepest, cleanest breath I had taken in 32 years. Jessica shook my hand firmly and said, "You did the exact right thing, Liam, never doubt that." The aftermath played out over the next few agonizing weeks. My mother was forced to completely liquidate her own personal savings and take out a massive loan against her house to pay the $89,000 judgment to me and my lawyer. I hear through the family grapevine, mostly from Tyler, that she is absolutely furious. She tells anyone who will listen that I am a greedy monster, that I maliciously destroyed the family, that I chose money over my own mother's well-being. And you know what? I genuinely let her tell that story. Because the people who actually matter to me know the absolute truth. And the people who blindly believe her toxic, fictional version of events are people whose opinions I stopped valuing a very long time ago. Caleb is still massively in debt. The $75,000 mom stole for him only delayed the inevitable. He is still living in his tiny childhood bedroom, and Tyler told me he recently got a grueling job at a warehouse, but quit after 3 weeks because the manager was disrespectful to him. Some things will truly, never change. I haven't spoken a single word to Mom, Caleb, or Sophie since the court date, and I never will again. They are permanently, irreversibly blocked on everything. My dad, Richard, came down to Chicago for Thanksgiving this year. It is not a perfect relationship, and there is still a massive amount of damage to unpack, but he is genuinely trying to be better. He sat at my dining room table with Elena, Elena's parents, her brother, and our rescue dog begging for turkey scraps. The house was loud, chaotic, warm, and full of people who actually wanted to be there. I stood in my pristine kitchen that night, looking out at the beautiful life I had built, and I thought about my mom's unhinged Facebook post, the one where she claimed money changes people. She was right about one thing. The money did change something. It changed my visibility. For 32 years, I was completely, utterly invisible to them. The absolute second I had an asset they wanted, I suddenly existed. But the joke is completely on them, because by the time they finally bothered to look in my direction, I had already built an entire beautiful life in the empty space where their love should have been. And I used the $75,000 I won back to pay off a huge chunk of my mortgage. My mother never did say she was proud of me, but standing in my beautiful home with the woman I love, knowing I stood up for myself and won, I realized I finally stopped needing her to be. My family laughed after my brother intentionally crushed my $4.9 million car. So I called in his $3.5 million debt and foreclosed on my parents' house. The sound of a leased Aston Martin Vantage slamming into the custom carbon fiber front end of a $4.9 million Koenigsegg Jesko is a sickening, unforgettable noise. It's a highly expensive crunch of shattering aerodynamic splitters, snapping aluminum brackets, and exploding LED housings. It happened at exactly 10:15 p.m. on a Sunday night. The air was thick and humid, the kind of sweltering South Florida evening where the heat just hangs over the concrete. I was standing in my parents' cracked driveway, completely frozen. I didn't scream. I didn't run toward the wreckage. I just stood there and watched the front of my 43rd birthday present to myself get completely crushed. But the most horrifying sound in that driveway wasn't the metal tearing. It was the sound coming from the front porch. Richard and Helen, my parents, were standing under the flickering yellow porch light with glasses of cheap wine in their hands, and they were laughing. They were actually laughing. My younger brother, Mason, stepped out of the driver's side of his Aston Martin. He was 35 years old, but he still wore the smug, entitled smirk of a teenager who knew his parents would bail him out of anything. The smell of cheap tequila wafted off him from 10 feet away, mixing with the sharp scent of leaking coolant from my destroyed front bumper. He stumbled slightly, kicked a piece of my shattered custom headlight out of his way, and leaned against the door of his car. "Stop renting fake cars to look special, Arthur," he sneered, his voice loud enough for the neighbors to hear. "In this house, you'll always just be a nobody grease monkey. Don't try to play in my league." I looked at him. I looked at the damage. The entire front clamshell of the Koenigsegg, an engineered masterpiece of aerodynamic perfection, was cracked straight down the middle. The exposed carbon fiber was splintered like cheap plastic. A normal person would have lost their mind. A normal person would have tackled him to the ground, screamed for the police, or thrown a complete fit right there on the grass. But I am an aerospace structural engineer. I don't panic when things break. I analyze the yield strength of the materials. I calculate the point of failure, and I determine how to dismantle the compromised structure safely. Right now, I was looking at the compromised structure of my entire family, and I realized it was time to tear it down completely. On the porch, my mother took a sip of her wine and waved her free hand dismissively in the air. "Oh, don't be so dramatic, Arthur," she called out, giggling slightly. "Just tell the rental company it had a mechanical failure. They have insurance for these things. Don't ruin your brother's weekend just because you wanted to show off." I didn't say a word to her. I didn't look at my father, who was shaking his head with a wide grin, clearly amused by Mason's little stunt. Instead, I slowly lifted my left arm. I tapped the screen of my Apple Watch. The Koenigsegg isn't just a fast car. It's a rolling supercomputer. The vehicle is equipped with a 360-degree 4K resolution security camera system integrated directly into the chassis. It has omnidirectional microphones that can pick up a whisper from 20 feet away. And the best part is every single frame of video and every single decibel of audio is instantly uploaded to a secure satellite cloud server the moment the collision sensors are triggered. I watched the tiny confirmation icon pop up on my wrist. The upload was complete. The footage was safe. The audio of their laughter, the sound of the crash, and Mason's alcohol-slurred confession of intentional damage were all preserved perfectly in the digital vault. I looked back at Mason. His chest was puffed out. He was waiting for me to react, waiting for me to play the role I had always played in this family, the punching bag, the invisible older brother who absorbed the damage so the golden child could shine. But things were different tonight. I wasn't the poor mechanic they thought I was, and this wasn't a rental car. I just smiled at him, a calm, cold smile that made the smirk falter on his face for just a fraction of a second. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the sleek, heavy key fob, and hit the lock button. The Koenigsegg surviving lights flashed once. My family thought they had just ruined my Sunday night with a harmless prank. They thought they had put me back in my place. They had absolutely no idea that they had just handed me the match to burn their entire lives to the ground. To understand why a man who owns a $4,900,000 hypercar lets his family treat him like dirt on a driveway, you have to look back 15 years. You have to understand the architecture of my family. In structural engineering, there is a concept called load bearing. In our house, I was the load bearing wall, and Mason was the decorative chandelier. I existed solely to hold up the roof so everyone could admire how brightly he shined. Growing up, the double standard wasn't just noticeable, it was suffocating. I remember being 23 years old, finishing up my final project for my advanced engineering degree. I needed a specific microcontroller board that cost $500. I went to my father, Richard, and asked if I could borrow the money, promising to pay it back with my wages from the campus auto shop. He looked at me over his newspaper, sighed heavily, and wrote the check. But the next morning, I found that check torn into tiny pieces at the bottom of the kitchen trash can. When I asked him about it, he said he and Mom had discussed it and decided I needed to learn the value of hard work. The very next week, they co-signed a brand new $35,000 loan. So Mason, who was 17 and had just failed math, could have a shiny new sports car to drive to high school. That was the dynamic. I was the workhorse. He was the show pony. They called me the grease monkey, the mechanic, the guy who liked to get his hands dirty. They never bothered to understand that I wasn't just fixing cars, I was designing propulsion systems. The real turning point happened when I was 28. I had spent 3 years working in a damp, freezing garage, developing a new type of heat-resistant alloy coating for aerospace engines. It was highly technical, incredibly boring to anyone outside the industry, and absolutely revolutionary. I patented it. 6 months later, a major defense contractor bought the patent from me for a staggering $25 million. I was rich. Instantly, unbelievably rich. I remember the day the funds cleared into my account. I was sitting in my old apartment staring at the screen, tears in my eyes. I picked up my phone and called my parents. I wanted to share the victory. I wanted to hear my mother say she was proud of me. Helen answered on the second ring. "Mom, you won't believe this," I started, my voice shaking with excitement. I just sold my project. I'm set for life. I want to take you and Dad out, pay off your. She cut me off before I could finish the sentence. Oh, Arthur, that's nice, honey, she said, her tone completely flat. But listen, I can't talk right now. Mason just closed his first big lease on a luxury apartment downtown, and we're taking him out for steak to celebrate. He's doing so well in real estate. You really should ask him for some career advice sometime instead of always playing with your tools. Anyway, got to go, click. She hung up. I sat there in the silence of my apartment, holding a phone that had just connected me to the reality of my existence. It didn't matter if I made $25 or $25 million. To them, I would never be enough. If I told them about the money, they wouldn't respect me. They would just see me as an ATM for Mason's endless lifestyle upgrades. So, I made a choice. I decided to give them exactly the son they wanted to see. I set up a complex web of blind trusts and shell companies with the help of a brilliant wealth management attorney named Vance. I invested the $25 million. It grew to $60 million, then $120 million, then more. I bought a massive, ultra-secure $14 million estate on the shores of Biscayne Bay, completely hidden from public records. But whenever I went to family gatherings, I drove my beat-up, rust-bucket Chevy Silverado. I wore faded flannel shirts and boots with scuff marks. I let them complain about my lack of ambition. I sat quietly at the dinner table while Mason bragged about his real estate commissions and his expensive watches. I played the part of the struggling blue-collar worker perfectly. I let them live in their delusion of superiority because it was easier than fighting a battle I could never win. I was comfortable in the shadows. I liked my quiet life. But the problem with living in the dark for 15 years is that eventually, you want to see what happens when you turn on the lights. And tonight, for my 43rd birthday, I decided to turn on the brightest light I owned. Update 1. The disaster in the driveway didn't just happen out of nowhere. It was the boiling point of a pot that had been simmering for 3 agonizing hours. Let me take you back to 7 p.m. that evening. It was my birthday. For the first time in over a decade, I decided I was tired of playing the struggling mechanic. I didn't want to wear the faded flannel. I put on a custom-tailored Brioni suit, a subtle but incredibly expensive Audemars Piguet watch, and I walked down to my subterranean garage. I bypassed the old Chevy Silverado and walked straight over to the Koenigsegg. It was a masterpiece in matte silver and exposed carbon fiber. I bought it as a reminder to myself that I had built my own empire from the ground up. I drove the 40 minutes from Biscayne Bay to my parents' modest suburban neighborhood. When I pulled that roaring, low-slung hypercar into their cracked concrete driveway, the entire street seemed to vibrate. I parked, turned off the engine, and stepped out. Richard, Helen, and Mason were already on the front porch. The look on their faces was something I will treasure forever. It was a mixture of absolute shock, deep confusion, and a sudden, sharp flash of pure, unadulterated jealousy. For about 10 seconds, nobody said a word. They just stared at the car, then at my suit, then back at the car. But the human brain is a funny thing. When it encounters information that completely shatters its worldview, it immediately tries to distort that information to make it fit the old narrative. Mason recovered first. He let out a loud, obnoxious bark of laughter. "Wow, Arthur," he shouted, walking down the steps with a beer in his hand. "What rental company let you walk off the lot with this? You must have maxed out every credit card you own just to get it for the weekend." My father nodded immediately, looking relieved that there was a logical explanation. "Honestly, son," Richard grunted, crossing his arms, "it's a bit irresponsible, don't you think? Spending your hard-earned shop money on a prop for one night. You need to start thinking about retirement, not pretending to be a billionaire." I didn't correct them. I just offered a tight smile and walked into the house. The atmosphere inside was instantly toxic. The Koenigsegg sitting in the driveway was like a massive silver elephant in the room that was crushing Mason's fragile ego. He couldn't stop looking out the front window at it. Dinner was a masterclass in passive aggression. My mother served dry roast beef and immediately centered the conversation on Mason. "Oh, Mason just got a new listing in the financial district," she beamed, passing the potatoes. "It's a $2.5 million property. He's dealing with very high-end clients now." Mason leaned back in his chair, swirling his wine glass. "Yeah, it's a tough market, but when you operate at my level, people expect a certain standard." He looked at me, a condescending smirk on his face. "That's why I leased the Aston Martin. It shows success. You can't pull up to a multi-million-dollar deal in a rusty pickup truck. Although, I guess if you're just changing oil all day, the truck is fine. How much did that suit cost you anyway? Did you get it at a thrift store discount?" I took a slow bite of my food. "It's tailored, Mason," I said calmly. He scoffed. "Right. Listen, man. If you're struggling, just say so. You don't have to put on this fake show for us. We know who you are. We accept you even if you're not exactly a high roller." The sheer audacity of his words was staggering. He was sitting there drowning in debt, lecturing a man who could buy his entire brokerage firm with pocket change. My father chimed in, pointing his fork at me. Your brother is right, Arthur. Stop trying to compete with him. You have different paths in life. Accept your lane. The rest of the dinner was agonizing. Mason drank steadily, his voice getting louder, his insults getting more pointed. He was deeply insecure, and the presence of that car outside was eating him alive. He needed to prove to himself and to our parents that he was the superior son. He needed to drag me back down into the mud so he could stand on my shoulders. By the time I stood up to leave at 10 p.m., the air was thick with resentment. Mason followed me out the door, swaying slightly, his eyes locked on the Koenigsegg. He was a pressure cooker of envy, and the valve was about to blow. The porch light flickered slightly as we walked out of the house. The humidity felt heavier now, suffocating. I just wanted to get into my car, drive back to my sanctuary, and forget this family existed for another 6 months. I unlocked the Koenigsegg, the headlights flashing to life, illuminating the cracked pavement of the driveway. Mason walked past me, dragging his hand along the side of his Aston Martin. It was a nice car, sure, but sitting next to the Jesko, it looked like a child's toy, and Mason knew it. Hey, grease monkey, he called out, his words slurring together. Let's see what that rental can actually do. Fire it up. Let's race down the avenue. I want to see if you even know how to handle a real engine. I stopped with my hand on the carbon fiber door handle. I looked over the roof of the car at him. Mason, you're drunk. Go inside. You can barely stand, let alone drive. His face flushed dark red. The smirk vanished, replaced by a flash of ugly, unhinged anger. His ego had been bruised all night, and being told what to do by his failure of an older brother was the absolute limit. Don't tell me what to do, you loser. He shouted, pointing a finger at me. You think because you rented a fancy car for the night, you can talk down to me? I own my life. You're faking yours. Richard and Helen stepped out onto the porch, drawn by the yelling. Mason, calm down, my father said, though his voice lacked any real authority. Arthur, just leave. You're upsetting your brother. I shook my head, disgusted. I opened the door of the Koenigsegg and slid into the driver's seat. I didn't start the engine yet. I just wanted to close the door and lock them out. But before I could pull the door shut, I heard the aggressive roar of the Aston Martin's engine firing up. I looked up through the windshield. Mason had thrown himself into the driver's seat of his car. He slammed the door. He glared at me through the glass, his eyes wild and furious. He threw the transmission into reverse. He didn't just back up. He stomped the accelerator to the floor. The rear tires of the Aston Martin squealed against the concrete, spinning for a fraction of a second before catching traction. The car launched backward. He wasn't trying to leave. He had angled the steering wheel perfectly. He was aiming straight for the front quarter of my car. I had exactly 2 seconds to process what was happening. I braced my hands against the steering wheel. The impact was violently loud. The rear bumper of his Aston Martin smashed directly into the Koenigsegg's custom carbon fiber front end and the driver's side headlight assembly. The sound of tearing metal and snapping composites echoed down the quiet suburban street. My car shook hard, the suspension absorbing the blow, but the damage was done. Mason slammed on the brakes, throwing his car into park. He sat there for a moment, breathing heavily, before opening his door and stepping out. He surveyed the wreckage, and then, slowly, that arrogant, sickening smirk returned to his face. That brings us back to the moment on the driveway. The moment the metal stopped crunching and the laughter started. My parents giggled, told me not to be dramatic, and told me to lie to the rental company. I sat inside the Koenigsegg for a moment longer. I looked at the infotainment screen. The system had automatically saved the collision event. I tapped the screen, pulling up the playback from the front-facing camera. The video was crystal clear in 4K resolution. It showed Mason getting into his car. It showed him looking directly at my camera, his face twisted in anger. It showed the deliberate turn of the steering wheel. It showed the intentional acceleration. And the audio. The ambient microphones had picked up everything. His slurred insult, the screech of the tires, and worst of all, the laughter of my parents immediately after the impact. I stepped out of the car. I didn't yell. I didn't throw a punch. I just looked at the three of them standing there, so incredibly confident in their own immunity. They thought they had just scratched a rental car and put me in my place. They thought the worst that would happen was me losing a security deposit. I checked my watch to confirm the cloud upload. The files were locked. The evidence was irrefutable. I looked at Mason, smiled coldly, and locked the doors. Engineers don't cry over broken machines. We find the root cause of the failure, and we eliminate it permanently. The drive back to Biscayne Bay was the quietest 40 minutes of my life. I drove the speed limit. I didn't turn on the radio. I just listened to the subtle whistling sound of the wind rushing over the jagged, broken carbon fiber on the front of my car. It was the sound of a fractured family finally breaking apart completely. I pulled up to my estate. The massive wrought iron gates swung open silently, recognizing the transponder in the Koenigsegg. I drove down the long tree-lined driveway and parked in the subterranean garage, surrounded by my pristine collection of vintage and modern supercars. The Koenigsegg looked like a wounded soldier among them. I walked upstairs to my main study, a massive room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the dark waters of the bay. I poured myself a single glass of neat bourbon, sat down at my desk, and opened my encrypted laptop. It was 11:30 p.m. on a Sunday night, but I knew my wealth management attorney, Vance, would answer. I paid him a 7-figure retainer precisely so he would answer. The phone rang twice. "Good evening, Arthur." Vance's calm, professional voice came through the speaker. "To what do I owe the pleasure at this hour?" "Vance," I said, my voice steady and cold. "It's time to pull the plug. All of it." There was a brief pause on the line. I could hear the faint clicking of a keyboard as Vance pulled up my master file. "Are you absolutely certain?" he asked. "Once we initiate the withdrawal protocols, the financial shockwave will be immediate and catastrophic for the beneficiaries. I am certain. Let me explain the gravity of what I was about to do. This is the secret I had kept from them for 15 years. The ultimate irony of my family's arrogance. My brother Mason was a real estate broker, yes, but he was a terrible one. He lived drastically beyond his means, leasing expensive cars, renting high-end condos, and taking out massive loans to fund a lifestyle he couldn't afford. 5 years ago, he defaulted on 3 major commercial loans. He was days away from total bankruptcy and potential fraud charges. To save him, I had Vance set up a blind venture capital firm. That anonymous firm bought Mason's bad debt. For the last 5 years, my money had been quietly acting as the guarantor for his entire life. $3.5 million in toxic debt, held at bay only because I allowed it, and my parents, Richard and Helen, thought they were living comfortably on their meager pensions. They weren't. 10 years ago, my father made a disastrous investment that wiped out their retirement savings. Without telling them, I bought the mortgage to their house through a proxy corporation. Furthermore, my anonymous trust paid $195,000 a year to cover their property taxes, their premium health insurance, and their sudden, unexplained credit card bailouts. I was the invisible safety net keeping the entire family from hitting the concrete. I paid for the ground they walked on, and they used that ground to look down on me. Not anymore. Initiate the debt call on Mason's portfolio. I instructed Vance. I want the $3.5 million called in. Standard 14-day notice. Also, contact the Aston Martin dealership. He just committed intentional vehicular vandalism in their leased asset. They'll want to know. Understood, Vance replied, his tone all business. And the elder trust. Cancel the health insurance premiums, stop the autopay on the property taxes, and draft an eviction notice for the house. They are officially in default on their mortgage. It was done with a few clicks on a keyboard. The illusion of their superiority was erased. The money tap was shut off. They had spent 15 years treating me like a stray dog, completely unaware that they were living inside the house I built, eating the food I bought, driving the cars I guaranteed. I took a sip of the bourbon. The burning sensation in my chest felt like the beginning of a cleansing fire. I closed the laptop. My parents had told me to accept my place in life. Mason had told me I would always be a loser. Tomorrow morning, they were going to wake up and realize exactly what my place was, and they were going to realize that the loser was the only thing keeping them from drowning. Update 2. Monday morning arrived with the bright, unforgiving clarity of a Florida sunrise. I was up at 6 a.m., sitting in my study with a fresh cup of black coffee. The emotional detachment I felt was surprising. There was no sadness, no lingering guilt. I was an engineer executing a demolition order. At exactly 8 a.m., I made my first move outside of Vance's financial maneuvers. I opened my laptop and initiated a video call with my private claims adjuster at the luxury auto insurance conglomerate that handled my fleet. His name was Julian, a man who dealt exclusively with multi-million-dollar assets. "Arthur, good morning," Julian said, looking sharp in his office. "I received your preliminary claim filing last night, a collision involving the Jesco. I sincerely hope you are uninjured." "I am perfectly fine, Julian. The car, however, is not. I've sent you the telemetry data, the collision report, and the dashcam footage from the vehicle's onboard system." I watched Julian on the screen as he opened the files. His professional, neutral expression slowly shifted into one of wide-eyed disbelief as he watched the 4K video. He saw Mason's face. He saw the deliberate turn of the wheel. He heard the acceleration. He heard the impact and the laughter. "Good God," Julian muttered, leaning closer to his monitor. "Arthur, this isn't a traffic accident. This is intentional, malicious destruction of property." "I know. What's the protocol?" Julian sat back, his face hardening into corporate ruthlessness. "The protocol is swift and severe. Because the footage clearly demonstrates premeditated intent to damage, the other driver's liability insurance is completely voided. Insurance covers accidents, not criminal acts." "So, what does that mean for him?" I asked, taking a sip of my coffee. "It means our legal department will step in directly," Julian explained. "We will cover your repairs immediately, of course, but we will subrogate the claim. We are going to sue him personally for the full amount of the damages, plus legal fees. We will place liens on his bank accounts, garnish his wages, and seize his assets if necessary to recoup the loss. Given the extent of the damage to a custom carbon fiber Koenigsegg front end, Julian paused, typing rapidly on his calculator. With parts, labor from certified Swedish technicians, and diminished value. You're looking at an initial estimate of at least $900,000. Send the invoice to his address, I said calmly. And Julian, do not offer a settlement. Not a chance, Arthur. We'll serve him the paperwork by noon today. I ended the call. $900,000. That was just the repair bill. It didn't even factor in the $3.5 million debt call Vance was unleashing or the mortgage default on my parents' house. By 9 a.m. on Monday morning, Mason was likely just waking up in his expensive rented apartment, dealing with a hangover, completely oblivious to the fact that his entire existence was currently being dismantled by corporate lawyers and insurance sharks. He thought he was untouchable because our parents had spent his whole life protecting him from the consequences of his actions. But Richard and Helen couldn't protect him from this. They couldn't even protect themselves. The first tremor of the earthquake hit Mason at exactly 10 a.m. I was watching the readouts on my encrypted financial dashboard. Mason woke up to an email with a high-priority red flag from the luxury auto group where he leased his Aston Martin. The subject line read, "Immediate contract termination and asset repossession." Because I had filed the criminal vandalism report directly through the insurance conglomerate, the rental agency was legally obligated to sever their contract. He had violated the morality and criminal activity clauses of his lease. They were demanding the immediate return of the Aston Martin, along with a penalty fee of $30,000 for breach of contract, payable within 48 hours. If he didn't surrender the vehicle by noon, they were reporting it stolen. But that was just a minor paper cut compared to the guillotine blade that dropped 10 minutes later. At 10:15 a.m., Mason received a phone call from the primary lending officer at his commercial bank. For 5 years, my anonymous venture capital firm had acted as the sole guarantor for Mason's failing real estate investments. The bank officer informed Mason that his guarantor had officially and abruptly withdrawn all support. Due to his lack of personal liquidity and terrible credit history, the bank was exercising the acceleration clause in his loan agreements. They demanded payment in full, $3.5 million. He had 14 days to produce the cash, or they would begin seizing his business accounts, his personal assets, and liquidating his brokerage firm. In a blind panic, he did what the golden child always does when he makes a mess. He called Daddy to clean it up. He dialed Richard, begging for a loan, an advance on his inheritance, anything to stop the bleeding. But Richard was having his own nightmare. Right as Mason was calling, Richard was standing at the checkout line at the local grocery store. He swiped his premium credit card to pay for his groceries. Declined. He swiped it again, feeling the eyes of the cashier on him. Declined. Confused and embarrassed, he stepped aside and called the credit card company, only to be told that the anonymous benefactor account that had been automatically paying off his massive balances for the last decade had been closed permanently. He drove home in a panic, only to find the mail carrier dropping off a certified letter from the county tax assessor. Because my trust had canceled the automatic property tax payments, a delinquency notice had been generated overnight. It informed Richard that he was severely behind on his taxes, and that a lien was being prepared against the house. Furthermore, a second letter from his mortgage lender arrived, stating his primary mortgage was in default. The safety net was completely gone, they were falling in free air, and the ground was rushing up to meet them at terminal velocity. My phone started ringing at 11 a.m. It was Mason. I watched his name flash on the screen. I didn't answer. It stopped, then immediately started again. The notifications piled up. 1 missed call, 5 missed calls, 20 missed calls. He was leaving voicemails, sobbing, demanding to know what was happening, asking if I could help him, begging me to loan him money because his entire life was falling apart. By noon, I had exactly 52 missed calls from my brother. He had no idea I was the one pulling the strings. He just thought his luck had simultaneously run out in every single aspect of his life. I picked up my phone. I didn't call him back. I opened a new text message. I typed in my home address, a location hidden deep in the exclusive gated community of Biscayne Bay, a place neither he nor my parents had ever been allowed to visit. I attached a simple 4-word message: "Come here, bring parents." I hit send. I turned off my phone, stood up from my desk, and walked down to the garage. The trap had snapped shut. It was time to show the rats exactly who built the maze. They arrived together just before 2 p.m. Since Mason's Aston Martin was legally required to stay parked until the repo team arrived, and my parents had zero cash for a taxi, they were forced to drive Richard's rusty 15-year-old sedan. The irony was not lost on me. For years, they had mocked me for driving an old truck, and now, facing total financial annihilation, they were crawling to me in a vehicle that sounded like it was going to rattle apart on the highway. I watched their approach on my security monitors. When they pulled up to the first massive iron gate, they looked completely lost. Mason pressed the intercom button, his hand shaking visibly on the camera feed. I buzzed them through. They drove slowly down the long winding path lined with imported palm trees and manicured landscaping. When they finally rounded the last corner and my house came into view, the rusty sedan rolled to a complete stop on the driveway. The house is a $14 million architectural masterpiece of steel, glass, and dark stone cantilevered over the water. It is a fortress of modern wealth, completely contradictory to the narrative they had assigned to me for my entire adult life. They stepped out of their old car, looking small and incredibly out of place. Richard was staring up at the 3-story glass facade, his mouth hanging open. Helen was gripping her purse so tightly her knuckles were white. Mason looked like he was going to vomit. The toxic shock of a man whose reality had just shattered was written all over his face. I remotely opened the massive aircraft hangar-style doors to my main display garage. The warm LED gallery lights flicked on, illuminating the space. They slowly walked toward the open garage, their footsteps echoing on the polished epoxy floor. Inside, parked in perfect alignment, were 5 vehicles: a vintage Ferrari, a custom Range Rover, a McLaren, and sitting right in the center, bathed in surgical lighting, was the Koenigsegg Jesko. A team of 3 certified mechanics in pristine uniforms were already meticulously dismantling the shattered carbon fiber front end, assessing the $900,000 in damage. Helen stopped walking. She looked at the mechanics, then at the cars, and then she saw me walking out from the interior door. I wasn't wearing my faded flannel or work boots. I was wearing a sharp, custom-tailored suit, a freshly pressed shirt, and a look of absolute icy authority. I held a thick manila folder in my right hand. My mother's eyes darted nervously between my suit and the mechanics. "Arthur," she stammered, her voice trembling, pitching up an octave in disbelief. "What? Whose house is this? Do you work security here? Did your boss let you park the rental car here?" I stopped about 10 feet away from them. I looked at the 3 people who had spent my entire life making me feel like I was nothing. I let the silence stretch for 5 long seconds, letting the weight of the environment crush their assumptions. "No, Mom," I said, my voice steady, projecting clearly across the massive garage. "I don't work security here. I own this house. I own those cars. I own the land you are standing on." Richard took a step backward, leaning against the side of his rusty sedan as if the gravity in the room had suddenly shifted. "What are you talking about?" he croaked. "You're a mechanic. You run a little shop." "I was an aerospace structural engineer, Richard." I corrected him coldly. "I sold a proprietary patent 15 years ago for $25 million. I turned that into a fortune. I've been a multimillionaire since I was 28 years old." Mason looked like he had been struck by lightning. His skin was pale, a sickly shade of gray. His eyes darted around the garage, taking in the sheer, undeniable wealth surrounding him. "But you drove that old truck. You wore cheap clothes. You never said anything. Why?" I looked him dead in the eye. "Because if I told you I had money, you would have never respected me for earning it. You just would have demanded I spend it all on you. I wanted to see who you really were when you thought I had nothing. And last night, you showed me exactly who you are." Mason swallowed hard, a look of desperate realization washing over him. "Arthur, please," he begged, his voice cracking. "My life is over. The bank is calling in a $3.5 million loan. The car dealership is suing me. You have to help me. If you have this much money, you have to bail me out." I smiled, a tight, humorless smile. I tapped the thick manila folder against my leg. "Oh, Mason, I'm not going to bail you out. I am the one who pulled the plug. Welcome to my house. Let's go inside. We have a video to watch." I led them out of the garage and into the main living quarters. They followed me in complete silence, their eyes wide as they took in the imported marble floors, the massive art installations, and the panoramic views of Biscayne Bay. They looked like prisoners walking to the execution chamber. I brought them into my private office, a large room dominated by a massive solid oak desk and a wall-sized digital projection screen. I gestured for them to stand in the center of the room. I didn't offer them a seat. I walked behind my desk and picked up a small remote control. "You came here begging for help because you think the universe is suddenly punishing you," I said, looking at the 3 of them. "You think you're victims of bad luck. You're not. You're victims of your own arrogance." I pressed a button on the remote. The lights in the office dimmed automatically, and the massive projector fired up. I didn't just show them the video. I made them experience it. I had routed the audio through the high-fidelity surround sound system built into the walls. The screen flickered to life in crystal-clear 4K resolution. It was the dashcam footage from the Koenigsegg. It showed Mason stumbling into his Aston Martin. Mason flinched, looking away from the screen, but the audio was impossible to ignore. "Stop renting fake cars to look special, Arthur." Mason's drunken voice blasted through the room, echoing off the walls. "In this house, you'll always just be a nobody grease monkey. Don't try to play in my league." Then came the roar of the Aston Martin's engine, the screech of the tires, And then the deafening, bone-rattling crunch of metal and carbon fiber exploding on impact. The sound vibrated through the floorboards of my office. My mother clamped her hands over her ears, tears welling in her eyes. But I wasn't done. I paused the video right after the crash. I enhanced the audio feed and hit play again. "Oh, don't be so dramatic, Arthur. Just tell the rental company it had a mechanical failure. They have insurance for these things. Don't ruin your brother's weekend just because you wanted to show off." Followed by the clear, distinct sound of Richard and Helen laughing. I turned off the screen and brought the lights back up. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating, and absolute. "You thought it was a joke," I said, my voice cutting through the quiet like a scalpel. "You thought you could destroy something that didn't belong to you, laugh in my face, and walk away without a scratch because that's what you've done my entire life." The heavy oak doors of the office opened behind them. Vance, my wealth management attorney, walked in. He was wearing a sharp gray suit, carrying a leather briefcase. He walked over to my desk and set 3 massive stacks of legal documents down in front of me. "Arthur, the filings are prepared," Vance said professionally, completely ignoring my family. "Thank you, Vance." I picked up the first stack of papers and looked at my brother. "The repair bill for the Koenigsegg is $900,000. The insurance company is suing you personally for the full amount, but that's the least of your problems." I pushed the second stack of papers forward. "Those 3 commercial loans you defaulted on 5 years ago. The $3.5 million in toxic debt. The anonymous venture capital firm that bought that debt and kept you out of federal prison was my firm. I own your debt, Mason. I was your guarantor. And as of 10:15 this morning, I have officially withdrawn all support and initiated aggressive collection protocols." Mason's knees buckled. He actually collapsed onto the expensive Persian rug, gasping for air as if he had been punched in the throat. He grabbed his chest, his mouth opening and closing without any sound coming out. I turned my attention to my parents. Richard was sweating profusely, his face a concerning shade of crimson. I picked up the third stack of documents. 10 years ago, you lost your retirement fund, Richard," I said, my tone completely devoid of empathy. "The bank was going to foreclose on your house. An anonymous trust stepped in, bought the mortgage, and started paying your property taxes and your health insurance, $195,000 a year. That trust belongs to me. I bought your house. I paid your bills. I kept you alive while you sat at the dinner table and called me a grease monkey." I tossed the papers onto the desk. The sound echoed loudly in the quiet room. "As of today, the trust is dissolved, the auto payments are cancelled, you are in default on the mortgage, and the county is placing a tax lien on the property. I am foreclosing on the house. You have 30 days to pack up your things and vacate the premises." I looked at all 3 of them, the absolute architects of my childhood misery, now entirely broken by the truth. I leaned over the desk, looking down at my brother sobbing on the floor. "I own everything, Mason. I own your past, I own your present. And I just cancelled your future." The physical reaction to complete and total devastation is not something you see in the movies. It isn't poetic. It's ugly, visceral, and pathetic. Mason remained on the floor. He rolled onto his side and began to dry heave, his body violently rejecting the reality of his situation. The alcohol from the night before, mixed with the sheer terror of facing over $4.4 million in immediate debt and a massive lawsuit, broke his nervous system. He lay there on my expensive rug, shivering, weeping openly. Richard was holding on to the back of a leather chair for dear life. His chest was heaving. He stared at the foreclosure documents on my desk, his lips moving as he silently read the eviction notice over and over again. Helen, however, went straight to the only weapon she had ever known how to use: emotional manipulation. She rushed forward, ignoring Mason on the floor, and slammed her hands down on my desk. Tears streamed down her face, ruining her makeup. "Arthur, you can't do this," she screamed, her voice shrill and desperate. "We are your family. We are your blood. Mason is your brother. He made a mistake. He was drunk. You have all this money. Why are you doing this to us? You can't put your own parents on the street." I didn't flinch. I stared right into her eyes, feeling absolutely nothing. "You didn't act like my blood last night, Mom," I said, my voice dangerously quiet. "When Mason used his car as a weapon to destroy my property, you didn't stop him. You laughed. You told me not to ruin his weekend. You protected him just like you've protected him from every single consequence his entire life." She shook her head wildly. "We didn't know. We thought it was a rental. We thought you were just putting on a show. It shouldn't matter if it was a rental, a spaceship, or a rusty bicycle," I fired back, my voice finally rising just a fraction, echoing with 15 years of repressed anger. "You watched him commit a crime, and you laughed at me. You've spent my whole life making sure I knew I was beneath him. I was the dirt you walked on so he could keep his shoes clean." I pointed down at Mason, who was curled in a fetal position. "Look at your golden boy now. He's 35 years old, bankrupt, facing criminal charges, and crying on the floor because he finally has to pay the bill for his own arrogance. I didn't destroy you. I didn't destroy him. All I did was hold up a mirror and remove the safety net. You dug this massive black hole yourselves, I'm just pushing you into it. Richard finally found his voice. It was weak, raspy, and completely defeated. Arthur, please, son. We have nowhere to go. The pensions won't cover a new apartment. We'll be homeless. Please, we're sorry. I looked at my father. The man who had torn up my check for school supplies. The man who told me to stay in my lane. You should have thought about your retirement before you stood on my porch and told me to accept my place as a nobody. I replied coldly. I am accepting my place, Richard. My place is right here in my $14 million house, watching you leave. I pressed a button under my desk. Two of my private security contractors, massive men in tailored black suits, entered the office immediately. Escort them out, I instructed the guards. Don't let them touch anything. And make sure they drive that piece of junk off my property immediately. If they resist, call the local sheriff and have them arrested for trespassing. Helen let out a wailing cry, reaching across the desk for me, but one of the guards stepped in firmly, grabbing her by the arm and guiding her away. The other guard hauled Mason off the floor by his collar, dragging him to his feet. Mason couldn't even look at me, his head hung low, his entire body limp. Richard didn't fight. He let go of the chair, his hands shaking violently. He looked at me one last time, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and an incredibly late, entirely useless sense of regret. He slowly bowed his head, accepting his absolute defeat, and turned around, walking slowly out the door behind his ruined wife and his destroyed golden child. I stood in the silence of my office, listening to the heavy oak doors click shut. The castle of sand had finally collapsed, and the tide had washed it all away. Time has a funny way of solidifying the truth. When the dust settles from a massive explosion, you finally get to see what the new landscape looks like. 3 months have passed since the day I kicked my family out of my estate. 90 days of absolute, uninterrupted silence from my end, and a chaotic, desperate downward spiral on theirs. Vance kept me updated on the legal and financial fallout, providing me with clinical, objective reports of their destruction. Mason's world evaporated exactly as the math dictated it would. The Aston Martin dealership didn't just repossess his car. They filed a civil suit for breach of contract, which he lost by default because he couldn't afford a lawyer to defend him. My insurance conglomerate was relentless. The $900,000 lawsuit for the Koenigsegg damage hit his desk. On the same week, my venture capital firm finalized the call on his $3.5 million debt. Facing over $4.4 million in immediate liabilities and potential criminal mischief charges, Mason had no choice but to declare Chapter 7 bankruptcy. His real estate broker's license was suspended pending an investigation into his financial conduct. His luxury apartment evicted him. The last report I received from Vance stated that the golden child, the man who leased sports cars to look special, was now living in a cheap motel and working part-time as a cashier at a second-hand thrift store in the valley, ringing up used clothes just to afford his weekly groceries. My parents didn't fare any better. I didn't bend on the foreclosure. 30 days after our meeting, the sheriff arrived at their house and supervised the eviction. The property was seized to cover the tax liens and the defaulted mortgage. With their meager pensions and terrible credit scores, they couldn't secure a lease for a standard apartment. They ended up moving into a tiny, run-down one-bedroom rental on the outskirts of the city. To make ends meet and pay for their basic utilities, Richard, a man who had been retired for a decade, had to take a job bagging groceries at a local supermarket. Helen took up work answering phones for a local taxi dispatch. The invisible safety net was gone, and gravity had finally taken its toll. As for me, the 3 months brought nothing but peace. The Koenigsegg spent 8 weeks at a specialized facility. They flew in replacement carbon fiber components directly from the factory in Sweden. They recalibrated the sensors, replaced the custom LED housings, and polished the paint until it looked like liquid glass. When the transport truck finally delivered it back to my garage, there wasn't a single scratch on it. The structural integrity had been perfectly restored. It was a Tuesday afternoon when my phone buzzed on my desk. I looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number, but my security software instantly traced the origin. It was Mason, calling from a prepaid burner phone. I debated ignoring it, but curiosity won out. I tapped the screen and put it on speakerphone, leaning back in my leather chair. "Hello," I said smoothly. "Arthur." Mason's voice came through the speaker. He sounded hollow, exhausted, stripped of all the arrogance that used to define him. "Please don't hang up. Just give me 30 seconds. "You have 20, I replied. He took a ragged breath. "I hit rock bottom, man. I lost everything. I'm working retail. I have $50 to my name. Mom and Dad are struggling to pay for electricity. I know I deserve this. I know I was a monster to you. But, I'm begging you. As your brother, I just need a small loan. $5,000. 9. Just to get a decent apartment so I can try to find a real job. I'll sign whatever contract you want. I'll pay you back with interest. Please, I'm drowning." I listened to him beg. 15 years ago, I would have felt guilty. I would have written the check, but I wasn't the mechanic anymore. I was the engineer. A structural failure cannot be fixed by just putting a fresh coat of paint over the crack. Mason, I said quietly, you have to tear the rotten pieces out and build a new foundation from scratch. I am not giving you a single dollar. You have to learn how to survive in the real world, just like you told me to do. Arthur, please don't do this. I hung up. I pulled up his burner number on my security software, permanently blocked it, and flagged it across my entire network. The conversation was over. The truest form of power is not the ability to destroy someone, it is the ability to walk away from their destruction without feeling a single ounce of regret. I walked down to the garage later that evening. The Florida sun was setting, casting long, golden shadows across the polished epoxy floor. The Koenigsegg sat in the center of the room, pristine, aggressive, and whole again. I ran my hand along the smooth carbon fiber hood where the shattered cracks used to be. The repair was flawless. In engineering, we talk about resilience. It is the ability of a material to absorb energy when it is deformed elastically, and then, upon unloading, to have this energy recovered. My family had applied massive amounts of pressure on me for my entire life. They tried to deform my character, my ambition, and my sense of self-worth. They wanted me to bend to their narrative so they could feel taller. But I didn't break. I absorbed the pressure. I used it to build an empire in the shadows. And when the time was right, I unloaded all that accumulated energy right back onto them. Cutting ties with a toxic family is a terrifying concept for a lot of people. Society tells us that blood is thicker than water, that family is everything, that you must forgive and forget no matter how badly you are abused. But that is a lie designed to keep victims trapped in the cycle. Blood means absolutely nothing if the people sharing it use it as an excuse to bleed you dry. I don't miss them. I don't miss the awkward, suffocating holiday dinners. I don't miss the passive-aggressive comments about my clothes or my job. I don't miss watching my parents beam with pride over a brother who was nothing more than a parasite wearing a rented suit. I feel incredibly light. My life is quiet, secure, and entirely my own. The estate feels warmer now that the ghosts of my past are no longer haunting the edges of my mind. Just yesterday, Vance came to my office for our quarterly portfolio review. After we finished the primary business, he closed his folder, took off his glasses, and looked at me with a rare moment of personal hesitation. Arthur, he started carefully. I received a report from the private investigator monitoring your parents' situation. They are having a very difficult time. The grocery store wages are barely covering their rent. They are heavily relying on food banks for their meals. I poured us both a glass of bourbon. And your point, Vance? He sighed. We could establish a very small, highly compartmentalized microtrust. A few hundred a month distributed anonymously via grocery store gift cards. It would ensure they don't starve, and they would never know it came from you. It's a drop in the ocean for your portfolio. I held my glass of bourbon, watching the amber liquid catch the light from the setting sun. I thought about Richard holding his wine glass on the porch, laughing as my car was destroyed. I thought about Helen telling me not to ruin Mason's weekend. I thought about the 15 years of silence, the 15 years of being treated like an ATM masquerading as a mechanic. I looked at Vance. No, I said simply. Let them eat the consequences. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel out and allows us to bring you even more awesome stories. Thank you so much for watching. My husband's double life and a mistress's scheme to bring 3 secret children to kick me out of my house, but they couldn't break me. My mistress is attempting to evict me, 42F, from my home, and my husband, 45M, has been leading a double life. I never imagined posting something like this on Reddit, but I'm in dire need of guidance. For the past 20 years, I have worked as a professional photographer with a focus on family portraits and weddings. I recognize the irony of documenting other people's joys while my own family is in disarray. I spent years concentrating on developing my career. Although I had always desired children, the time never seemed to be right. Something connected when I met Robert 5 years ago at the opening of a friend's gallery. He was quiet, considerate, and seemed committed to creating a secure future for us, which set him apart from other people I had dated. After a year of courtship, we were married, and the home we currently reside in was a wedding present from my parents that was only registered in my name. Our marriage was lovely for the first few years. We would spend weekends planning our future family while I edited pictures in my home studio and Robert would bring me coffee. We were ecstatic when, at 41, I became pregnant. Robert decorated the nursery himself, went to all of my prenatal appointments, and even learned how to prepare healthy meals for me. After the birth of our son, everything changed. The signals were there, looking back, but I was too happy about being a mother at last and too tired from late-night feedings to notice them clearly. The once caring and attentive Robert grew more and more aloof. Unless I specifically requested, the man who had painted clouds on our son's nursery ceiling wouldn't even hold him. I initially thought his actions were the result of the transition period that new fathers frequently go through. One afternoon, Robert arrived home early from work, and I was sitting in my studio trying to edit a wedding picture shoot while our son was napping. He organized his desk for an hour, something he had never done before, rather than spending this infrequent leisure time with our infant. Gradually, the late evenings at work began. First, he would explain, it was once a week, end-of-month reports. Training new employees comes next, twice a week. Before long, he was returning home late nearly every night, saying he had to cover extra shifts because the bank was understaffed. The more I attempted to engage him in our son's life, the more he distanced himself, and I realized something was amiss when he missed our son's first grin and dismissed it with a flippant, "There will be other smiles." He adopted the mantras, "I'm not good with babies," and "he won't even remember this stage." Each excuse was like a tiny cut, scarcely perceptible at first, but more agonizing as they mounted. I also began to notice other changes. He became extremely careful of his laptop, changed the password on his phone, and always took calls in a different room. I trusted him even though I now recognized the classic indicators. After all, we had planned every aspect of our family life together and tried for this child jointly. I've always found that looking through my camera lens helps me see things clearly, but for some reason, I failed to notice the biggest scam that was taking place in front of me. That is, until I received a message yesterday that absolutely upended my world. The message included multiple photographs and was sent from an unidentified phone. The pictures of Robert grinning and lounging with a younger woman and 3 kids who resembled him were like a kick to the belly. One picture showed them at a beach. Last summer, Robert had claimed to be on a business vacation at the same beach, which I knew. In another, the timestamp indicates that image was taken during the weekend when Robert claimed to be working overtime, and they were decorating a Christmas tree together. You deserve to know the truth. Your husband has been living 2 lives, and I'm the mother of his other children. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, read the succinct but heartbreaking letter that went with it. I nearly dropped my phone due to my trembling hands. I'm trained as a photographer to identify photos that have been altered, to look for irregularities and manipulations. These images were recent, authentic, and unprocessed. This had been going on since before our marriage, since the children seemed to be between the ages of 3 and 7. As I waited for Robert to return home that evening, my thoughts were racing with all of the late nights, business trips, and justifications he had offered me over the years. When he eventually entered, I silently showed him the pictures. His expression, which was one of resignation rather than alarm or denial, told me all I needed to know. I inquired in a fairly steady voice, "How long?" With my least favorite moniker, Nick, he began. Every word felt like glass in my throat as I said, "How long?" He appeared smaller than I had ever seen him when he sank into the chair. "About 8 years. Victoria and it started before I met you. I never meant for it to become this complicated." 8 years. He had been living a different life the whole time I had known him. He had another family, a younger lady and 3 healthy kids, while I was undergoing fertility treatments and navigating the difficulties of a high-risk pregnancy at 41. Even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer, I questioned, "Why did you marry me?" He continued, "I loved you. I still love you." As though that were any consolation. Victoria was my past, but you represented something different. A chance at a more stable, respectable life. Then I laughed, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate throughout our now overly spacious home. Respectable? You built our entire marriage on lies. You watched me struggle to have a baby, knowing you had 3 children across town. However, it wasn't until this morning that the entire tragedy of my circumstances struck. The doorbell rang as I was in the nursery, attempting to soothe my son following a restless night. Victoria, 34F, was standing there with 3 children that were definitely Robert's. She just pushed past me into my house without waiting for an invitation. "So this is the fancy house he bought you," she continued, tracing the wall of my dining room, where I had hung my most treasured family photographs. "Nice upgrade from the apartment he keeps us in." As her kids strolled into my living room and touched everything they could find, I hugged my son closer. It broke my heart to see how much they resembled Robert. His eyes were exactly the same as the oldest, a youngster of about 7. He smiled at the middle child, a girl who was maybe 5 years old. And his curly hair belonged to the youngest boy, who was also around 3 years old. I managed to ask, "What do you want?" Even though her calculating stare told me the answer. Victoria's smile fell short of her eyes. "What's rightfully ours? Robert promised us this house. He said once everything was settled, we'd all live here together. A proper family needs space, after all." After pointing to her kids, she gave my son a stern look. More space than a middle-aged mom and her surprise baby need. Her statement struck me like a physical blow for their audacity. Robert had no right to promise anyone that this house was mine, a gift from my parents. Her attitude immediately shifted after I informed her of this. She snarled, "Listen," and moved in closer. "I've been in Robert's life longer than you have. These children need their father. They need a stable home. You're just the midlife crisis he'll get over soon enough." I discovered a strength I was unaware I possessed. I firmly said, "Get out of my house," even though my hands were shaking. "This is my property, legally mine. Robert has no claim to it, and neither do you." Anger twisted Victoria's face. "You think you've won something here? You're nothing but a temporary distraction. Robert always comes back to us. Always." She raised her voice, purposefully loud enough to be heard by the neighbors. "You're trying to tear apart a family. Think about these innocent children." Despite my internal disintegration, I maintained my position. The only one tearing apart families here is Robert, and you, by trying to claim what isn't yours. My neighbor Mar, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, came over right away after they departed. She offered to testify if necessary because she had seen the entire incident. She squeezed my hand and added, "I've already written down everything I saw and heard. That woman's behavior was completely unacceptable." I contacted my buddy Jane, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, and she came over immediately. She has assisted me in beginning to record everything, including the messages, the altercation, and Victoria's threats. She also reminded me that I am financially secure because I am a successful photographer. "The house is yours. Your business is yours. You don't need Robert's support to raise your son," she stated. Sitting in my home studio right now, surrounded by dozens of pictures of contented families, I'm wondering how I failed to recognize the warning flags in my own life. Robert keeps phoning and leaving messages about finding a solution that makes everyone happy, and "we can work this out." As if there could be a happy ending to this degree of treachery. The other family and the falsehoods aren't even the worst part. It's coming to terms with the fact that Robert was merely going through the motions, whereas I was cherishing every second of my late-life pregnancy, carefully recording every scan, every kick, and every preparation for our child. All these firsts had previously happened to him with Victoria. And I was simply a side endeavor? A dignified front? I need guidance. Do I need to get a divorce right away? Get Victoria subject to a restraining order? How can I keep my son safe in this mess? Although I've already gotten in touch with a lawyer, I would still like to hear from anyone who has had a similar situation. Right now, my son and my job are my top priorities. Next weekend is my wedding photo shoot, and I find it kind of funny that I'll be documenting someone else's happily ever after, when mine is in ruins. Perhaps, though, I need to remind myself that trust and love endure, even if they didn't in my own marriage. Has anyone already handled a scenario like this? What should I do initially? Right now, I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of confusion and betrayal, so any advice would be invaluable. I convince myself over and over again that I'm capable of handling this. I overcame a dangerous pregnancy, I developed a profitable company, and I can get through this too. However, I'm afraid of what tomorrow may bring as I watch my kid sleep soundly in his cot, oblivious to how his world has altered. First update. We appreciate all of your encouraging messages and remarks. I have to discuss what has transpired over the past 12 hours because the issue has taken unexpected turns. Victoria has started using social media for her campaign. She has been posting in our neighborhood Facebook groups, portraying me as a homewrecker who took another woman's spouse and herself as a victim. If the irony weren't so devastating, it would be absurd. She is showing her kids pics of Robert's pictures, saying they are the original family, and I am the intruder. Even more disturbing, though, was what transpired this afternoon. Victoria arrived at my photography studio posing as a prospective customer who wanted to schedule a family portrait session. She used a false name on the booking and had a different style, so at first I didn't recognize her. She was grinning and looking through my wedding portfolio when I entered the consultation room. "Such beautiful moments," she remarked without raising her gaze. "You're good at capturing other people's happiness while destroying it in real life." She went on to inform me that until I changed my mind about the house, she would post unfavorable evaluations of my company on all platforms. I remained calm and turned on the audio recording feature of the studio's security system. "You're trespassing," I said forcefully. "Leave now, or I'll call the police." She carefully got to her feet, moved over to my wall of highlighted wedding pictures, and purposefully knocked one down, breaking the frame. "Oops," she murmured, seeming to be worried. "Looks like things break easily around here." Victoria departed before the police arrived, even though my assistant had already contacted them. I've recorded everything, including the shattered frame, surveillance footage, and social media posts. In addition to defending me, my attorney is requesting an emergency restraining order to safeguard my company. She has also told me that Victoria may have engaged in harassment and attempted extortion with her acts. The most unexpected development was when Rachel, 47F, Robert's sister, contacted me in private. She claims that 6 months prior, Robert attempted to obtain a second mortgage on my home by falsifying my signature. Instead of filing charges, the bank, which is also where he works, discovered the counterfeit and discreetly allowed him to leave. This explains why he had been so evasive about his recent promotion to a separate branch. Victoria's fans are always posting critical remarks on my studio's social media pages, so I've had to temporarily close them down. Concerned about the situation, a few of my scheduled clients have contacted me. Fortunately, most of them have been understanding when I've been honest with them. Some have even told their personal tales of surviving betrayal in their families. Victoria had already done this, according to the findings of my lawyer's private investigator. She harassed another woman in a similar circumstance in a different state 3 years ago. Her tendency to approach successful people and use her kids as emotional leverage to obtain financial benefits appears to be consistent. I've joined a support group for parents going through family crisis circumstances and begun individual therapy. The therapist assisted me in seeing that, despite my concerns about becoming a mother at a later age of 42, I am actually ahead in terms of both financial and emotional stability. She is assisting me in creating plans to shield my son from the psychological effects of this circumstance. Telling my wedding customers why I had to reschedule several of our photo shoots has been the hardest part. It feels like a terrible joke to me as a photographer who focuses on capturing love and devotion to have my own life turned into a warning. But my work is becoming stronger. Even when my own life is in disarray, there's something therapeutic about concentrating on sincere moments of happiness. More security cameras have been placed around my home and studio. Mary, my neighbor, has been amazing. She has been watching and recording anytime Victoria or Robert show up in the area. The local police have stepped up their patrols in our area and now have a dossier on the problem. A few of you inquired about Robert's response to everything. He has been messaging me to say that if I simply quit being tough and agree to sell the house, he can cure everything. He doesn't seem to see that this is about years of deceit and manipulation finally coming to light, not about the house anymore. A particular thank you to everyone who offered materials concerning safeguarding small businesses from defamation campaigns, and once again, thank you for your support. I'm concentrating on my son, my business, and creating a new life free from deceit and manipulation by taking things one day at a time. According to my attorney, we have a solid case for the restraining order as well as possible civil lawsuits for slander and harassment. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Second update. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their ongoing guidance and support. Over the past 12 hours, the situation has taken a number of unforeseen turns. This morning, Robert arrived at my door, unkempt and holding a manila package. He said in a raspy voice, "I've signed papers relinquishing any potential claim to the house. I know it doesn't make up for anything, but I want to do the right thing now." The truth came out when I questioned what caused this abrupt transformation. He had tried to use my property as collateral for loans on several occasions, according to the results of an internal investigation conducted by his bank. He was compelled to leave in order to avoid facing criminal charges, therefore his departure was not voluntary. All of his transactions are currently being thoroughly audited by the bank. However, this is where things become much more intricate. My lawyer's private investigator discovered Victoria's unsettling behavior pattern in 3 states. It appears that she has previously targeted men in solid jobs, established parallel families, and then used the children as leverage to obtain assets and property. Once she got what she wanted, she moved on in each instance. The network of professional photographers has been tremendously helpful. Several well-known photographers in our community launched a counter-campaign after learning of Victoria's attempts to damage my company's reputation. They denounced the harassment and shared their positive experiences working with me. One even volunteered to let me use her studio when I needed it. I have a newfound sense of hope because this support has been a lifeline during such a turbulent period. Even though I have a long way to go, I'm committed to protecting my baby, getting my life back on track, and holding Victoria and Robert responsible for their deeds. As additional information becomes available, I'll keep you updated. A fellow photographer generously offered me a location for shooting, and I accepted. The most startling revelation came from the previous instructor of Victoria's eldest child. After witnessing the social media uproar, she got in touch and shared alarming details about Victoria's previous conduct. Victoria would frequently boast about her method of achieving financial stability during parent-teacher conferences, even displaying records from prior property settlements. By establishing a pattern of what seems to be deliberate deceit and exploitation, my lawyer is assembling a compelling case. It is challenging to trace Victoria's past because we have found that she has adopted at least 3 different surnames in the last 10 years. Records of her involvement in 2 such cases in Colorado and Nevada that resulted in property settlements in her favor were discovered by the private investigator. Unexpectedly, some of Victoria's family members have been contacting her. Her cousin revealed unsettling information about Victoria's previous plots, such as how she picks her victims deliberately depending on their resources and susceptibility to manipulation. The relative claims that before Robert and I even met, Victoria had been keeping tabs on the performance of my photography company for months. My new support group has been a lifesaver. One participant, a family law lawyer, gave me insight into how Victoria's prior actions would impact any custody agreements in the future. She clarified that parents who use their children as pawns in property disputes are seen negatively by the courts. The fact that one of Victoria's former victims got in touch with me this afternoon marked a turning point. Sandra, 45F, from Denver related a situation that was quite similar to hers, including the unexpected visit by kids and the demands for property rights. If necessary, she is willing to testify regarding Victoria's behavioral pattern. My business has had an unanticipated spike in support despite the chaos. Because of my excellent handling of this dilemma, local wedding planning organizations have begun suggesting clients to me specifically. Anyone who can maintain their professionalism under this kind of pressure is exactly who I want capturing my clients' special moments, a well-known wedding planner told me. Another alarming finding from the bank's inquiry has been made. Robert has been keeping up his double life by falsifying bank papers. He had been taking money out of his retirement account to help Victoria and her kids, which put our son's financial future in jeopardy. I'm getting advice from my financial advisor to document everything for the divorce process. Today, my therapist helped me come to a significant realization. My assets are no longer the only thing I need to defend. It's about confronting a pattern of systematic exploitation that has harmed several families. I may be able to stop Victoria from doing this to someone else in addition to protecting myself by retaliating legally and in public. I've begun a thorough documentation endeavor, documenting every encounter and occasion with my photographic abilities. Despite the pending restraining order, security cameras have repeatedly seen Victoria driving past my residence. We are adding each event to our legal file. Knowing how much this has affected my son is the most devastating aspect, but I'm determined to fight for his future and make sure he grows up in a secure atmosphere. Finding some of Victoria's social media posts in which she appeals to sympathy by mentioning her kids has been a noteworthy development. She asks them why someone would take their father away when they are holding signs. According to my attorney, this type of conduct frequently backfires in family court since judges highly disapprove of parents who openly use their kids as leverage. For the protection of my house and place of business, I have engaged a security consultant. They have assisted me in putting in place a thorough safety procedure that includes direct links to local law enforcement and panic buttons. My son's safety cannot be compromised, even though it feels strange to have to take these steps. I'm meeting with a forensic accountant tomorrow who focuses on exposing financial fraud in divorce proceedings. It appears that Robert's financial history demonstrates a pattern of questionable activities that may support the claim of intentional fraud. I appreciate all of your help and guidance. I would especially like to thank the Reddit legal community for assisting me in understanding my options and rights. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Third update, I would want to discuss what appears to be the last chapter of this tremendous circumstance. Significant changes have occurred during the past week, and there has now been some resolution. There have been some surprising developments since the divorce process formally started. In addition to using business cash and depleting his retirement accounts, the forensic accountant found that Robert had been doing so in order to assist Victoria's family and keep up connections with 2 other women in nearby states. The internal probe conducted by the bank has now evolved into a comprehensive criminal investigation. If Victoria's complex plan fell apart more quickly than everyone anticipated. 5 more ladies came forward with similar experiences after my last update. The pattern was the same in all of them. Victoria targeted wealthy men, formed parallel families, and then used the children to increase her wealth. Together with these women and their attorneys, we have put together a thorough case that is currently being examined by prosecutors across several states. The most important discovery was made by Victoria's former assistant, who supplied thorough documentation of her business plan. These records, which included in-depth notes about my photography company from before I met Robert, demonstrated how she investigated possible targets. To obtain property rights, she planned fortuitous encounters and deliberately exploited circumstances. During our meeting with my lawyer last Tuesday, we learned that Victoria had tried to perform the same ruse in Washington state while she was attempting to seize my residence. In that case, the detective introduced herself with yet another surname and shared surveillance footage of her exploring properties with another man. The direction of my photographic business has changed unexpectedly. I've been inundated with bookings since my story was featured, with my consent, in a bridal magazine piece about resiliency in the wedding industry. As one bride stated, "Someone who can maintain artistic integrity while handling life's biggest challenges is exactly who I want capturing my wedding. This is why couples intentionally invite me." I've established a support system for people who have encountered comparable difficulties. Despite the anguish, this phase of my life has shown me a strength I was unaware I possessed, and that reconstruction is achievable with perseverance and the correct assistance. Knowing that I've learned lessons from this event that I will always apply, I will keep fighting for my son's safety and our future. We are developing tools to support professional women who are the targets of similar scams. We're working with financial advisors and family law lawyers to provide resources that will assist people in recognizing and safeguarding themselves against this kind of deception. Our advisory board now includes 3 of Victoria's former victims. Victoria is currently the subject of several fraud investigations, and the restraining order against her has been rendered permanent. When her own posts were used as proof of abuse and attempted extortion, her social media effort completely failed. Her tendency to use children as emotional leverage particularly worried the judge. Speaking of kids, the child advocate assigned by the court found that Victoria had been teaching her kids to seem distressed for pictures on social media. Child Protective Services is currently addressing a troubling pattern of emotional manipulation that was discovered during the investigation. The fact that these defenseless kids were used as pawns saddens me. The life Robert feigned to lead contrasts sharply with his current circumstances. Mutual friends claim that he and Victoria only ever fight about money while he rents a modest apartment on the outskirts of town. Since his financial wrongdoing lawsuit is still pending, his banking career is essentially over. Everything that previously made the man who said he needed a respectable life seem respectable is gone. I found a new schedule with my son. He may safely explore the comfortable play space I've created in a portion of my home studio while I edit pictures. I was given full custody by the judge, and Robert was only permitted supervised visits following his completion of parenting programs and counseling. The mansion, which has been the subject of so much drama, has come to represent tenacity. I've redecorated, wiping off the evidence of dishonesty and substituting real moments that I took pictures of. Photographs of my client's sincere happiness and love now adorn the walls Victoria once desired, serving as a daily reminder that reality wins out over deceit. According to my therapist, I'm processing this trauma with amazing ease. Even while it still hurts, the betrayal no longer defines who I am. I've discovered that being a 42-year-old late mother wasn't a drawback. I had the tools and strength to shield my son from this upheaval because of my well-established work and life experience. For those who are curious about Victoria's most recent attempts, she and Robert have been mandated to reimburse her former victims. After learning that Victoria had been using child support payments to finance her real estate ventures, their maternal grandmother took custody of Victoria's children. At last, the kids are getting the treatment and security they are due. I took pictures at my first wedding since this whole thing started last Saturday. I had no resentment as I watched the couple exchange sincere vows of love and dedication. Rather, I discovered that I was even more grateful for the genuine moments. Being deceived hasn't harmed my capacity to portray genuine feelings. If anything, realizing the importance of authentic connection has improved it. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. When Victoria tried to threaten me, when Robert tried to control me, and when I doubted my own strength, your counsel and support enabled me to remain strong. This group of people were my lifeline when I was at my lowest. I'm rebuilding something better, not just getting by. My business is expanding, my son is doing well, and our future appears to be more promising than ever. The darkest negatives can occasionally yield the best images. Yes, this photographer did. I found out my boyfriend and sister were secretly dating. I decided to get revenge and make them pay for how they treated me. Life has a tendency of delivering unexpected turns, don't you think? I never imagined that I'd be here sharing my heart with strangers online. Up until a month ago, I believed I had everything figured out. I'm a 48-year-old woman who lives in New York City. In addition to having a close-knit family and a loving boyfriend, I was the vice president of a prosperous advertising agency. Right now, nothing is certain to me now. It all began on what appeared to be a typical Tuesday. When I realized I had left my USB drive at home, I was in a hurry to attend to a crucial customer appointment. Not a huge thing, is it? I requested my sister Sarah, 44F, who was spending the week with us, to email me the files when I contacted her. I had no idea how much one small request would rock my world. My heart stopped when I opened Sarah's email. I was staring at private messages between her and my boyfriend, Tom, 45 megabytes, rather than my job files. I initially assumed it was some sort of twisted prank. But the terrible reality dawned on me as I read through the innumerable conversations. For the previous 6 months, my sister and my boyfriend had been having an affair. I had the feeling that I would get sick. I could hardly grasp my phone since my hands were shaking so much. In the hope that I was misinterpreting those messages, I must have read them a dozen times. However, everything was in black and white, including the inside jokes, the flirty banter, and the in-depth accounts of their covert meetings. How I handled that client encounter is beyond me. With my mind spinning from everything I had learned, I was operating automatically. I hurried home as soon as it was over, resolved to face Tom. He was sitting on the couch watching TV as if nothing were wrong when I stormed into our flat. My blood boiled at the sight of him, so careless and uninformed. How long? I threw my phone at him and demanded it. After a little period of confusion, his face became pale as he came to terms with what I had witnessed. He stammered, I don't know what you're talking about, but I could see the remorse on his face. Don't lie to me, Tom, I spit out. I noticed the messages. Sarah and you. For what duration has this been occurring? He initially made an effort to deny it, but as I recounted passages from their conversations, he broke down. He finally said, 6 months, in a voice that was almost audible above a whisper. It simply occurred. We didn't intend for it to, he said, but I interrupted. I didn't want to listen to his justifications. 6 months. A half year of deceit and treachery. He was with my sister when I was working late, assuming he was watching TV at home. I became physically nauseated at the prospect. I said, get out, my voice trembling with hurt and rage. I don't ever want to see you again. Tom remained silent. I was left alone in the apartment we had shared for the previous 2 years after he took a few items and departed. I started crying as soon as he left. I wept till my eyes were dry. After that, I sat there feeling empty and numb. How could they harm me like this? Since I was a young child, Sarah has been my best friend and sister. Growing up, we had shared everything, dreams, clothes, and secrets. What about Tom? He seemed like the one to me. We discussed getting married and creating a future together. Everything felt like a lie now. I gave Sarah a call the following day. To comprehend why she would betray me in this way, I wanted to hear it directly from her. I could tell she already knew when her face showed up on my screen. She appeared as though she hadn't slept because of her swollen, red eyes. She began. I'm so sorry. But I interrupted her. Why? With a chilly tone, I inquired. Why would you harm me in this way? As she attempted to explain, Sarah broke down and started crying. She sobbed. I didn't mean for it to happen. Tom and I simply clicked. I believe I'm in love with him, but I know that's no justification. Her remark struck me like a blow to the body. Are you in love with him? In love with my boyfriend, my own sister? In my stomach, it was like a knife twisting. Feeling more alone than ever, I hung up the phone without saying anything else. I contacted our parents, John, 55 million, and Mary, 53 feet, since I wanted to talk to someone in order to make sense of this mess. I believed that they would be sympathetic and supportive, and that they would be outraged on my behalf. Rather, their response made me feel even more deceived. My mom said, "Oh honey," after I told them everything. "Sarah probably didn't mean to cause you any harm. You are aware of her tendency toward impulsivity." What I was hearing was unbelievable. Didn't intend to cause me pain. She spent 6 months having sex with my boyfriend. Now, my father added. Let's not rush things. The most essential thing is family. If you all get together and have a conversation, I'm confident you can resolve this. Figure this out. Were they sincere? How could I simply forgive and go on from something like this? They obviously cared more about maintaining order than they did about my feelings. On top of everything else, their response felt like yet another betrayal. As the days went by, I saw that I alternated between intense fury and debilitating melancholy. I was unable to eat or sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Tom and Sarah smiling together over their deception of me. My thoughts were consumed by the betrayal. I wasn't interested in playing happy families, but my parents kept calling to attempt to set up a family gathering to sort things out. How could I ever have faith in Tom or Sarah again? Knowing what my sister had done, how could I sit across from her at the dinner table? Something inside of me exploded during one of these phone conversations with my mother. When I cut her off, she was rambling on about forgiving others and moving on. No, I firmly answered. I won't act like everything is fine. They cannot be forgiven for what they did. But it's not healthy to hold on to anger, sweetie, she objected. You must. I need my family to realize how much I'm hurting, I interrupt. But I'm done because it's obvious that won't happen. I've had enough of Sarah. I've had enough of Tom. And this is the end of our talk. With my heart pounding, I hung up. I had clarity for the first time since this whole nightmare started. I had had enough of being the victim. I had to take charge of my life once more. I scheduled a meeting with a lawyer and called in sick to work the following day. As I told my narrative, Jessica, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, listened calmly and then leaned forward, her eyes concentrated and alert. You have choices, and you have been wronged, she continued. Given your professional relationship with Tom, we can investigate this from a number of perspectives, including emotional distress, breach of trust, and potentially even workplace harassment. I sensed hope, something I hadn't felt in weeks, as Jessica outlined possible tactics. Hope for justice, not for forgiveness or reconciliation. I wish I could transform this suffering into something strong. How about Sarah? I inquired. Is there anything we can do to stop her involvement? Jessica gave a slow nod. Even though dealing with family members is more difficult, there are still options available to us. We can at least make sure that any assets that the family may have in common are safeguarded. That afternoon, as I walked out of Jessica's office, my head was buzzing with potential solutions. I had a sense of direction and purpose for the first time since I found out about the affair. I was no longer only a victim. I was a lady with a purpose. I took a seat at my computer that evening and began planning. I started by making a list of all the things I wanted to do. I wanted to protect my financial future, reveal Tom's unethical behavior at work, make sure Sarah was held accountable for her activities, and demonstrate to my parents that I wouldn't be coerced or held responsible. I felt an increasing sensation of empowerment as I typed. I had indeed been harmed. I had indeed been deceived. However, I refused to let that define who I was. Rather, I was going to turn this suffering into motivation to start a new phase of my life. I was aware that the path ahead would not be simple. There would be more conflicts and challenging discussions. It's possible that my family won't comprehend or agree with my choices. But I felt strong for the first time in weeks. I was resolved. I made the decision to return to work tomorrow. I would take a proud stance and begin implementing my goals. Sarah and Tom believed they could treat me badly and yet get away with it. My parents believed they could use guilt to get me to ignore everything. They were all going to find out how mistaken they were. I noticed myself in the mirror as I shut down my laptop and prepared for bed. The devastated, deceived victim I had been for the previous 2 weeks was not the lady staring back at me. She was prepared to face any obstacles because she was a fighter. I said in a whisper to my reflection, "Watch out, world. I'm returning stronger than before." For the first time since this whole experience started, I felt completely at peace as I turned off the light and went to bed. I was eager to begin the first day of my new life, which was tomorrow. I'm going to talk to you now, Reddit. Have any of you had a similar situation? How did you respond to it? And how do you feel about my revenge plan? Is it excessive, or is my desire to hold them all accountable for their actions justified? As I start my new path, I would value any guidance or assistance you might provide. Update 1. 2 weeks have passed since my last post, and I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for their guidance and encouragement. Your remarks have been a lifesaver for me at this trying time. I'll give you an update because a lot has happened. The revenge strategy comes first. After speaking with my attorney, Jessica, I made the decision to act in several ways. First, we filed a formal complaint about Tom's inappropriate connection with me and his following romance with my sister with his human resources department. Considering that we are in the same industry, it was a risky move, but I couldn't allow him to get away with it. The reaction was prompt. While an inquiry was conducted, Tom was put on administrative leave. I'll admit that I felt a little satisfied as I watched him being led from the premises with a box of personal belongings. However, it didn't last long. I was struck hard by the fact that my private life was now being used as fodder for office rumors. My personal role at work has grown more complex. Even though my supervisors have been encouraging, I can sense the sidelong stares and whispered discussions that end when I walk into a room. It's obvious that people are curious about my level of knowledge, my anticipated length of stay, and my stability in managing large accounts. In an effort to demonstrate that my personal drama won't impact my professional performance, I've poured myself into my work. Things have gotten worse on the family front. Do you recall how my parents pushed for a family gathering to work things out? It was a catastrophe, but it did happen. A quiet room in a downtown restaurant served as our neutral meeting spot. My blood pressure shot up the moment I went in and saw Sarah sitting there, looking anxious yet somehow defiant. Naturally, my parents were also present, serving as mediators. My father started by saying, "Girls, we're here to talk this out like adults. Until our family decides how to proceed, nobody is going anywhere." I couldn't contain my laughter. "Go ahead? Are you serious? There is no way to move past this." Sarah's voice trembled as she spoke. "I am aware that what I did was improper. I sincerely apologize. However, shouldn't we at least attempt to resolve this?" With a mixture of anger and incredulity, I turned to face her. "Resolve this? You spent 6 months having sex with my partner. Day after day, you deceived me. What do you want to do now? Pretend it never occurred and give it a hug." "She's not saying that," my mother interrupted. "As a family, we simply want to figure out how to get better. You two have always had a tight relationship." I corrected her, saying, "We're close. Tense in the past. And who is to blame for that?" From there, the discussion took a different turn. My parents begged, Sarah wept, and I felt numb. It was obvious that they all expected me to put family unity ahead of my personal sentiments and to finally forgive and move on. I had had enough guilt-tripping and pointless discussions after an hour. With a loud scrape of my chair against the floor, I got up. "This is useless," I remarked. "It appears that you have all determined how this should proceed without taking my feelings into account. Well, I'm not complying. I'm finished." I heard my mother calling after me as I left, but I chose not to turn around. I disabled their social media accounts and phone numbers that evening. Although it was a bold step, I needed time to recover from their unrelenting pressure. Things took an intriguing turn on the Tom front. He contacted me a few days after he was placed on leave, asking me to withdraw my complaint to HR rather than offering an apology or pleading for my forgiveness. He begged over the phone that this may destroy his career. "Can't we deal with this in private?" His boldness astounded me. "Take this in private? Similar to how you and Sarah had your 6-month clandestine affair." He was bold enough to sound angry. "That isn't the same. We're talking about my livelihood here." I retorted icily, "You ought to have considered that before you chose to sleep with my sister. Tom, actions have repercussions. You need to face yours now." I experienced a range of feelings once I hung up. Hearing the desperation in his voice and knowing that he was finally being held accountable for his acts made me feel a certain amount of satisfaction. However, I was also worn out from the drama and the continual reminders of their treachery. At that point, I decided. I required a change, a new beginning. I started researching employment prospects in other cities. The idea of uprooting my life was both thrilling and horrifying, but the more I considered it, the more it seemed right. With a Seattle boutique agency, I discovered a good lead. Following a round of interviews, they offered me an offer after being impressed by my experience and portfolio. Although it was a lateral transfer in terms of employment, the opportunity to reinvent myself and the change of environment were invaluable. My supervisor was sympathetic but obviously unhappy when I gave notice at work. He questioned, "Are you certain about this? Here, you've established a solid career. Don't allow personal problems to pull you away." I was grateful for his care, but I had already made up my mind. "I'm positive," I assured him. "I need to start over on both a personal and professional level." I was shocked by how many coworkers contacted me to offer their support when word circulated about my upcoming leave. Many of them talked about how they overcame personal obstacles and changed their identities in the middle of their careers. Their words of support made me more determined. I've been going to a therapist to help me process everything in the middle of this. I have benefited greatly from Dr. Larson's 58 degrees Fahrenheit assistance in processing my anguish and anger. She has assisted me in seeing that, although my emotions are true, I must not allow them to control me. During one session, she informed me that while seeking revenge may feel good at the time, it won't make your grief go away. Living a good life and going on is the best form of retaliation. I'm making an effort to heed her advice and concentrate on creating my new life rather than destroying my previous one. It's not always simple, and sometimes I still feel like my wrath will get the better of me. But I'm getting better. As I get ready to relocate to Seattle and pack up my apartment, I'm thinking about how much has changed in only a few short weeks. My sister, my partner, and, in a sense, my parents have all passed away. However, I've also developed a new feeling of self, a resolve I was unaware I had. I am aware that the path ahead will not be simple. It's intimidating to start anew in a new city and start my life over from scratch. But I'm looking forward to the future for the first time in a long time. I'm interested to see who I'll develop into once I'm not burdened by expectations from my family or betrayal. I hear those who told me to forgive, move on, and take the high road. I no longer seek retribution for its own sake. Yes, I'm working for justice, but more than that, I'm working for my own happiness and mental health. So, Reddit, that's the current situation. I'm going to start a new chapter in my life, putting the hurt and treachery behind me. Although I'm anxious, thrilled, and a bit afraid, I'm primarily proud of myself for taking charge of my life. I appreciate all of your help and guidance. You have no idea how much it has meant. After I'm settled in Seattle, I'll provide another update. Good luck to me. Update 2. 3 months have passed since my last post, and I'm writing this from my new Seattle apartment with a view of Puget Sound. Every day, the view reminds me of my progress. It's exciting and scary to move to a new city in your late 40s. Although everything is new, there is a certain liberation that comes with not knowing. Nobody here is aware of my past, my suffering, or my guilt. Whoever I want to be, I can be. In the best way conceivable, my new position at the boutique agency has been demanding. I'm taking on multiple roles because the team is smaller. I've had to learn new talents and step outside of my comfort zone as a result. I am gradually forming new friendships. It's a start, even though it's not as good as the close relationships I had in New York. Let's move on to the fallout from my revenge plan. I place that in quotes because, in retrospect, it was more about justice and taking back control of my life than it was about getting even. In the end, Tom lost his job due to professional misconduct. A history of inappropriate behavior with other coworkers was also discovered during the HR probe. My old employer called me and thanked me for coming forward and apologized for not detecting Tom's actions sooner. The repercussions for Sarah have been less professional and more personal. As word of her affair spread, she lost acquaintances, and our parents finally seemed to understand the seriousness of what she had done. She wrote me a tearful letter last week, filled with explanations and apologies. She talked about how she had always felt like she was living in my shadow and of her own fears. The letter concluded with an appeal for pardon. For the first time, I sensed a tiny fracture in the wall of wrath I had constructed, but I'm still not there, not even close. I haven't replied yet, and I may not do so. Additionally, my parents have begun contacting me more often. Instead of advocating for reconciliation, they have been helping me adjust to my new life. In order to send a housewarming present, my mom even inquired for my address. My own self-change has been the most notable. Peace has slowly taken the place of the rage that previously overwhelmed me. Even though I still get angry occasionally, they are become less frequent and less severe. This approach has been greatly aided by my therapist, Dr. Larson. Forgiveness is something we've been working on, not for Tom or Sarah, but for me. She has aided me in seeing that forgiving someone does not include accepting their actions or allowing them to return to my life. It entails letting go of the grip that rage has on me. I've been concentrating on personal development and self-care. I've started taking photography classes, joined a reading group, and started doing yoga and meditation. I went on my first date since the whole situation last weekend. It wasn't a life-altering experience, but it was nice to meet someone new. His name is Mark, 52 million. In terms of my career, I'm succeeding in unexpected ways. My enthusiasm for advertising has been rekindled by the new beginning. I presented a campaign that challenged convention last week. We got the account because the client thought it was fantastic. It served as a potent reminder of my value on both a personal and professional level. There have also been difficulties. There are days when loneliness is too much to bear. I long for the comforts of my former existence. Sometimes I wonder why I choose to move away from everything. But then I think back to where I was only a few months ago. Angry, damaged, and caught in a vicious cycle of betrayal and suffering. I know I made the right decision when I consider how far I've come. I want those of you experiencing similar difficulties to know that there is hope. You'll make it through this. You'll discover a strength you never knew you had, and you'll emerge from the experience stronger and wiser, if not unscathed. I have a long way to go. I'm still recovering, learning, and developing. But I'm looking forward to the future for the first time in a long time. What occurred to me no longer defines me. Instead, what I decide to do next does. Reddit, I appreciate you joining me on this adventure. Some of my darkest moments have been illuminated by your encouragement. Although I have no idea what the future will bring, I am certain that I am prepared to meet it head on. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. I'll stay here in Seattle until then, appreciating fresh starts and second chances as I watch the sunset over the sound. Update 3, the adage, revenge is a dish best served cold, has never felt more fitting as it does now, 6 months after my last update. I've been quite busy, and now my well-planned outcomes are finally materializing. Let's start by discussing Tom. Do you recall his dismissal from our previous employer? But that was only the start. I've been methodically damaging his industry-wide professional reputation. How? Thanks to former coworkers who owed me favors, I was able to produce an anonymous blog post that detailed his misbehavior and included censored evidence from our HR department. In the world of advertising, the blog gained a lot of popularity, but I continued. Posing as a headhunter, I created a phony LinkedIn profile and contacted Tom, promising him interviews at prominent agencies. Naturally, my pals who are actors staged these interviews. Tom would arrive, wait for hours, and then be informed that the interview was not planned. This occurred 5 times before he realized what was going on. Last week was the coup de grace. Using some cunning, I managed to get Tom invited to participate in a large advertising conference. This, he believed, was his opportunity to turn his life around. He was unaware that I had positioned multiple persons in the crowd. They questioned him sharply about his prior misbehavior when it came time for Q&A. After stumbling and perspiring, Tom bounded off the stage. Since the video became public, there's no longer any prospect that he will be able to recover his career. Let's go on to Sarah. With that heartfelt letter, my darling sister believed she might slither her way back into my favor. I chose to let my deeds speak louder than my words rather than answer. I employed an excellent PI to investigate her past, and they found a wealth of information. As it happens, Sarah has a history of taking out loans from our parents and never repaying them. I submitted our parents a thorough report that included dates and amounts for each of these loans. They were, to put it mildly, shocked. However, it wasn't all. Additionally, the PI found proof that Sarah had embezzled money from her job. That little issue was resolved when her company's audit department received an anonymous tip. When I discovered that Sarah had been lying about her educational background, however, it was the cherry on top. Although she stated on her resume that she had completed her degree, she never did. After making a brief phone call to her human resources department, Sarah was declared unemployed and unemployable. Our parents, on the other hand, at last realized the truth. To supposedly clear the air, I called a family gathering. Rather, I showed a PowerPoint that listed all of Sarah's deceptions and manipulations across the years. It was immensely satisfying to see the changes in their expressions from bewilderment to shock to rage. Sarah is now totally cut off from them, both financially and emotionally. This degree of retaliation may seem extreme to you, but I can promise you that it is just. I almost got destroyed by these people. They attempted to gaslight me into forgiveness, abused my confidence, and diminished my sense of value. Forgiveness is not an option. Despite everything, I've been doing well in Seattle. My new position? I currently lead a boutique agency as its CEO. As it turns out, the owner wanted to retire, and I made him an irresistible offer. It was worthwhile even if I had to spend a sizable portion of my savings. Now, I have the authority to ban Tom and Sarah from a whole industry. My personal life has also changed in an intriguing way. Do you recall the architect, Mark? He has his own spiteful streak, it turns out. He offered some inventive ways to make his ex-wife's life miserable when she cheated on him. We are now allies in life and retaliation. Being with someone who sympathizes with my suffering and encourages me to take action is thrilling. In addition, I have established a support group for those who have experienced familial betrayal. I've gained some wonderful allies, and it's been helpful. We encourage one another, exchange tactics, and sometimes even assist one another in plotting retaliation. I adore it. It's like a book club with a twist. Some of you may be wondering if any of this makes me feel bad. The answer is definitely no. I provided Tom and Sarah the opportunity to express genuine regret and make amends. Rather, they attempted to control me and force me to forgive before I was ready. They are now realizing that their acts have repercussions. I want to respond to those of you who suggested that I be the greater person or take the high road. Sometimes it's overrated. Fire must sometimes be put out with fire. I'm not saying that everyone should follow this route, but for me, it was essential. This retaliation has been empowering, therapeutic, and well worth the effort. I feel a sense of calm that I haven't experienced in years as I sit in my corner office with a view of the Seattle skyline. The rage that used to devour me has given way to contentment. It feels amazing to be in charge of my story now. Remind yourself that you don't have to be a victim if you find yourself in a similar circumstance. You don't know how powerful you are. Don't be scared to use it, but use it carefully. My last update will be this one. I'm ending this chapter of my life by making sure that the people who harmed me never forget what they did, not by forgiving and moving on. I appreciate everyone who has followed my journey. Cheers to fresh starts, delicious retaliation, and the strength that comes from taking charge of your own destiny. Be careful, world. Not only am I back, but I'm returning with a bang. My wife confessed to cheating on me for 4 years because she was bored and left me for weeks. Now she wants me back. For 17 years, my wife, 39F, and I, 40M, had been wed. Our 3 girls are 11, 13, and 15. We have been together for around 23 years and were high school sweethearts. Although I don't know much, this is the only information I know. 3 days ago, my wife returned home from her job. On the 4th day, she had to go to work, but first she quickly packed an overnight bag and departed. Our oldest daughter was home when she left, so that's the only reason I know this. My wife was sobbing and upset that she was hardly able to speak when she tried to talk to her. She was on the verge of panic. None of our calls or texts are getting a response from her. I immediately called her parents, who eventually replied that my wife is safe with them and urged me to be understanding and patient. They only said that. I attempted to get in touch with her brother, sister, and a close colleague. Her brother claimed to know nothing, and her coworker claimed that 3 days prior, she had arrived at work in the morning but had left by midday. She only knew that. There hasn't been any communication with my wife or the children since. We're not hearing anything from anyone. I'm trying to get by without her here with my 3 daughters. All I can answer when the kids ask me what's going on or what happened with mom is that she's with grandma and grandpa and that we should be understanding and patient. I can't help but want to swiftly load up the kids and head over there without warning. Sitting here in limbo is terrible, and it's just 3 hours away. The children believe we got into a heated argument and are divorcing, but that couldn't be further from the reality. We never argue. The children are aware of this. I'm not sure what's happening, but could someone please explain it logically? I'm trying to handle everything without her, but my current mental condition has me thinking in circles. Your spouse would be the first person you would notify if someone died. My wife would be the first person I would turn to for assistance if it were me, though it's possible that some old trauma was triggered. We don't know anything, nothing makes sense. I sit here in limbo with the girls, unsure of what to do. Nobody is telling us anything, and none of us know anything. It makes me anxious, afraid, irate, etc. Almost every feeling imaginable in this circumstance. Is there anyone who can think of something reasonable? Why would you do this to your family? Update 1, I apologize. I don't know much about Reddit yet, not much to share. Because I'm not really sure how to do it, I don't know how to connect my previous post. I didn't sleep last night, it was a long night. I apologize for the brief update. I read every thread yesterday and into the night, but I don't plan on using the computer much today. Today, we finally read the responses. I'll just state my knowledge and stop there. I ended up calling the cops last night as my father-in-law didn't call. A wellness check was conducted, as many of you recommended. I won't go into the storm of problems that resulted from this, but my wife has been having an affair for at least 2 years, if not more. Everyone was right. The other man reportedly died that night after suffering a heart attack on Tuesday. It seems likely that my sister-in-law and my mother-in-law have been aware of it and have been filling in for her. My wife still hasn't been in touch with either the girls or me. For the time being, I'm attempting to hide this from them, but to be honest, I don't know what to do next. I only know that, and it's enough to almost spell my demise. I appreciate all of your assistance and guidance. That's all, but I'm not sure how to get over this news. Please offer up prayers for me and the 2 of us. Update 2. A couple people have suggested this sub to me. I recently joined and have been reading a lot of postings whenever I have free time, usually at night when the day's turmoil is over. Naturally, the brain then takes over, and I have these depressive episodes. After that, I experience intense rage and then both feelings at once. It's almost impossible to sleep. Then, like a zombie, I go about my day. All the acronyms are something I'm attempting to learn. I suppose Friday was my D-Day. I initially believed my wife's affair to have lasted 2 years, but it now appears highly probable that it lasted longer. She had known the man she cheated on with AP for some time. The disclosure came after he sadly died of a heart attack. With the assistance of my eldest daughter, I continue to conduct research. I'm not yet ready to post about a lot of topics. I honestly didn't intend to keep posting about my predicament, but so many people have given me so much support and guidance that it's practically therapeutic. Knowing that so many other individuals are going through this kind of pain is painful. I'm so sorry for that. Yesterday and today, I had meetings with 2 different attorneys to go over my alternatives. I also made several calls about treatment, but where I reside, wait periods are really lengthy. I'm making an effort to follow many of the advice given by others, such as abstaining from drinking, although I don't and never have. taking care of myself, exercising, etc. For someone my age, I'd say I'm in excellent shape, but right now I struggle to find the motivation to work out. I recognize that a lot of you will want specifics, like who, what, when, and so on, but please know that I'm simply not yet ready to go into all of that. It feels like a new bomb goes off every day, and all I want is some guidance on one item so that I might be able to get some sleep. My wife, the mother of my 3 lovely girls and my best friend since high school, was everything to me. We shake hands in secret and share inside jokes. Everything is gone. Everything. It's simply gone. I get really depressed when I reflect back on all of our years together, including every milestone and every laugh. It is incapacitating. It seems like she didn't care about any of it, and now she won't be in my future. Naturally, the how could you question then surfaces, and I am seized with an insatiable rage. I pound the mattress and scream into my pillow till my arms hurt. The cycle is terrible. I only go to sleep because I'm so tired, and when I wake up the mind games start over. My girls, who have been attempting to care for me as if they were my parents, receive all of my energy. They aren't treated fairly. After learning about the affair, how did you all sleep? With just your thoughts, how did you cope with the emptiness and silence at night? Aside from my daughters, I've determined that sleep must be my top priority in all of this. I'm hoping you can help though, because I simply can't. Many thanks to all of you. Update 3. I apologize for my relative inexperience on Reddit. A little more than a week has passed since my D-Day, however I'm not sure how much of my circumstances I should reiterate or repeat. I've since discovered that my wife's affair lasted for more than 4 years. No precise time frame yet. It most likely began emotionally before becoming bodily. I'm also interested in how the epidemic and lockdowns affected this. I might or might not find out the answers. In any case, my in-laws unexpectedly came to visit their grandchildren yesterday. Since the start of this ordeal, Del EW has been staying in their house, which is utterly ridiculous. Naturally, they greeted the girls for a total of 15 minutes. I have 3 girls with my wife. They then requested a private conversation with me. As you can anticipate, the chat was lengthy. I don't want to go into detail about it in this piece. In any case, my wife wants to return home but is scared of the consequences of her behavior and is unable to confront her past. Her parents also conducted extensive research to find out if I intended to file for divorce. They put a lot of effort into persuading me to forgive my wife and keep the marriage together. They wanted my wife out of their home, but it was also obvious that they were extremely humiliated and ashamed. The conversation was quite polite and courteous. I acknowledged that I misled them by claiming that I was unsure of my future intentions since I intend to get a divorce. However, I fear that if I tell my wife, I will never get the truth. And I might never understand. However, if at all feasible, I would like her to sit in front of me and explain everything. I want her to look me in the eyes and tell me everything after we've been married for 17 years, been together since high school, had 3 children, made innumerable memories, and experienced everything together. Additionally, I want my children to understand that I offered her the chance to apologize, explain herself, and resolve the situation as responsible adults. I'm constantly trying to decide which course will be best for my children. I'm not sure, perhaps I'm not doing it correctly. I can't legally bar my wife from our house. The attorney was extremely explicit about that. Therefore, even if I really don't want this right now, I can't stop my wife from coming home. In fact, my girls and I have begun to establish a pleasant routine. I therefore made a demand that, in my opinion, would be impossible to fulfill for some time. If, when my wife sat down with me face to face, looked me in the eyes, and told me everything about her affair, from beginning to end, without hesitation or more lying, I told her she may come home. She would next need to meet with the girls, provide an apology face to face, and respond to their inquiries. It's only fair, I reasoned, since they already know. Once more, she is legally free to return home anytime she pleases and is not subject to any obligations. However, I might be able to take advantage of her fear of us. Is that incorrect? Here, I'm not attempting to be cunning or dishonest. I simply don't want to live together just yet. If I can postpone it, our state has a 90-day waiting period before a divorce may occur. In any case, she will inevitably return home. Life will continue despite this disaster, and ultimately we will both need to return to our jobs. I simply wish to extend it in order to plan and improve my emotional and mental well-being. My wife says she doesn't want a divorce, but she has been texting the females. She apologizes to them over and over again. The texts have been shown to me. She inquires about me every day, and the truth about what she has done to us is really getting to her, especially in the past few days. How can I handle this? Was my request stupid? My wife is probably going to return home sooner rather than later. Right now, I have faith in my future. This doesn't scare me because I know it will happen eventually. As we proceed, I simply want to choose what's best for my girls and subsequently for myself. I am grateful to everyone who has been providing support, guidance, and encouragement. Update 4. I apologize for the length, but I just need to get this out of the way. It will be a bit of an anticlimax. Despite the awful weekend, my wife returned home yesterday. As the week progressed, there was a fair lot of build-up to it. Normally, when she walked through the doorway, I would embrace and kiss her, but this time, there was just this incredibly awkward tension between us. Before she spoke, she really approached me and attempted to embrace me, but I turned her away. Unbelievable. As though nothing had occurred. Naturally, I begged her to tell me everything after she calmed down. She stated once more that she is not yet ready. The outcome was the same when we chatted on the phone earlier this week. She simply reiterated that she wasn't prepared for that when I maintained that the only requirement for her to return home was that she loved the family enough to justify her absence of over 3 weeks. I took a few long breaths and tried to gather myself, even though it took a lot to keep from screaming at her. I didn't succeed. I abruptly stated after the first of many lengthy pauses that she had been having an affair with a coworker for more than 4 years, that she had planned to leave me for another man, that she had ghosted her entire family, and that she now enters the room without meeting the one requirement I had requested, and that I wanted a divorce. I suppose this is where the strangeness began. It was clear from her facial expression and body language that she was unaware of my level of knowledge regarding her affair. She gave me a wide-eyed look before simply standing in the kitchen and gazing at the floor. She remained silent and stern. This is not what I was anticipating at all. Perhaps an emotional outburst, a tearful confession, or even her cursing and screaming at me, accusing me of having the affair. Not this response, but rather a somber, "Okay, let's sit down and talk this out." To be honest, we must have stood in complete quiet for 5 minutes in the kitchen. It was simply the most peculiar thing I had ever encountered. Both she and I were obviously at a loss for words. I had read all of your remarks and suggestions regarding my predicament. I even made notes. I had prepared myself for every eventuality this conversation could bring, with the exception of this one, while I sat in front of a mirror. I ultimately made the decision to document what I knew about her affair at that precise moment. I may have been foolish, but I told her what I knew, albeit with some assumptions about how she met AP, her sister's participation, what transpired during COVID, etc. All she could do was look at the floor. She didn't say anything, so I became more and more irate, but I did everything in my power to avoid becoming profane or raising my voice. At last, I calmed down. Another long uneasy pause followed. Sadness replaced anger when everything became clear. Then I gently questioned her about what I had done to make her leave. Was I ever loved by her? Was he worth it too? She remained silent. Didn't move. Remained motionless, nothing at all from her. No sobs, no regrets, no shouting, no justification. She simply stood with her head down, nothing. This was painful. Perhaps this was more painful than D-Day. Not sure whether I would have moved, I just stood there looking at her. Then, of course, things got worse. The whole interaction was being overheard by our girls. I'm just so damned foolish. Over the past few weeks, I've been putting a lot of effort into attending to their needs and putting them first, but after I confronted my wife, I became emotional and stopped caring about where they were. Our oldest daughter, who had a lot of pent-up rage, stormed downstairs and screamed. My wife hurried to the bedroom and locked the door. We are currently at that point. Before I went to sleep last night, I could hear my wife sobbing for the majority of the night. Only our youngest has attempted to communicate with her. The others have stayed away from her. I'm going to propose that she remain with her sister until we can complete the divorce, if I can muster the confidence to do so. However, she still calls this place home. If we all have to live with her, it will only be a sad situation. You were all right about my wife, and I was incorrect. I was mistaken about every year we spent together, every memory, and every moment that changed our lives. I thought she would fall to her knees and ask for forgiveness. I really believed that she would confess the truth and repent for everything that had happened over the previous 4 years, thus clearing her of any blame. We are not worth it to this woman, who once drove back to a farmer's market after realizing she had been handed $10 more in change than she was supposed to. She doesn't value me, perhaps I never was. What comes next? It was really unpleasant at home today. The daughters and I made an effort to continue as we had for the previous 2 weeks, but it is obviously not feasible. All I want to do is move on from this whole situation, From the divorce to the uncomfortable conversations to the anticipated battles, arguments, and drama. How did you handle having to live with your WS, especially if you have children? I am aware that this is only the start. I keep reading blogs that say things will get better, but I'm a long way from that. Right now, I can't stop wanting to yell at every opportunity. Naturally, I'm making every effort to keep the girls' minds calm, but I'm not sure whether I can sustain it for 3 months. Before all of this is finished, school will begin. This is my life now, I suppose. I appreciate everyone's strong interest in me. I'm not sure if the worst is over or not, but I would appreciate any help you can give me to get through this next stage. Update 5. Since my WW returned home and I found out about her affair, I've been in a horrible mood. For my daughters, I've been doing my best to pretend. I make an effort to think and speak appropriately, but tonight I must face the reality. It comes in waves, as many of you post every day, but tonight I was struck by a very large one and became somewhat agitated. My WW has yet to get a lawyer despite the divorce being filed. And once more, I'm attempting to be as gentle and patient as I can in this situation because I'm beginning to see the possibility of an uncontested divorce that we primarily manage ourselves. But I'm not sure after tonight. We've been living together throughout the week, and because WW works so near to our family home, she spends Friday evenings at her sister's and Sunday nights at home. However, if there is no traffic, her sister is an hour away. It's been a habit of basically avoidance over the past few weeks, with WW essentially keeping to herself and the girls and I trying to go about our daily lives regularly. Even though we have informal conversations every evening, my oldest daughter and my WW have stopped talking after a few heated arguments. Right now, it's for the best. I've been following a lot of your advice lately, in addition to what I've read. I put a lot of effort into maintaining my self-control around my wife, and even though it requires all of my strength and willpower, I've been brief and uninterested in our small conversations, although always being courteous and respectful. The past 2 Fridays, up until now, she has arrived home from work, gathered a few things, and left for her sister's for the weekend before I have even returned from work. Not tonight though. When I got home, she was waiting for me in the kitchen. I attempted to ignore her tonight, but she gently took my hand and asked if I was going to treat her this way because she wasn't ready to discuss her affair with me. By the way, since everything went viral about a month ago, this is the first time she has ever spoken about her infidelity. I made an effort. I swear to you, I tried to just walk away and bite my tongue, but I became angry because our daughters weren't home at the time. I then released all of my vices, hurts, aches, anger, and miseries. I let her handle everything. I went on for so long I can't even remember. I completely forgot what time was. I did become a little animated and loud at times, and I did raise my voice. I simply broke down and told her how devastated I am, how much pain I endure every day, and everything that has been haunting me and that I have been holding back. I mean, if I tried to summarize what I said, this piece would be 4,000 words long. I had no intention of stopping once I got rolling. Naturally, I broke down and became tearful once more. After this, I was furious with myself. Damn it, I've been doing great. She reached me. I allowed her to affect me. I was aware that it would occur. I was aware. Horrible. I can only express so much in the waiting room, and it has been building for a while. Additionally, WW genuinely broke down and became emotional for the first time. She started crying furiously, which surprised me. Unfortunately, seeing that she was experiencing the same pain as I was made me pleased. I wish I didn't care, but it felt good to watch her finally cry since it showed that there was someone with some empathy inside of her. Surprisingly, she apologized several times as I was exploding. She would only mutter, "I'm so sorry," while sobbing in an awful way. Eventually, though, I left the kitchen before she could gather herself enough to say anything more. I begged her to stop bothering me. That's what occurred. She spent some time in the kitchen before heading back to her sister's house. After a half hour, the girls realized something had happened when they got home. Although it's difficult to conceal, I wasn't prepared to discuss anything and don't believe they should be aware of this. Do they? I don't want to stop the 2 youngest from making development because they have been doing a lot better. I also don't want to add fuel to my oldest's fury by telling her about this. I detest this so much. I detest it. I ought to have remained composed. I should have simply ignored my WW and walked straight by her. Right now, I'm not sure. Looking back, it seems like she was merely attempting to bring up her affair but was unsure of how to do so. Obviously, she didn't go very far because I blew out. I am now genuinely concerned for her. I don't want her to suffer any harm, but I am aware that many of you will be critical of me for this. With almost everyone ignoring her, she has been alone with her thoughts and secluded. Although it's true that she deserves it, she is still a person and the mother of my children. What a blow to me. I'm really disappointed in myself. I apologize for the lengthy tirade. I also yelled at my brother over the phone. I'll try to start over on Monday, man. I'm only a human. I must admit that it felt wonderful to vent to her, but now I'm feeling regret. Is it better to text my wife or to ignore her? I'm a complete wreck. However, I appreciate you listening, providing me with the help I need to get through this, and giving me all of your suggestions. We have all begun treatment, so that's something in the middle of the turmoil. But this is really, really difficult, just really difficult. Update 6. Thank you for your concern. I am aware that many of you have contacted me. The majority of you were right. Things aren't going well, and I haven't had any opportunity to access the internet. I was hoping to take a vacation from the internet, but I've been regressing a lot this week. It has simply been terrible. My wife has been really kind and has been apologizing for her affair, crying, smothering me, and knocking on my door at night to talk. She hasn't really left me alone this week. I've spoken to her when I felt like it, but I've also mostly ignored her. On Wednesday night, I finally lost my temper with her and told her to stop bothering me. Then it occurred last night. After her affair blew up, my soon-to-be ex-wife returned home a little more than a month ago. Now that we've started this awkward cohabitation routine, she came into my room after the daughters had gone to bed and begged to speak with me alone. In contrast to how she had been approaching me all week, I fed her first, but in order to avoid making the same mistake twice in front of the kids, we finally went to the garage and sat in my car. I apologize for the lengthy apology. She filled me in on everything. We spent about 3 hours out there, she said. I'm not sure how much to divulge. I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up all night listening to her cry again. I also shed tears. I would then become so enraged that I would have to force myself not to walk in and yell at her. Then sob, then rage, and so forth. I apologize if I don't reply to anyone for a day or so, but I need to get this off my chest before I try to sleep. Having my WW apologize and ask for another chance all the time hasn't helped. I had to leave for a few hours tonight as well in order to avoid her. Simply put, being around her hurt so much. In any case, her sister introduced her to her AP approximately 5 years prior to COVID, seemingly with no romantic ambitions. However, he was a higher up at the company she presently works for and wanted to work for. She was able to convince him that her affair was not the reason behind her wish to change careers. However, it goes without saying that she had more motivation after changing employment. The AP started flirting with her once she was hired. Texting at first, followed by images, and then more texting. Then, right before COVID struck, things got physical. She wanted to tell me right away after confessing to her sister, but she chose to keep it to herself. Naturally, my wife claimed that she went NC with her AP shortly after, but he contacted her again as soon as the limitations and lockdowns were relaxed, and she continued to speak with him until the physical aspect of the affair resurfaced. She claimed to have halted the affair a few times out of remorse once businesses resumed operations, but she continued returning to him, thus it never ended. In essence, she provided a great deal of information. She recited the full 5-page packet of handwritten notes detailing her affair history, responding to questions as she went. She made false claims about weekend getaways with the girls, work-related travel, traffic bottlenecks, problems with her parents, shopping excursions, etc. The list was long, as I had expected. She told me so many falsehoods that I simply believed everything she said without question. They were merely a front to be with him though. It only made me feel worse to hear it all. Everyone was right. Her love, however, never truly wavered. She never became aloof during all of this, unlike what I frequently read. Although intimacy did shift, it wasn't enough for me to raise concerns. In any case, she acknowledges that she fell in love with AP and desired a life with him. He promised her luxury items, trips, and everything he could do for her. He was older, divorced, and unmarried. She claimed that the excitement of being with him was too great to resist and began to fantasize about fleeing her duties with the family. She remarked about how the everyday routines of family life bored her. She appeared to be honest, quite emotional, and extremely open. Halfway through, I started crying and lost my temper. As you can think, hearing it all hurt. Naturally, once she finished her confession, she told me how much she loved me and always would, and that she would stop at nothing to try to keep the marriage intact. Many of you anticipated this, yet it all seems so phony to me, as if it had been practiced. Having spent more than half of my life with this woman, I can detect when she is acting shady. I think it doesn't matter if I'm mistaken, but I was more composed than I was the week before. Nevertheless, I became irate and said a few hurtful things, such as making fun of her AP for having several girlfriends, of whom she was only one that he was prepared to discard. She appeared pretty offended about that. When I think about this moment, when she would finally reveal all the one-liners I might say to her or things I could say to hurt her back, a million thoughts cross my mind. I couldn't think of hundreds of answers during the emotional moment the other night, but I knew I would ask. If AP were still alive and she had to choose between me and him, who would she pick? She hesitated and then whispered, "That's not fair." I pressed the subject, and then she eventually stated she'd, of course, select me. In reaction, I said that she was lying again, which was why I was divorcing her. The last thing she said was that she began to cry. We spent some time in the automobile. She continued to cry, but I was exhausted, so I simply informed her that we were divorcing and that we owed it to the kids to be there in their lives, to be good parents, and to get along amicably. In addition, I said that I hoped she was a decent enough person to end our divorce amicably and fairly after all the suffering she had caused me. That would demonstrate her true affection for me. Please realize that I'm not a petty person and that I didn't intentionally mean to hurt her when I told her that I had stolen anything from another website. It just seemed like the right way to wrap things up. However, I truly meant what I said and did. After telling her that I would have loved her forever and leaning over to kiss her on the forehead, I got out of the car and went to bed. That was it. Naturally, I didn't get much sleep the night before, and now I'm having trouble falling asleep tonight. I have no idea what will happen next. One positive, I suppose, is that she no longer has the chance to challenge the divorce. However, I have yet to speak with my attorney. I'm crying once more and reverting to my angry and depressed states. Hearing everything last night was really difficult, even though I could have avoided it all. She may have lied and made it up too, now that I know. Who knows? However, it appeared to go well with everything I had assembled during the previous month. For the time being, that's it. It seems like this never ends. I feel strong again after a few good days, and then something else happens. Even though it's only been days, it feels like months have passed. However, I will attempt to get some rest. Imagine that the one lady you have ever loved and kissed, the love of your life, informs you that she cheated on you for more than 4 years because she was bored. Had no relationship problems, no dead bedroom, no falling out of love, no growing apart, nothing of the sort. Merely due to her boredom. I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse. Thank you for reading and for your assistance. It was a rough couple of nights. Horrible. My ex and his mistress crashed my open house, mocking my success. But they didn't realize I had already built a life they couldn't destroy. As I reposition the expertly arranged throw pillows on the couch, the aroma of freshly made cookies fills the air. In our company, it's the small details that make a big difference. The open house is prepared to greet prospective buyers, so I take a moment to appreciate my job. I freeze as I turn to see how the refreshments are doing. Ethan and Chloe, my ex-husband and his new wife, whom he left me for, enter the house with the audacity of brass. I put on my most polished smile, but I'm furious on the inside. As he walks up to me, Ethan grins and says, well, if it isn't Zara. Still trying to sell houses? I see. Condescension permeates Chloe's voice when she adds her voice. I'm surprised you're still in this business, Zara. Ethan told me you were never really cut out for it. Refusing to give them the gratification of witnessing my tremors, I bite my tongue. Ethan. Chloe. What a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you looking for a new place? Ethan wraps Chloe's waist with his arm. Thought we'd see what you have to offer. I recognize the irony. I gave my all to our marriage years ago while helping Ethan establish his legal practice. But I was never good enough at anything. He became aloof, judgmental, and constantly looking for flaws. I obtained my real estate license because I was determined to contribute and forge my own path. At every opportunity, Ethan disparaged my efforts and claimed I was squandering my time. I should have recognized the warning flags back then, but I was too infatuated and blind. I confronted him after learning of his affair with his much younger assistant Chloe. They refer to it as gaslighting since he denied it and made me feel like I was going insane. The truth was right in front of me, even if I didn't want to believe it. I was caught off guard by the divorce. What a joke, Ethan filed, claiming irreconcilable differences. Before the ink on the paperwork dried, he moved in with Chloe. He did everything he could to leave me with nothing, even though I battled valiantly for a just settlement. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. Determining to succeed on my own terms, I put my all into my work, and I succeeded. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I made it my goal to assist women who are struggling, like myself, in finding their ideal houses and starting over. And now I find myself confronting my past. Ethan and Chloe, who are trying to reduce their household size. The thought of their financial difficulties makes me feel a little satisfied. I put on my best act and lead them around the house, pointing out its features. I ignore the sarcastic remarks that Ethan mutters. With her gaze darting anxiously between us, Chloe appears preoccupied. I can't help but make a small jab as we finish the trip. I'm sure I can find you something that fits your budget. My business has been thriving, and I have a lot of high-profile clients. I'm sure I can help you out. Ethan lashes out as his face flushes. You got lucky, Zara. You're just riding on my coattails. I give a charming smile. Luck has nothing to do with it, Ethan. I worked hard for what I have, and I did it all without you. I can see the flaws in their flawless facade as Chloe shifts uneasily. They have no idea what lies ahead. This is only the beginning. As I drive home from the open house, the memories come flooding back. Chloe's scathing comments, Ethan's arrogant expression. They remind me of everything I've attempted to move past, and they're like a knife twisting in my stomach. I remember our marriage, how I helped Ethan through law school, how I had faith in him when others had lost faith. As he started his business from the beginning, I supported him at every turn. But he drifted farther away the more successful he got. I was never good enough at anything. I would act as though I didn't notice when he would arrive home late and smell like perfume and drink. He would simply grunt and withdraw to his study even though I would prepare his favorite dishes and attempt to converse with him. I still recall the day I made the decision to obtain my real estate license. I was sick of depending on Ethan for everything and feeling like a burden. I desired to have something of my own and to contribute. Ethan laughed in my face when I told him about my plans. You? A real estate agent? Don't be ridiculous, Zara. You don't have what it takes. Even though what he said hurt, I didn't let it stop me. I put a lot of effort into my studies, aced my tests, and jumped right into my new job. However, Ethan never helped me. He would minimize my endeavors, claiming that I was squandering my time. The day I learned about Chloe then arrived. I discovered a flirtatious text message between Ethan and his assistant on his phone. My heart broke into a million fragments. That night, my voice trembling with rage and betrayal, I faced him. How could you do this to me, Ethan? To us? He lied while staring me in the eye. I don't know what you're talking about, Zara. You're being paranoid. There's nothing going on between me and Chloe. I fervently hoped that he was telling the truth. But I knew in my heart. It all made sense. The late hours at work, the covert phone conversations, the way he glanced at her when he believed I wasn't looking. After I engaged a private investigator, pictures of Ethan and Chloe caught in the act were revealed. I challenged him once more, this time with evidence. I guess you weren't enough for me, Zara. I need someone who understands me, who supports my dreams, he remarked with a shrug. It was an awful divorce. Ethan resisted me at every turn, attempting to deprive me of everything. He even dared to say that I was the one who had cheated on him. I eventually left with a just settlement, but I was devastated. The greatest years of my life had been spent with Ethan, and he had tossed it all away as if it didn't matter. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. I put all of my effort into my work because I wanted to disprove Ethan. I would prove to him that I was capable of succeeding without his help. And I did. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. Helping women like myself who had been knocked down but refused to stay there was my goal. However, everything comes flooding back when I meet Ethan and Chloe today. The hurt, the betrayal, the rage. I want to lash out, scream, and give them even a small portion of the pain they inflicted on me. I won't though. I am superior to that. I'm more powerful than that. I have created a life for myself that Ethan will never be able to take away. I inhale deeply and exhale slowly as I pull into my driveway. I refuse to be affected by them. I refuse to let them prevail. I'm a survivor named Zara. And I will be damned if I let Chloe and Ethan drag me down once more. On a Tuesday, the divorce papers arrived. The receptionist buzzed me while I was reviewing some postings at my desk. Zara, there's a courier here for you. He says it's urgent. With trembling hands, I ripped the packet open and signed for it. I was immediately struck by the words, petition for divorce. Next to the checkbox for irreconcilable differences, Ethan's name stood out accusingly. It seemed as though someone had punched me in the stomach. Even though I knew things were awful, I never imagined he would get this bad. I never imagined that he would simply give up on us. He wasn't picking up when I called him. My voice became increasingly frantic as I left message after message. Ethan, please, can we just talk about this? Can we try to work it out? However, He had vanished. His car was gone as I passed our house, and there was a moving van parked in front of it. As I sat there with the engine running and tears running down my cheeks, the neighbors looked at me pityingly. He moved in with Chloe that same day, as I later learned. He lacked the civility to wait for the divorce to be finalized. He was eager to begin his new life with her. It was an awful divorce. Ethan tried to leave me with nothing, but he fought me to the death. He engaged the most skilled and merciless attorneys, and they thoroughly destroyed me in court. I recall sitting across from him in that impersonal courtroom on the day of the last hearing. He refused to even glance in my direction, instead focusing on Chloe, who was sitting smugly in the front row. It ended when the judge struck his gavel. Even though I received a settlement, it felt like a pointless win. Everything that had ever been important to me was gone. After that, I reached my lowest point. In the morning, I was barely able to get out of bed, much less go to work. To dull the ache, I started drinking. I pushed my family and friends away. I didn't want their platitudes or sympathy. However, I woke up one day and understood that I couldn't continue in this manner. I couldn't allow Ethan to prevail. I couldn't allow him to ruin me. I put my all into my work because I was determined to be successful. I accepted every client and every listing. Fueled by an unquenchable fire in my gut, I worked harder than I had ever done. Painfully and slowly, I began to reconstruct my life. I discovered a new apartment, a little, comfortable space that was exclusively mine. I met new pals who were not sympathetic toward me and who were unaware of my background. I concentrated on finding my clients the homes of their dreams. I focused on helping women going through divorces, women who, like me, were beginning over. I became their rock and advocate. I began to recover as the months stretched into years. The pain grew tolerable, but it never quite disappeared. I discovered how to cope with it and turn it into motivation for my goals. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I surrounded myself with positive, self-believing people. I discovered a fresh feeling of direction and motivation for getting out of bed in the morning. However, I will always remember what Ethan did to me. He threw me aside like I was nothing, and I will never forget it. And I promised to hold him accountable one day. I would one day show him what he lost by choosing Chloe over me. I would get my revenge one day. I put my attention on my work, my clients, and creating the life I deserve for the time being. Zara here, and I'm not going to be broken. As the years went by, I threw myself wholeheartedly into my profession. I accepted every challenge and every listing. I was determined to prove myself, so I put in more hours than everyone else, and it was successful. I became the top-selling agent in my office as my sales figures soared. My clients were so pleased with me that they told their friends and relatives about me. My area of expertise was helping women who were starting over or going through difficult circumstances. I turned into their confidant and mentor. I assist them in locating homes, places where they can recover and start over. At her closing, one of my clients, Sarah, a single mother, gives me a big hug. With tears in her eyes, "I couldn't have accomplished this without you, Zara," she says. "You gave me the strength to start over, to believe in myself again." Her advice sticks with me and strengthens my resolve. I understand what it's like to feel lost and like you've reached your lowest point. However, I am also aware that it is possible to rise above the past and create a new life from its ashes. I launch my own agency and surround myself with a group of strong, kind ladies. We establish ourselves as the agency of choice for women in transition, those who require a little more understanding and support. I establish myself as a respected member of the community, and my business prospers. I get asked to offer my experience and knowledge at conferences. For young women who are interested in real estate, I even launched a mentorship program. But Ethan is always in the forefront of my mind. I will always remember how he deceived me and abandoned me, leaving me broken and alone. I monitor him and his legal practice. I hear tales of unethical behavior and clients that feel taken advantage of and deceived. I waited for the ideal opportunity to present itself. I'm prepared to wait as long as it takes since I understand that retaliation is a dish that tastes the finest cold. Then, one day, an opportunity presents itself. I'm holding an open house for a luxurious home, a magnificent mansion with expansive city views. I hear a recognizable voice behind me while I'm displaying the gourmet kitchen. "Zara, I thought that was you." When I turn around, I see Ethan and Chloe, who appear older and more scruffy than I recall. Chloe's face is unpleasant and pinched, and Ethan's hair is becoming gray at the temples. "Ethan, Chloe, what a surprise," I say calmly, with a kind smile. "I didn't expect to see you here." Chloe says, "We're looking for a new place," as she glances around the room. "Something a little more affordable." My eyebrows go up. "Oh, we're having some financial trouble, are we?" Ethan frowns, his face flushed. That's none of your business, Zara. We're just exploring our options. I grin slowly, like a predator. Of course. Well, as you can see, business is booming for me. I've got high-profile clients from all over the city, and my agency is thriving. I'm sure I could find you something suitable. We don't need your help, Zara. We're doing just fine on our own, Ethan says, glaring at me while Chloe appears uneasy. I turn back to the kitchen and shrug. Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. I can't help but feel a rush of satisfaction as they leave. Despite the fact that Ethan broke me once, I've become stronger and better than before. Now that I've witnessed his struggles and the weaknesses in his flawless exterior, I know it's almost time for me to exact my retribution. Even though I lost the battle years ago, I'm still committed to winning the war. And with my pride and head held high, I'll do it how I want. Despite having ruined my past, Ethan and Chloe have no influence over my future. I'm Zara, and I can't be stopped. My assistant buzzes me when I'm sitting in my office a few days after the open house. Zara, there's Chloe here to see you. She says it's urgent. A glimmer of astonishment passes, but I maintain my composure. Send her in. Chloe enters, appearing worn out and anxious. She avoids my eyes as she fidgets with her purse. Zara, I need your help. I recline in my chair and examine her. Oh? And why would I help you, Chloe? You and Ethan made it pretty clear you wanted nothing to do with me. She inhales deeply before finally seeing me in the eye. Ethan and we're having some financial difficulties. His law firm is struggling, and we're barely making ends meet. We need to sell our house, but we don't know where to start. At what she said, I can't help but feel a little satisfied. The powerful lawyer, Ethan, came to me and begged for my assistance. How the powerful have fallen, oh. However, I maintain a neutral look and a professional voice. I see. And you think I'm the right person to help you? With beseeching eyes, Chloe nods. You're the best in the business, Zara, everyone knows that. And I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm hoping we can put that behind us, for the sake of our shared history. Sensing an opening, I resist the want to laugh in her face and tell her precisely where she can stick her shared history. Very well, I responded as I straightened my skirt and got to my feet. I'll take a look at your property and see what I can do, but I make no promises. With a look of relief on her face, Chloe nods enthusiastically. Thank you, Zara. You have no idea how much this means to us. Oh, but I think I do, Chloe. I think I know exactly how much it means to you. And I plan to use that to my full advantage. I help Ethan and Chloe prepare their house for sale over the course of the following few weeks. I send in my crew of photographers and stage designers to turn the dilapidated property into a sleek, contemporary focal point. I can't help but notice the tension between them, though, even while I work. Being irritated and short-tempered, Ethan lashes out at Chloe over the simplest things. In contrast, Chloe appears withdrawn and miserable, with dead dull eyes. One day, Chloe pulls me away while we're reviewing some papers. Zara, can I talk to you for a minute? In private? I walk her into a quiet room and nod. Her hands tremble as she inhales deeply. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Ethan, he's not the man I thought he was. I pretend to be surprised and raise an eyebrow. Oh. What do you mean? Tears come to Chloe's eyes. He's controlling, manipulative. He's been emotionally abusive for years, but I never wanted to admit it. I thought I could change him, but I was wrong. I suppressed the glimmer of pity I have for her. This woman destroyed my life by stealing my spouse. I cannot afford to be sympathetic to her. I'm sorry to hear that, Chloe, I remarked in a calm, non-committal tone. But what do you expect me to do about it? Her eyes are beseeching as she looks at me. I don't know. I just needed to tell someone. I feel so trapped. So alone. I nod, my thoughts rushing. It's this. This is my chance to finally defeat Ethan, the moment I've been waiting for. I understand. I put a hand on her shoulder and said. And I want to help you, Chloe. But you have to be willing to help yourself first. You have to be ready to leave him. To start over. Her face crumples as she nods. I know I do. But I'm scared, Zara. I'm so scared. I give her a shoulder squeeze while speaking in a forceful yet comforting tone. I understand how you're feeling, but know that you're not alone, Chloe. I'm here to support you, and together, we'll make sure Ethan receives the justice he deserves. I'm polite and professional, but I can't help but notice the building tension between Ethan and Chloe as we work closely together over the following 3 days, showing them possible properties that match their budget. Ethan is irritable and angry, sneering at each house I show them. Is this all you can do, Zara? I believed you were meant to be the town's top agent. Keeping my smile intact, I bite back a retort. I promise you, Ethan, that I'm showcasing the finest houses within your budget. However, I'm happy to keep searching if you have a specific idea in mind. During our showings, Chloe appears withdrawn and preoccupied. She seldom talks and keeps her eyes on the ground. I see her glancing at Ethan with a mix of fear and hatred, and I know that our chat from the other day is still a big part of her thoughts. Chloe abruptly interrupts us as we're driving back from yet another failed showing, saying, Zara, is it possible for us to speak in private? I turn to look at Ethan, who is frowning out the window. Chloe, of course. How about we get coffee? After dropping Ethan off at their hotel with the promise that we will meet later to discuss some paperwork, I take Chloe to a quiet cafe and order a cappuccino for the two of us. I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day, about leaving Ethan, starting over, she says, taking a big breath while holding her mug tightly. I maintain a neutral expression as I nod. And what have you decided? Tears well up in Chloe's eyes as she says, I'm not sure whether I can do it. I've known him my entire life, and I'm afraid of what he might do if I try to leave. I take her hand across the table and say, I know it's scary, Chloe. But this is far less than what you deserve. Instead of someone who depresses and manipulates you, you deserve to be with someone who loves and respects you. She wipes her eyes with a tissue and nods, saying, I understand. You're correct, I know that. However, I'm not really sure where to begin. Squeezing her hand, I say in a firm but comforting manner, start by speaking with a lawyer. Find out what alternatives you have. Meanwhile, keep a record of everything. Note every instance of Ethan being domineering or abusive. If you choose to leave, it will help you make a stronger argument. Chloe nods and takes a trembling breath. All right, I can do that, all right. With a glimmer of optimism, I grin at her and say, and Chloe, keep in mind, you're not alone, I'm here to support you at every turn. Ethan is waiting excitedly in the hotel foyer as we return after finishing our coffee. Where have you been? Glaring at Chloe, he yells, I've been waiting for more than an hour. I move forward and say, I'm sorry, Ethan, in a composed and businesslike tone. I promise that everything is in control, but Chloe and I had some business to discuss. His eyes widen as he frowns at me, saying, it had better be. Zara, I'm too busy to play any more of your games. With a lazy, rapt smile, I say to him, oh, Ethan, you have no idea what kind of game I'm playing. I can feel his gaze piercing my back as I turn to leave, but I ignore it since I have work to do. I assist Chloe in gathering proof of Ethan's abuse over the course of the following several weeks, and she begins journaling, recording every harsh remark and every act of control. She also takes pictures of the bruises on her arms and the holes he has punched in the walls. I'm also constructing my own case against him in the meantime. When the time comes to finally take Ethan down, I'll be prepared to watch him fall and see the expression on his face when he realizes that he's finally met his match. In Zara, the woman he once destroyed, the woman who rose from the ashes, stronger and more powerful than ever before, the woman who will be his ultimate downfall. I reach out to some of his former clients, the ones who felt cheated and misused, and I gather evidence of his unethical practices and shady dealings. I didn't anticipate the day of reckoning coming so quickly. Chloe, who is distraught, answers the phone as I'm in my office reviewing some papers. Zara, please, you have to help me. Ethan learned about the attorney. He is enraged. He's threatening to destroy me and injure me. In a second, I'm standing up and reaching for my purse and keys. Listen, Chloe. Now leave that place. Find a secure location. I'll look after Ethan. On the other end of the line, I can hear her crying. All right, I'll go to my sister's apartment. But please, Zara, exercise caution. He's not thinking clearly. My heart pounding, I hang up the phone, knowing what I must do. My thoughts racing with potential outcomes. I know I need to be clever about this. Have to play my cards exactly right, as I make my way to Ethan's office. He looks up from his desk, his face contorted with anger, and they enter his office without knocking, holding my head high. What the hell are you doing here, Zara? I give him a chilly, cunning smile and say, Ethan, I believe you understand exactly why I'm here. I am aware of the things you have been doing to Chloe. I am aware of the manipulation and abuse. With his hands clenched at his sides, he gets to his feet and says, Zara, you don't know anything. You're just a resentful, envious lady who finds it impossible to move on from the past. With a hard, brittle laugh, I say, oh Ethan, you don't know what I'm capable of. I have been observing you in order to collect proof. I am aware of your dubious activities and immoral behavior. I have enough to demolish everything you've ever worked for and ruin you. I can see the terror in his eyes as his face goes pale. You're bluffing. You've got nothing on me. Oh, but I do, Ethan, I say, reaching into my purse and taking out a big folder. You cheated and lied to your former clients, and I have their testimonies. I have financial documents that prove your fraud and embezzlement. I have pictures of the bruises you gave Chloe when you were angry. He rushes to retrieve the folder as I hurl it onto his desk. Ethan, it's over. You're done. And I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison if you ever approach Chloe again or touch her. His face twisted with dread and anger, he looks up at me and says, Zara, you can't do this, you can't ruin me. With a low ominous whisper, I bend up close and say, watch me. He takes my arm and digs his fingers into my skin as I turn to go. Zara, you'll pay for this? I'll see to that. With my eyes burning with rage, I yank my arm away. No, Ethan. You will be held accountable for what you have done to Chloe, me, and everyone else you have harmed in the process. I'm going to be the one to ensure that you make the payment. With my heart thumping in my chest, I leave his office, knowing that this is only the beginning and that a long and challenging road lies ahead, but I also know that I'm prepared for it. I'm ready to stand up for what's right, to regain the power that Ethan took from me all those years ago. I get into my car and drive to Chloe's sister's house, my mind racing with potential solutions. I know I must be there for her, to support her during this trying time, but I also know I must be strong, to take the lead, because this is my battle too. I am Zara, and I am a force to be reckoned with. Heaven help anyone who tries to stand in my way. This is my chance to put things right, to get the retribution I have been longing for. And I will not stop until Ethan is held accountable and made to pay for all the suffering he has caused. The consequences of my confrontation with Ethan are swift and severe. Within days, his abusive behavior and unethical practices are widely publicized in the city's newspapers and news websites. His law firm collapses, sending clients running in droves. His partners distance themselves in an attempt to preserve their own reputations. And Ethan himself is humiliated, his name becoming associated with dishonesty and corruption. Knowing that I contributed to his demise, I watch it all play out with a grim sense of satisfaction, but I also know that my work is far from done. Chloe files for divorce, and I assist her in finding a new home, a modest but comfortable apartment in a quiet neighborhood. She is terrified and overwhelmed, but I reassure her that she is not alone and that there are people who want to support her. She tells me about years of abuse and manipulation, the ongoing fear and self-doubt, and I tell her about my own divorce, how Ethan almost destroyed me but I found the strength to rebuild my life. We spend long hours talking, sharing our stories and our pain, and together we begin to heal, finding a new sense of purpose and hope. Chloe goes to treatment and begins classes to complete her degree. I immerse myself in my profession, committed to changing the lives of other women who have experienced similar hardships. After a few months, things start to return to normal, and Ethan fades into the background as a warning about what happens when ego and power run amok. However, one day, I get a call that completely alters everything. Ethan is pleading with me for assistance. Zara, please, he pleads in a broken and frantic voice. I know I have no right to ask, but I don't know where else to turn. My freedom, my reputation, and my career are all on the line. I need your assistance. I'm tempted to end the call and let him pay for his crimes, but then I recall something my therapist said about the need for forgiveness and how harboring hate and resentment ultimately damages us. I inhale deeply and then make a choice that even surprises me. All right, Ethan, I'll assist you. But not for me, nor for you. Because in order to move on with my life, I must let go of the past. We meet at a coffee shop, and as I listen to him open up to me about his anxieties, his regrets, and his desperate attempt to put things right, I feel a shift in myself. A sense of release and closure. Then, feeling lighter than I have in years, I get up to go, giving him tools and advice on how to get assistance and make amends. With tears in his eyes, he adds, "Thank you, Zara. I know I don't deserve your kindness, but I'm grateful nonetheless." With a little smile teasing my lips, I nod. Ethan, look after yourself. Additionally, keep in mind that there is always time to start afresh. I feel at peace as I leave the coffee shop, knowing that although I will always remember the suffering and anguish of my past, I have managed to go on and create a new life founded on fortitude, resiliency, and optimism. I feel a rush of pride and thankfulness for how far I've come and for the person I've become when I think back to the woman I was all those years ago, the one who was lost and shattered and believed she would never find her way out of the darkness. I am Zara, a lady who has persevered through hardships and emerged stronger on the other side. I am confident that I possess the bravery and tenacity to confront any obstacles life presents and to keep going forward, one step at a time. My wife disappeared after a girls' trip, and now she's trying to manipulate her way back into my life, acting like nothing ever happened. It's common to hear statements like, "I never saw it coming." That's precisely how it went for me, though. I was married to my wife for the entire 4 years that we were together. To be honest, I thought we were doing well. For the most part, I believed that we were in agreement, and we had plans and a life plan laid out. The problem is that we both desired children. Or I believe that we both did. As soon as we were married, we began to discuss it seriously. She would constantly express her desire for 2 or 3 children, rambling on about the names we would give them, the nursery decor, and everything else. She would even spend time on the internet planning our future children's lives while perusing baby gear and clothing. It kept us connected and was sort of our thing to talk about. We were eager to begin this new chapter in our lives together, and everything appeared to be going according to plan. But after that, we received some terrible news, which really devastated me. We visited a doctor to find out what was wrong after a few months of trying to conceive. To cut a long tale short, it was me. The doctor essentially informed us that our chances of naturally becoming parents were very limited because my count was much too low. It felt like a stomach punch. I felt worthless. Our entire set of plans vanished in a flash. I was hit hard, terribly hard, by the news. I ended up for a while in a fairly awful position. I was a complete disaster at first, but therapy ultimately helped. At first, she seemed to be rather supportive, stating that it didn't matter and that she would be content with us alone. However, there was something strange about the way she said it right from the start. She seems to have dropped it far too soon. She was all about starting a family one minute, and then she claimed she didn't need children to be content. I understand that people change their ideas, but her entire demeanor seemed strange to me. From thinking about baby names, she had completely stopped talking about children. Furthermore, it seemed as though she began to view me in a different light. She would suddenly start making little jabs at me that she had never mentioned before, like how I wasn't taking care of myself, that I should work out, or that I should be more productive around the house. Yes, I could have gained a few pounds, but it seemed like she was constantly looking for reasons to accuse me. She would dismiss it when I questioned her about the abrupt shift in attitude. She would claim that I was being unduly sensitive and that I was only dreaming. But I was aware of a problem. She was different from the lady I married, the one who would spend hours sitting with me discussing our future. She wasn't particularly cruel, but there was a certain coldness about her, as if she had already mentally checked out and was merely doing the part. I suppose that as time went on, I began to trust her when she assured me that everything was okay. In order to avoid coming out as needy or insecure, I quit pressing. In any case, after a few years, we were only getting by. We had gotten into a pattern where we hardly discussed anything important. We seemed more like housemates than husband and wife. She would always dismiss my attempts to discuss other choices, such as adoption or surrogacy, by stating that she didn't want to consider them. I never really believed her when she said, "As long as we're together, I'm happy." She seemed more concerned with persuading herself than I was. Suddenly, she informs me she wants to take a girls' trip. Now, traveling with her buddies was nothing out of the ordinary. She had previously done it a few times, and I had always encouraged her. For a long, she talked about wanting to travel to America with her pals, while we lived in Brighton. We had developed this trust over the years, so I didn't give it a second thought. I therefore made sure she had everything she needed, assisted her with packing, and drove her to the airport. I recall her final words before she departed. She turned to me and said, "Thank you for being so supportive." I found it a little strange that she would say that because I hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy, but she appeared so sincere that I dismissed it as her simply expressing gratitude. I remained up that night to make sure things went well by calling her when she landed. I kept myself occupied around the house, watching TV, keeping an eye on the time, and waited for her to text me to let me know she had landed because her flight was expected to take roughly 9 hours. I called her to check in as soon as I noticed her flight had landed. The phone kept ringing, but no one picked it up. I didn't give it much thought because I assumed she was exhausted and might have gone directly to her hotel and crashed. However, when morning arrived, I still hadn't heard from her. I began to have this nagging concern in the back of my mind. I thought perhaps she was simply busy or her phone was on quiet, so I tried calling again and then texted her a few times. However, I was officially freaking out after a couple more hours of radio silence. In the end, I gave her sister a call to check whether she had heard from her. Nothing. I was really beginning to freak out by this point. In the hopes that something had gone wrong with her phone or that she just hadn't had time to check in, I even went so far as to call her companions, who were meant to be traveling with her. However, they were also perplexed when I called them. They did not accompany her on the trip. Back at home, they were enjoying coffee while seated 2 streets away. It truly hit me at that point. She wasn't traveling with any girls. She didn't have any friends. She hadn't accompanied anyone anywhere. She simply vanished. It seemed as though my stomach had fallen through the floor as I sat there with the phone. I was unable to comprehend it. Why would she tell me such a lie? Why wouldn't she notify me before leaving? I made an effort to persuade myself that it was an error of some sort, such as perhaps she had missed a connecting flight or that she had been unable to contact due to an emergency. But I knew in my heart that she had this planned. Her expressing "thank you for being so supportive," and the entire girls' trip were all components of whatever she had been imagining. I was at a loss for what to do. I couldn't wake up, as if I were living in a nightmare. I had never married a woman like this. I didn't even recognize this person. The coldness, the way she had stopped discussing our future, and those small digs about my appearance and health all began to make sense. I simply hadn't noticed, or perhaps I hadn't wanted to see, that she had been drifting away for a while. I just sat there looking at my phone that night, hoping for a call, a text, anything. However, nothing materialized, and I knew in my heart that it wouldn't. I remember lying there and staring at the ceiling when I woke up the following morning, thinking that it was all just a bad dream. But when she saw that her side of the bed was empty, reality set in. In fact, she had gone. After packing her bags, she disappeared. The promises I had given myself the previous evening, maybe she was late, or perhaps her phone died, were no longer valid. She had clearly planned this and wanted to go. I was completely in denial for the first few days. I would keep ringing her phone in the hopes of hearing her voice and perhaps receiving an explanation. I even left messages. I kept leaving them in the hopes that she would understand, even though I was half the time at a loss for words. However, I only received quiet, which strangely made things worse. It was as though I had been a stranger to her all along and had been left to work things out on my own without knowing what had gone wrong. Her family was initially just as surprised as I was. They hadn't heard from her, and her mother didn't know anything about her plans. In the end, I visited there more times than I could remember in order to speak with her mother and get answers. They must have felt sorry for me. When I couldn't bring myself to cook, her mom would prepare meals for me and occasionally let me stay there. She would sit there while I talked about all the tiny things that didn't make sense, attempting to figure out how my life had suddenly become so complicated. And to be honest, there were times when I was too numb to speak and just sat there in silence. I oscillated between rage, despair, and remorse. What went wrong was a question I kept asking myself. Was there a sign I missed? Was I not paying enough attention to her? On certain days, I would review all of our arguments and conversations in an attempt to determine what caused her to leave. I kept thinking about what I could have done better and how I could have preserved our marriage. It may sound dramatic, but I was completely preoccupied with figuring it out. It seemed as though the solution would somehow make everything better. I hardly slept or ate, and my work also began to suffer. People took notice. When they inquired about my well-being, I would just dismiss it by claiming that I was occupied with personal matters. Admitting the truth, the fact that my wife abandoned me without saying a word, was embarrassing. I eventually told a few close friends, and they tried their best to divert my attention by bringing me out to hang out and encouraging me to move on. However, I would still ponder about her, wondering where she was and why I wasn't enough to keep her around, even when I was with them. The incessant inquiries from strangers, including neighbors, relatives, acquaintances, and even former co-workers who had heard I was married, were among the worst aspects. It was like pulling out a new scab each time somebody asked, "How's married life treating you?" And "How's your wife?" I would just smile and tell them that everything was good since I lacked the courage to tell them she had left. But each time I repeated that untruth, it felt more weighty. The only thing that worked in the end was therapy. Although I had never gone before, I realized I couldn't manage it alone after a few months of hardly functioning. In order to talk to someone who was impartial and unfamiliar with our baggage, I contacted a therapist and began attending once a week. It was beneficial. I would express my rage, betrayal, and the void she had left in my life. I would talk endlessly about the restless evenings and how I would lie awake repeatedly reliving everything. The therapist assisted me in realizing that she would not have remained here if it had been a magical moment. It wasn't my fault. She made the decision to go. It was a difficult pill to take. I had the feeling that I was flawed and had somehow alienated her for a long time. However, I gradually began to see things differently. I chose to overlook her long-standing coldness and distance, assuming that things would improve on their own. I had persuaded myself that I could maintain my composure and that our marriage could be saved by my efforts alone. The realization that it wasn't hurt. As time passed, I began to restore my life in tiny increments. It wasn't until she departed that I realized how much I had lost in our marriage. I had always been the one who tried his hardest to make sure she was content and that our home life was comfortable. But now that I had so much free time, I was at a loss for what to do. I therefore began resuming old pastimes that I had forgotten about. I tried cooking new meals, went to the gym, and started reading literature I had been putting off. Eventually, the work also improved. I was hardly keeping up with my job at first, simply going through the motions. However, when I began to feel more like myself, I worked harder at my job. I felt like I still had control over something in my life, which was one of the few things that gave me a sense of accomplishment. Although I had always been skilled at what I did, I now give it my all, the extra hours, the concentration. I got a promotion as a result of it, something I never would have obtained if I had been moping about my problems. Even yet, there were painful days. A picture, an old movie ticket stub, or other small items that brought back memories I'd tried to forget would occasionally remind me of her. Looking at them, I would question her actions, whether she ever considered me, and whether she ever felt bad about what she had done. But gradually, those times began to disappear. I was able to let go of those memories a little more quickly and move on a little more easily each time. Additionally, I got back in touch with people I hadn't seen much of since getting married. We resumed our activities, including hiking and hitting the golf range, something I hadn't done in years. Having folks by my side who weren't involved in the mess and who could support me in moving on without pulling me back into the agony was a relief. In hindsight, I saw that I had invested much too much of myself in that relationship, in being her spouse. I felt like I had lost a significant portion of who I was when she departed, as if she had taken a piece of me with her. But I was rediscovering who I was, piece by piece. Although it wasn't quick or simple, I was making progress. I was finally able to see someone who wasn't defined by her past actions when I looked in the mirror at the conclusion of that year. I wasn't just the man whose wife had abandoned him. I had rebuilt, I had survived, and I was stronger now. I felt as like I could truly live my life without her shadow looming over me for the first time in years. To be honest, I took pride in that. I believed I had moved on from everything. After all that chaos, life had at last begun to seem normal again, or as close to normal as it could be. My work was going really well, my friends kept me occupied, and I had my routine down pat. Even my daily thoughts about her had stopped. Even while I still occasionally had flashbacks to odd memories, it wasn't as frequent as it used to be, when everything I did was somehow related to her. She was therefore the last person I expected to see standing there when someone knocked on my door one Saturday morning. But there she was with a baby at my doorway. I went cold. It was like witnessing a ghost, and for a moment my brain simply stopped functioning. Though perhaps a touch worn down, she still had her typical appearance. She looked at me as if she genuinely believed that I would be pleased to see her. I thought I was past caring, so yes, that really got to me. As it happens, meeting her again evoked many feelings I had previously suppressed. At first, I remained silent. I just stared as I stood there. As if nothing had happened, she gave me a smile before asking, "May I come in?" The nerve. Really, I mean it. She just shows up here as if I should be welcoming her back with open arms after everything she's done. However, I maintained my composure and told her, "No, you can stay right there," explaining that I didn't want her in my home bringing all that commotion back into the one area I had created for myself. Despite her rather disoriented appearance, she remained in her spot and simply launched into her story. She began by saying, "I know this might be a shock, but I wanted to come back and explain everything." Her expression was hopeful, as though she truly thought I would be willing to listen. I was tempted to just close the door and laugh in her face, but I was too intrigued. I was curious about the reason behind her disappearance and what she had come up with. She continued by explaining that she had erred in leaving and that she had come to the realization that she had lost the greatest thing that had ever occurred to her, not my words, but hers. She claimed to have thought a lot and to have finally realized what was important in life after having this child. After years of ignoring me, it seemed that what mattered most was unexpectedly knocking on my door. "This is our second chance," she remarked, glancing down at the infant. What I was hearing was unbelievable. Our second opportunity? As if this child were some sort of magical reset button that would allow us to resume where we left off. I was furious on the inside, but I attempted to maintain a neutral appearance. She continued by adding that although she had made a grave error, we could now start over, just the three of us. She wanted us to be a family once more. "Why did you leave?" was the final question that had been bothering me ever since she appeared. I tried to speak as steadily as I could, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could contain myself. Now that she was here, I needed to hear it from her since I had tortured myself with all the possibilities for years in an attempt to comprehend. After hesitating and glancing down at her feet as if embarrassed, she finally told me the truth, or at least what I thought it was. She acknowledged that she had left because she wanted a child and had found someone who could provide one for her because I couldn't. She honestly stated it as if it were insignificant, as though she hadn't destroyed my life, and as though I should just nod and take it as gospel. She clarified that although the man she had left didn't stay, she had already given birth and had suddenly come to the realization that she wanted me back. Easy. I paused to think about what she was saying. She was here, confessing that she had left me, fled with a man, had his child, and now expected me to accept it. As if I should simply forget and forgive. So you left, found someone else, had his baby, and now you think you can come back and pretend like nothing happened? I asked her. She broke down in tears and apologized, admitting that she had made a big mistake, but I remained unmoved. She kept talking about how she knew she was supposed to be with me and that I was the one she really loved. To be honest, maintaining a straight face was difficult. She sounded so crazy that I was shocked. I could see it clearly on her face that this was desperation, not love. She then attempted to guilt-trip me by talking endlessly about how difficult it had been for her to be a single mother. In fact, she attempted to paint herself as the victim in all of this, acting as though her decisions hadn't brought her to this point. She assured me she was prepared to work things out this time and that she wanted my help. Who does she think I am? Was all I could think about. I listened to it all as I stood there, but I had had enough. I told her right away, you made your choice a long time ago, and now you have to live with it. There's no second chance here. She appeared astonished, as if she had never even imagined that I would say no, as if she truly believed she could simply saunter back into my life because it would suit her. She became irate just when I thought she would finally understand and depart. She became angry with me, accusing me of selfishness and demanding that I give her another chance to make amends. She said that she could have taken half of everything and divorced me at that time if she had so desired. She even had the audacity to remark that the house should still belong to her. I felt a surge of relief as it seemed like her true self was revealing itself in front of me. At last, I was recognizing her true self. I refrained from arguing with her. I didn't speak louder. We're done. You wanted a different life, and now you have it. This isn't my responsibility anymore. I simply replied, looking at her, and then I closed the door in her face, interrupting her if she had any more words to say. I was struck with a peculiar sense of serenity as I stood there and heard her muffled screaming coming from the other side of the door. She might shout, cry, knock, or do anything else. However, I knew I would never allow her to return. This stranger who believed she could pick up the pieces when it was convenient for her took the place of the lady I had loved and married. Feeling lighter than I have in years, I moved away from the door and took a seat. I believed that was it after I shut the door behind her. I assumed she would understand and simply walk away. However, no. Rather, she began pounding on the door while shouting various things. The nerve seemed unbelievable to me. She had the gall to stand there and insist that I listen to her while I was in the one place that was truly mine, the only place I had been able to recover from the disaster she had left me in. I initially considered ignoring it and letting her scream till she became weary. But then I started to wonder. I was curious to know what kinds of excuses she would offer this time. I opened the door just enough to let her know I was paying attention, but not enough to let her in. She appeared to be astonished that I hadn't given her the response she desired, as if she had just been slapped across the face. As if we were having a typical argument and not coping with her abandonment, she began a lengthy monologue in which she expressed her willingness to forgive me for closing the door on her and her want to start over. She went on and on about how if we both worked hard, we could work things out. I was unable to contain myself at that moment. I laughed, really laughed, because this woman had more nerve than I had ever seen. When I did that, she appeared enraged, as if I should feel guilty for not paying attention to her. I said to her, "You left. You had your chance, and you threw it all away. I'm not just going to pretend none of that happened because you feel like it." Her face flushed, and she began to talk about how she had been so lost after leaving and how she had discovered her error too late. "You don't understand how hard it was for me," she said. However, I didn't believe it. I informed her that she had taken the decision to leave. She had plotted it, made up a falsehood about it, and then carried it out. Now her remorse meant nothing. That's when she lost it. Her entire tone shifted. She stopped doing the melancholy, repentant act and began to attack me, accusing me of being unjust and lacking the grace to give her another chance. If I'd wanted to, I could have taken everything from you back then. I could have taken half of everything you own, she bravely said. I simply stood in awe. This woman, who had abandoned me without saying anything, now believed she should be compensated in some way for not attempting to defraud me. As if she was worthy of praise for not being as awful as she could have been. I replied, "So, what am I supposed to be grateful for? Grateful that you only ditched me and didn't take my stuff with you?" Her expression was a mixture of rage and something more, possibly desperation or guilt, as she gazed at me. But to be honest, I didn't give a damn by then. I had just finished. That was where all the years I had spent questioning myself, feeling bad, and wondering if I was somehow to blame for her leaving vanished. I felt as though the burden I had been dragging about had finally been removed when I met her for who she truly was. But she wasn't finished. She began to pace my porch while complaining that I would regret not giving her another chance and that I would never find someone like her. In fact, by refusing to take her back, she attempted to make me feel as though I was the one who was missing out. It was strange. As if I should be pleading with her to stay, here she was, the one who ruined everything we owned. She became even louder and continued to complain about how I had made her leave in the first place when she realized I wasn't going to back down. She said that none of this would have occurred if I had been more understanding about the entire kid situation. Her reasoning seemed to indicate that I had failed her as a husband because I couldn't conceive, which somehow excused her from leaving to have a kid with someone else. The mental acrobatics were amazing. To be honest, I was shocked that she was attempting to blame me for her decisions. I straight up told her, "Look, if you wanted a kid that badly, you could have told me the truth. You didn't have to lie to my face and pretend everything was fine while planning your exit." To that, she had nothing to say. Simply looked at me as if I had hit her. However, I prevented her from speaking. I said, "You made that choice all on your own, and now you've got to live with it. That's not my problem." She made one final attempt, returning to her dejected expression, and urged me to consider the boy and how I was being unjust by ignoring him. She literally exploited the child in her arms to make me feel guilty, as if I were the villain in this situation. However, I wasn't buying into it. I replied, "I don't know that child. I have nothing to do with him. He's not mine, and neither are you." That was the end of it. I could see her coming to terms with it at last. She was aware that I would never change my mind, and that I would never allow her to return to my life. I could see the rage waning and being replaced by something else, either genuine regret or simply exasperation. However, I didn't care. She had attempted to walk all over me and expected me to smile and give her credit, but now she was simply a stranger. For a few more seconds, she stood there as if she was waiting for me to decide to call her back. I didn't say anything else though. When it finally hit her that I meant every word, I just stood there and watched her expression. I closed the door without giving it another glance. I also didn't wait for her to rap on it again this time. In my heart, I knew that I had already made up my mind and that there was no turning back. I don't know, but I felt like I had finally won as I moved away from the door. It was over, even though she had spent so much time hoping to return and use manipulation to get back into my life. I had freedom. Neither for her nor for us was there going to be another chance. She was now only a memory, one that I had at last relegated to the past. I felt like I could breathe again after all those years of suffering and shame. And what do you know? It was pleasant. I experienced an odd sense of tranquility as soon as I shut that door behind her. I no longer felt sad, furious, or even astonished. It was as though all of the effort I had put into her over the years, all of the sorrow, the shame, and the never-ending wondering, had simply disappeared. I was prepared to move on since I had at last found the closure I didn't realize I needed. This time, everything was truly finished, but naturally, it wasn't as tidy a conclusion as I had planned. Her mother texted me a few days later. She apologized, stating she was embarrassed by her daughter's handling of the situation and that she had attempted to reason with her, but clearly it had failed. Her mother was a kind person. She had been quite helpful to me when her daughter departed, and I could see that she was truly distressed by the situation. Although I had nothing against her, I didn't want to be dragged back into that situation. I simply said, "Thanks for checking in response," and didn't say anything further. I wasn't going to waste time justifying my choice, and I wasn't going to offer her mother any more information. She knew it was over because she understood. I learned tidbits over the course of the following few weeks via social media and mutual connections. She had apparently returned to living with her parents, and things weren't going well. The father of the child, the man she had left me for, was not involved at all. He had bailed out. She was left to figure things out on her own because, apparently, he hadn't committed to the long term. Few individuals were eager to help because she had essentially burned every bridge. Her former friends, who had supported me when she first vanished, didn't feel sorry for her. They weren't eager to get drawn back into her drama because they had all moved on. You can't hold them responsible. Her parents weren't too happy either. They didn't have enough money to sustain her and the child. I was aware of this since her father called me shortly after her mother texted me. Curiosity overcame me, and I nearly didn't respond. He was direct but courteous. He mentioned that they were having financial difficulties and suggested that I might be able to assist them in some way. He continued talking about the infant and how difficult things were for them, saying, "We know you cared about her once." I listened courteously, but I couldn't help but giggle a little, not aloud, but you get the idea, when he began to talk endlessly about how his daughter only needed a little help to get back on her feet. I politely informed him that his daughter made her own decisions and that I was neither in a position nor in the right frame of mind to assist. Since he didn't pursue it further, I believe he understood the message. Before I know it, her friends, people I hadn't spoken to in years, begin contacting me. Some attempted to use the guilt angle, claiming that she was going through a difficult moment and that perhaps I could find it in my heart to give her another chance. She even had the audacity to say that the child needed a father figure and that I shouldn't allow my resentment stand in the way of my efforts to assist him. However, I refused to back down. I refused to allow anyone to make me feel guilty for making my own decision at last. I had given that woman all I had after years of feeling inadequate, and she had tossed it all away. Instead of relying on me to save her, she should at least take responsibility for her decisions. The calls and messages gradually decreased in volume before ceasing completely. Everyone seemed to finally realize that I was serious, that I had moved on, and that I would not get ensnared again. That's when the true calm arrived. For the first time in years, my life felt peaceful and typical. I had my friends, my job, and my routines. I had rebuilt my life on my own terms, so it wasn't a fancy, glamorous one, but it was mine. The irony is that I once again began to discover joy in the small things, which I had not given much thought to when I was married. I would read novels I had been meaning to read for years, cook my own food, and take walks. It felt good to be free, and I understood that I could live my life as I pleased without anyone's approval. I wasn't always concerned about other people's happiness or approval, for once. I felt as though I had gradually regained my life. Occasionally, I would stumble into someone who knew us both, and they would inquire, "Hey, what happened to her?" I would respond with a succinct, courteous response and shift the topic. I simply didn't want to keep going back to a chapter that was so obviously over. It wasn't that I was concealing anything. I had finally mastered the skill of leaving her in the past. When I last heard from her, things weren't going well. She was still jumping between her parents' house and friends' sofas after her welcome, and she was having trouble keeping a job. Occasionally, people I don't often communicate with would message me to let me know that she was seeking assistance from anyone who would listen. Some of them even implied that she hoped I would reconsider, that perhaps I would change my mind and end up playing dad to her child. However, that was not going to occur. I had already invested too much time and effort into rebuilding my life to consider taking that route. Her safety net was not going to be me. Just because things didn't go as she had hoped, I wasn't going to be the one to pick up the pieces. Nothing was going to pull me back into that chapter. I was finished. Ultimately, I believe I received the necessary closure. She was now coping with the repercussions of her decisions? And me? It was the first time since the day she departed that I felt completely, truly free. I had had enough of her looming over my life. I was happy that I had moved on. Not in a grand dramatic sense, but simply, contented. And what do you know? That was sufficient. Cast out by my family for favoring my golden child, sister, my aunt helped me. Now they seek my help. Am I the asshole for refusing? My life was completely upended 10 years ago when my family, particularly my sister Claire, chose to exclude me from the house. Why? I was viewed as a traitor by them since I managed to pay for my college education without their assistance. I had nowhere to go when I was 18 and ready to start college. All of this was made possible by Claire, the golden child, who consistently made me seem unimportant in contrast. Claire was my favorite from a young age, yet she is 4 years older than I am. She was the object of my parents' obsession. They would practically hold a celebration if she received an A. You understand what I mean when I say, "Oh, cool. What's for dinner?" When I receive an A. My parents treated Claire like a prodigy by the time she left for a prestigious business school. They covered everything, including her expensive clothes, condo, and tuition. I kept my head down in the meanwhile, knowing that I would have to work things out on my own. Upon being admitted to a prominent UK college to study history, I had the hope that I may receive some assistance. However, no. I was told directly by my parents that they were unable to pay for my education. Although I recognized the high cost of college, their refusal to even co-sign a loan really infuriated me. I only asked them to help me escape a lifetime of debt, not to cover everything. However, they declined. Their logic? They were also hoping to launch a small business at the time, so it seems that all of their resources were going toward that. We already paid for Claire's college. We have to think about our future now. I was stuck. When it came to me, my parents were all about being frugal and responsible. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to attend this college, but it felt like they were purposefully creating barriers for me. My parents had no difficulty spending a lot of money on Claire. I had no choice but to ask my Aunt Denise. My dad's older sister, Denise, is the total antithesis of my parents. In addition to being a brilliant neurosurgeon, she is also quite grounded. There was always this strange tension between her and my parents. They would pretend to be kind at family get-togethers, but it was obvious they were angry with her success. Especially my dad detested being overshadowed by her. At first, I didn't want to engage Denise, but I had to. I contacted her to see if she might cover my tuition. She made no hesitation at all. Of course, I'll help. Why didn't you come to me sooner? I was afraid my father would learn. He would go crazy if he found out that I had asked Denise for money behind his back. I therefore pleaded with Denise to keep it a secret. I believed I was safe for a while. I had paid my tuition and was preparing to go to school. Claire then made the decision to sabotage everything. I'm still not sure how she learned that I had asked Aunt Denise for assistance, but she did. And because she was Claire, she had to make it into a tremendous, dramatic ordeal rather than simply letting it go. I felt something wasn't right the moment I got home from a night out with some pals. Everything I owned was put in boxes. My books, my clothes, even my bed linens. Claire was standing there with this smug, self-satisfied expression on her face as my parents were seated in the living room. I had the impression that I had entered a perverse intervention. My father wasted no time. I had no idea what he was talking about, so I looked at the stack of papers he threw at me and said, "Explain this." I became aware that Claire had completely lost her mind at that point. She had created fictitious emails between Aunt Denise and me, giving the impression that I was betraying the family by disclosing information about their business plans in return for Denise covering my tuition. My eyes were unbelievable. In order to make it appear as though I had betrayed my family, Claire had combed through my laptop, discovered actual emails between Denise and me, and altered them using Photoshop or another program. I was taken aback. My parents refused to listen to me when I tried to explain that it was all a lie. No matter what I replied, they continued to say, "We trusted you, and you stabbed us in the back." They obviously believed Claire. She was always believed by them. It seemed as though I had vanished from the world. They instructed me to immediately collect my belongings and depart. I told a total lie, which led to my official expulsion from the house. I pleaded with them to think again. Aunt Denise had already promised to cover my tuition, so I didn't want to put her through any more trouble. My parents, however, were unconcerned. They claimed they didn't want to interact with me and labeled me a traitor. That was it. I only had a few boxes of my belongings and the clothing on my back when I fled. Aunt Denise took me in. To be honest, I'm not sure how I would have managed without her. She immediately took me in and showed me the kind of family I hadn't experienced in years. Denise was the only person who truly cared about me while my parents were preoccupied with their future business and worshiping Claire. I will always be thankful for that. But even today, I can't get rid of the memories of that night. Claire standing there with that arrogant expression on her face, knowing she had won, my parents staring at me like I was a criminal, and all of my belongings packed away when I walked into my house. I was standing on Aunt Denise's doorstep, my life in boxes, having been evicted from my own home. I was still trying to figure out what the hell had occurred. It like a nightmare. In a single night, how does one go from feeling like a member of a family to experiencing homelessness? Even though the entire situation seemed bizarre, I couldn't claim to be all that shocked. Although my parents had always made it apparent that Claire came first, I never imagined it would go this far. Being the angel that she is, Denise embraced me wholeheartedly. She didn't pry or ask a lot of questions. She simply told me that her house was mine for however long I needed it after realizing how hurt I was. That type of generosity, man, it really got to me because I knew at that moment that I had never experienced anything like that from my own parents. I thus took up residence with Aunt Denise. Initially, waking up in her guest room and seeing a house that wasn't mine felt weird. But as time went on, it began to feel more like home than the location where I was raised. As we talked about everything, we got closer. As it happens, I had no idea how much Aunt Denise knew about my parents' actions. For years, she had avoided them and only attended family gatherings out of duty. She revealed to me something that completely shocked me. My father had harbored animosity toward her long before I was even born. It had always been Denise's turn. She attended medical school, married a wonderful man who tragically died young, and created a wonderful life. My dad was doing all right in the meantime, but he constantly felt like she was taking center stage. He was strangely competitive whenever they met. According to Denise, their relationship had basically devolved into a contest to see who could appear more attractive to the other members of the family. However, my dad hated his sister rather than being proud of her. And it wasn't just about jobs. He felt dominated in practically every aspect of life, including money and society. Denise suspected that my parents' treatment of me had been influenced by their jealousy. Denise knew all of this years ago, but she chose to remain silent so as not to aggravate me. She told me everything now that I lived with her. She seemed to be filling in all the blanks in my life that had never made sense, like why my parents always went out of their way for Claire and why they never seemed to care what I did. It all came down to a strange family dynamic that I was completely unaware of. Although it was wonderful living with Denise, I was unable to fully unwind. I kept expecting my parents to call, for Claire to suddenly appear, or for them to say they were sorry. Naturally, though, that never took place. Weeks passed, and nothing happened. Not a single phone call, no text. I was initially incensed. How could they just ignore me as if I didn't exist? But eventually the rage subsided and I became numb. My brain seemed to be turning off all of my feelings so that I could continue to function. But Denise was fantastic. Unless I wanted to, Mom never forced me to discuss what had happened. She gave me time to think things through. She even made sure I had all I needed before I departed for the UK by helping me organize everything for school. I honestly don't know how I would have survived that period of time if it weren't for her. However, despite her backing, my parents' silence was terrible. You would think they would at least check in on your child after evicting them. However, no. A part of me still had expectations, even though I suppose I shouldn't have. Claire texted me about a month after the entire incident. It was just as annoying as she was, which is why I can still clearly recall it. The only thing it said was, "Hope you're doing okay. By the way, don't leave your laptop lying around." That was it. She reminded me that she was the reason I was expelled, but she made no attempt to apologize or acknowledge what she had done. As I gazed at the television, my blood began to boil. Simply put, she was making fun of me. I didn't answer. What was the purpose? There was nothing that made Claire feel bad. She thought that she had won some strange family game. I considered responding with a sarcastic text, but I realized it wouldn't change anything. She would simply relish the attention. After blocking her number, I made an effort to move on. It wasn't simple. A part of me was still hoping for a message from my parents every time I checked my phone. It could have been a passive-aggressive email from my dad acting as though nothing had occurred, or it could have been a message from my mom apologizing for everything. However, there was radio silence. Denise and I developed a strong routine in the months that followed. She evolved into more than simply my aunt. She became my companion, confidant, and essentially my sole remaining relative. I began to see how dysfunctional my parents truly were. They had devoted so much of their time to making Claire into the ideal daughter that they had neglected everything else. And it would be too late for them to correct it when Claire made a mistake, which she would eventually do. As I was preparing to leave for school, I received a second message, this one from my father. The message was brief and straightforward. Good luck in the UK. That was it. No explanation, no apology, nothing. It was like being slapped across the face. All he had to say after everything was, good luck. I didn't even know how to react, so I didn't. I tried not to worry about it and simply erased the message. Denise took me to the airport the day I departed for the UK. She gave me a firm hug and expressed her pride in me, saying she knew I would succeed. Those words, spoken to me by a member of my family for the first time in my life, struck me more strongly than I had anticipated. I felt as though I was leaving behind more than just my house when I boarded that plane. I was leaving behind the aspect of myself that had always aimed for my parents' favor. I made the decision that I no longer needed them after that. I had myself, I had Denise, and I had my future. I wasn't going to waste any more energy chasing after people who obviously didn't care about me, but if they wanted to get in touch, that's okay. I was finished. The UK was a terrific place to live. I made some friends, adapted to college life, and stopped worrying about my family all the time for the first time in years. Although I can't claim to have forgotten about them, I can say that I wasn't thinking about them as much. I was concentrating on my education, planning for the future, and simply attempting to live a life free from the stress of being my parents' shadow. Naturally, though, something had to happen and ruin everything just as everything was going well. I came back to my hometown after graduation, got a fantastic, well-paying job, and then my mother called. Yes, my mother. The same woman who had stopped talking to me ever since I was expelled. It came as a complete surprise. My phone buzzed while I was reviewing some notes for a paper in my dorm room. For a while, I thought I was seeing things when I saw her name appear. My thoughts were racing as I gazed at the television. Do I have to respond to it? Disregard it? Why was she calling me now, after all that had transpired? I gave it a few more rings. Then I took up, against my better judgment. Hello, I answered, attempting to sound composed despite my racing heart. She was unsure of what to say, as seen by the delay on the other end. At last she spoke something. Hey. It's your mom. Who else would it be, really? However, I didn't say that. After nearly 2 years of silence, I simply waited for her to explain why she was calling. After hesitating once again, she abruptly stated, "We need to talk." I couldn't resist laughing. She wanted to talk now? After all, it was really normal for her. However, despite my annoyance, I had a natural curiosity. Why was she contacting me after all this time, and what could possibly be so important? How about, I asked in the most neutral tone I could. She stammered as though she was trying to find the perfect way to say it. Your father and I, we want to see you? I could clearly see the direction of this. They didn't want to see me because they felt awful for throwing me out or because they missed me. They were in need of something and I was very certain of what it was. Why? I asked directly. Her delayed response just strengthened my suspicions. Her voice was quieter when she did talk, as if she was attempting to appear worried and maternal. I've been going through a difficult period with your dad. The pandemic has made things difficult. The true cause for the call was there. It was precisely what I had anticipated, financial difficulties. I knew their business wasn't doing well, but I hadn't heard much about it since I left. Denise had stated in passing that their shop wasn't doing as well as they had hoped, and it made sense that they were having trouble given the pandemic. But after everything they had done to me, I wasn't going to step in and save them. All right. And, I spoke in a flat tone, I had no intention of making things simple for her. She began, "Your sister, Claire, has been taking care of things for us, but..." I interrupted her at that point. Knowing where this was going, I said, "Let me guess. Claire messed everything up." Her response was sufficient, but there was a lengthy gap on her end. Claire had messed it up, of course. I had no idea why they were taken aback. She always cared more about how she looked than about putting in the effort. It was backfiring. They had trusted her with everything. My mother drew a breathless gasp. She said, "Things haven't been going as planned. And we require assistance." I chuckled. I was unable to resist. They wanted my assistance after everything, after kicking me out, interrupting me, and allowing Claire to run me over? It was unbelievable how bold it all was. Unbelievable, I whispered to myself. "What's so amusing?" my mother inquired, as though she was truly perplexed and couldn't comprehend why I wasn't seizing the opportunity to intervene and save the day. "Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe that I will assist you?" I said, raising my voice. All the feelings I had been suppressing for the last 2 years were rising to the surface, and I could feel the rage rising. Her voice faltered as she said, "We are your parents. We were not perfect, but... However, we require you." Even though she couldn't see me, I shook my head. "Mom, you weren't simply making mistakes. I was ejected from the house by you. You trusted Claire's falsehoods about your own child. You need me now that we haven't spoken in years? And all of a sudden, I'm expected to abandon everything and run?" After then, she was silent. She was clearly unsure of what to say. She most likely wasn't used to me advocating for myself in this way. I would have just followed their instructions when I was still living at home in the hopes that it would maintain harmony. However, it is no longer the case. I wasn't going to let them walk all over me again because I had changed. She spoke at last, but her voice was different. She no longer made an effort to sound kind and kind. She now sounded annoyed, as if she was surprised that I was being so challenging. Sharply, she remarked, "We're still your family. That is at least how much you owe us." The last straw was that. I responded icily, "I owe you absolutely nothing. Go ask Claire for aid if you need it. Remember that she's your golden child?" I hung up the phone without waiting for her answer. Even though my hands were shaking and my heart was racing, I experienced an odd sensation of relief. At last, I had expressed what I needed to. I wasn't going to help them sort out their mess. They could do it alone. I informed Aunt Denise about the situation over the phone that evening. She wasn't shocked in the least. She remarked, "They have been depending on Claire for years. It was only a question of time until everything caught up with them." After a lengthy conversation, I was even more convinced that I had made the proper choice. My parents were now suffering because they had favored Claire above me. Even though that seemed harsh, I wasn't responsible for correcting their errors. I felt free for the first time in a long time. I didn't require their acceptance or approval. I wasn't going to allow them to drag me back into their toxic mess now that I had my own life. I had survived their betrayal, therefore I had done my part. It was their time to face the repercussions now. First update. After that phone conversation with my mother, I believed that the family drama was over. To be honest, I was pleased with the way things turned out. At last, I had defended myself and stated unequivocally that I would not serve as their safety net. I assumed they would simply give up and resume relying on Claire. However, I didn't account for my sister's capacity to stir things up. Claire wasn't going to let me get away with it, of course. Something strange happened around 2 weeks after my mom and I spoke on the phone. A knock on the door interrupted my otherwise uneventful Saturday afternoon while I was tidying up around my house. I don't get many visits anymore. I was a little perplexed because I live alone and most of my friends know to text before they visit. When I peered through the peephole, guess who was there? Yes, Claire. I briefly believed that I might be seeing things. Why had she come here? With the exception of that one dumb text concerning my laptop, she hadn't spoken to me in years, so why was she now showing up at my door as if nothing had happened? Although my first instinct was to ignore her, I knew Claire well enough to know that she would stay until she achieved her goals. Before I could say anything, she grinned as if we were best friends as I opened the door. "Hey," she exclaimed, sounding vivacious and phony. "A long time has passed." I was totally unprepared and just stared at her for a moment. "Yes, it has. Claire, what are you doing here?" She had this incredibly charming look on her face as if she believed she could win me back with charm. She tilted her head slightly and continued, "I wanted to talk." "May I enter?" I remained in the doorway with my arms crossed. "How about?" I asked, trying to sound as impartial as I could. For a moment, her smile wavered, but she immediately got it back. She tried to seem nonchalant as she said, "Come on. Maybe we should just speak inside? It's crucial." I ought to have declined. I ought to have told her to go at that very moment. However, my curiosity overcame me. I didn't bother making her feel welcome, but I moved aside to let her in. I didn't ask if she wanted something to drink, and I didn't offer her a seat. After everything she had done, she was fortunate that I was still allowing her to enter my space. As she entered, she seemed to be taking in the space. She seemed to be trying to strike up a conversation when she said, "Nice apartment." I didn't answer. I wasn't here to make friends. "All right, Claire," I responded, cutting right to the chase. "What are you looking for?" She let out a loud sigh as if she was already worn out from the game she was playing. She folded her arms and replied, "Mom told me about your conversation. You know, she's pretty upset." I arched an eyebrow. "Angry?" "Claire, she threw me out of the house. What is it that she must be upset about?" As if I were the one acting irrationally, Claire rolled her eyes. "Look, I'm not here to go over anything again. Both of us are aware that you have always been challenging." The casualness with which she said that nearly made me chuckle. "Hard," I said it again. "Are you for real now? To get me expelled from the residence, you made up emails. Is that challenging?" She dismissively waved her hand. "That's from long ago. I came here in order to put things right." Uncertain if I had heard her correctly, I blinked. "Would you like to put things right?" I asked, my words brimming with doubt. She nodded as if this were the most logical thing ever. "Yeah," she answered. "I think it's time to move past the family issues, even though I realize they got complicated and I may have overreacted at the time." What I was hearing was unbelievable. "Do you believe that you overreacted?" I spoke, straining to maintain a steady tone. "You ruined my relationship with our parents, Claire. You misled them and said lies about me, and now you're just standing here acting as if it doesn't even matter." I noticed that she was growing irritated as her smile dimmed a bit. "Remember, I didn't come here to dispute. I came to ask for your assistance." Finally, I realized why she was actually at my apartment. Claire wasn't here to apologize or make amends, of course. I had to give her something. My jaw tightened as I gazed at her, anticipating her next move. Finally letting go of the artificial sweetness, she stated, I've been trying to keep the business going. However, it has been somewhat difficult. We were severely affected by the pandemic, and even though I'm doing everything I can, it's not enough. We are in danger of losing everything, even though Mom and Dad don't want to acknowledge it. With no pity in my heart, I crossed my arms. I'm going to assume that you want me to help you out. Claire made an uncomfortable move. With defensiveness, she stated, I'm not asking for a handout. I simply believe that we might be able to work something out together. I take it you're doing well for yourself? I assumed you would like to assist the family. She was unbelievable to me. She was attempting to use remorse to persuade me to save the family business, which she had destroyed. You figured incorrectly, I replied bluntly. Claire blinked, obviously unprepared for that reaction. What do you mean? Wait, I said firmly. I mean, I'm not helping you. Not after all of what you have done. Claire, you destroyed my life. Now that you're in difficulty, you expect me to forget that I turned my own parents against me and come to your aid? She looked at me in disbelief. Claire was at a loss for words for the first time in her life. But, we're family. She murmured haltingly, her confidence fading a bit. I gave a headshake. We stopped being family the day you made it your mission to destroy me. Claire's expression turned pale. I could tell she was having trouble processing the fact that she wasn't used to hearing no. She stood up after a long awkward quiet. Fine, she answered icily. If that's how you want it. Saying, that's how it's going to be. I refused to listen. You made your choices, Claire. Now you have to deal with the consequences. She slammed the door behind her and ran out of the apartment without saying another word. I let the strain out of me for a minute as I stood there. I felt guilty, as if I had been too severe. However, that remorse quickly vanished as I realized everything she had done to me. I felt like I was in charge of my life for the first time in years. Claire's shadow no longer surrounded me. I wasn't the scapegoat or the second best option. At last, I was free of it all. Second update. After Claire stormed out of my apartment, I assumed that everything would die down and that she would finally realize that I was done with her and the whole family drama. Naturally, though, I didn't realize how obstinate she might be. The subsequent wave didn't even arrive a week later. Claire wasn't the one who knocked on my door this time. Both of my parents were involved. Funny how these things usually seem to happen on my days off, and it was a Saturday once more. The knock came as I was browsing through my phone while seated on the couch. And it wasn't soft. The knock was one of those loud, persistent ones that indicates the person on the other end isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I stood up, immediately suspecting who it might be. My mother and father were standing together like a united front when I opened the door. My dad appeared uneasy, as if he didn't want to be there. However, my mother? She was determined to clean up whatever mess had been caused, even if it took using force to get through it, according to the expression in her eye. I leaned against the doorframe and sighed. What do you want? I suppose my mother was trying to maintain a nice demeanor when she smiled at me. Can we come in and talk? We need to sort some things out. I wanted to slam the door in their faces, but I reasoned that they would simply keep coming if I didn't let them in immediately. So I sighed loudly and moved aside to let them in. As they entered, they looked about as if they were expecting something more than a simple apartment. My mom immediately headed for the couch, sitting down and stroking the seat next to her as if I were a small child she was attempting to comfort, while my dad remained silent. I crossed my arms and replied bluntly, I'll stand. All right, she responded, her smile taut. Look, we know things have been difficult between us. I said again, raising an eyebrow. Difficult? That's what you're calling it? When my dad did speak, it was in a rough, low voice. We didn't come here to argue. Without even trying to disguise my annoyance, I questioned. Then what did you come here for? Because I'm pretty sure we've already been over everything. Claire tried. You tried, and I made myself clear, I'm not helping. My mother's smile faltered a bit. She most likely wasn't used to me responding in this manner. She leaned forward a little and continued, that's not why we're here. We're here because we want to apologize. It nearly made me chuckle. Apologize? For what, exactly? Kicking me out? Believing Claire's lies? Or was it that you didn't even bother checking in on me for 2 years? My dad shifted uneasily, as if he would rather be somewhere else than here, and my mom's face hardened. They obviously didn't anticipate me shoving it back in their faces in that manner. My mother added, we know we made mistakes, in a softer tone. But we're family, and family has to stick together. I could sense that I was getting impatient. It was just the same thing again. They would whip out the family card as if it were meant to wipe out all the bad things that had transpired. This time, though, I wasn't going to fall for it. I stated rather plainly, "You guys are only here because you need something from me. If things hadn't gone south with the business, I wouldn't even be hearing from you. Let's not pretend this is about family." There was silence for a while. When my dad did finally speak, it was in a rougher but more honest voice than I had heard him in years. "You're right." I was surprised by that. I stared at him and blinked. "What?" "You're right," he said again, letting out a deep sigh. "We screwed up. We believed Claire. We pushed you out, and we didn't even think twice about it. And now, well, now things are falling apart, and we're desperate." I was at a loss for words. I didn't think he would be clean about it. In contrast, my mother appeared to be attempting to maintain her composure. She obviously hadn't anticipated that he would simply put everything out that way. I added, "I appreciate the honesty," following a lengthy silence. "But that doesn't change anything." Then, with a sharper voice, my mother interrupted. "It doesn't change the fact that we need you, and you owe us, after everything we've done for you." Once more, that feeling of entitlement was present. They genuinely thought that simply because they were my parents, I owed them something, as if the years of disregard and partiality had no bearing, and that I should help them out now that they were having problems. "I don't owe you anything," I stated icily. "Not after the way you treated me. You made your choice when you believed Claire over me, when you threw me out and didn't even check if I was okay. Now you want me to save you? That's not how this works." My father remained silent. He just sat there looking shamefully at the floor. However, my mother? She had not finished yet. She raised her voice and shouted, "We're your parents. We raised you, we took care of you, and now you're just going to abandon us?" I nearly felt terrible for her now, so I shook my head. "You didn't take care of me. Aunt Denise did. You chose Claire, and now you're stuck with her. That's on you." My mom looked like she was going to blow up, but my dad stopped her before she could say anything by placing a hand on her arm. For the first time since they entered, he looked me in the eye as he got to his feet. He answered, "We understand," in a steady but dejected tone. "We're not going to push you anymore. We just needed to try." I nearly felt sorry for him for a moment. That sympathy vanished though, when I realized all they had done to me. I said, "I hope you figure it out," and moved to open the door for them. "But I'm not going to be part of it." My father gave a nod, as if he had anticipated it, but my mother gave me one final glance, part indignant, half begging. However, she got up and followed him out when she realized I wasn't going anywhere. I shut the door after them and stood there for a while, allowing the silence to descend. I had succeeded? For the first time, I felt truly free since I had finally confronted them. My family didn't invite me to the reunion, so I showed up unannounced, shared my engagement news, and finally took a stand for myself. I am the youngest of 3 siblings and I am 28 years old. As a child, it was clear that I was the odd one out. There was always an obvious favorite, or favorites, I might say, among my parents. With their stable careers, large homes, ideal marriages, and those cute Christmas card families, my brother, 35M, and sister, 32F, were everything parents could boast about. My sister is a lawyer of some sort, and my brother works in finance. Both of them reside in lovely suburban communities with spouses who complement their professional backgrounds. Every family gathering is an opportunity for my parents to brag about their kids to friends and family. And then me. 2 years ago, I left my corporate position to launch a modest business of which I am really proud. I'm content with my life and earn enough money to live comfortably. Together, my 5-year boyfriend and I share a rental home. Even though we're not making a lot of money, we're doing okay. But my folks had a different perspective. Stable and traditional are terms they frequently use, and I suppose I don't suit that description. The subtle jabs about my hobby job, and remarks about how much better my life would be if I had persisted with a 9-to-5 have become unimportant to me. On the surface, we've always been courteous, but the tension has been for years. I didn't believe it was this horrible though. I came across my cousin's tale on Instagram a few weeks ago while perusing the platform. She appeared to be at a large family reunion. With all of the extended family gathered in one house, it was the type of gathering that my family often hosts a few times a year. There were my sister and brother, grinning with their partners. Except for me, my aunt, uncle and cousins were all tagged. I initially believed that I might have missed the group conversation. Perhaps the invitation got lost in all of my alerts. I sent my siblings an SMS. While my sister responds more slowly, she doesn't entirely ignore me, and my brother typically responds right away. Nothing happened for hours. I began to have the strange sensation in my chest that occurs when you know something is amiss but are reluctant to acknowledge it just yet. I called my mother the following day. I asked her how she was doing and if there had been a get-together, using a conversational tone. For far too long, the phone line went silent. She said, "Oh, the reunion? I didn't think you'd want to come. You're always so busy with your little business and everything." I took a moment to answer. I questioned her about why she thought I wouldn't want to attend. After all, my family is my family. She seemed to be trying to shrug the discussion aside as her voice became lighter. "We just didn't want to bother you, sweetheart. Besides, you've missed a few events before." Indeed, but primarily due to work, and not without informing them. As I persisted, it became increasingly evident that my absence was not an accident. They hadn't forgotten me. They had declined my invitation. Something about hearing it firsthand made my stomach plummet, and I'm not sure why. I hung up and sat there listening to the exchange again. I had previously experienced exclusion. Plans for many of the holidays seemed to center around my brothers' or sisters' families. I used to convince myself that it wasn't deliberate. Perhaps they didn't consider how I would fit into their plans because I didn't have children or a conventional lifestyle. I was unable to ignore it any longer, though, as I sat in my peaceful kitchen and watched my boyfriend work in the other room. This was intentional. My partner was incensed on my behalf when I told him. "You need to go anyway. They don't get to decide you don't belong there," he replied. He was correct. Why should I allow them to act as though I don't exist? I was tired of being treated like an afterthought by my family. Whether they liked it or not, I deserved to be a member of my family. The plan began to take shape at that point. I had been holding on to one card for weeks, and I hadn't played it yet. 2 weeks prior, my boyfriend and I had become engaged. I wanted to do it face to face with the people who should be concerned about my life, but we hadn't notified anyone. Now, though, I had my own motives. I would remind them of my presence if they were considering excluding me from my family. This time, they wouldn't ignore me. I made the decision to arrive without warning. I declined my boyfriend's, bless him, invitation to accompany me. I had to take care of this on my own. We devised a contingency plan, and he agreed to drive up and grab me if things didn't work out. If they didn't want me there, I would arrive and then depart, but not before telling them what I had to say. In order to make it appear as though I had always meant to attend, I prepared a large quantity of snacks to bring with me in the days before. For me, this wasn't about proving myself, even if my partner insisted that I didn't need to prove anything to anyone. I had to be there for myself. I had had enough of fading away because they didn't think I belonged. I promised myself that if I had to leave, I would go, smile, and share my news. Although I had no control on their feelings toward me, I did have influence over how I responded to it. I refused to let them treat me like an outsider for once. Additionally, I would at least have closure if things didn't work out. First update. It took slightly over 3 hours to go to my folks' house. The majority of time was spent on how to appear unimpressed, as if I had simply happened to stop by since, well, I was aware of the family reunion. It seemed a bit ironic given why I was there, but the box of handmade cookies on the passenger seat smelled sweet and soothing. After checking the place twice, my partner assured me that he would be prepared to come get me if I needed a way out. I promised to keep him informed. The house was filled with automobiles parked on the lawn and along the driveway when I eventually pulled there. I inhaled deeply, picked up the treat box, and made my way to the front door. From within came the sounds of music, laughter, and clinking dishes. I stepped through the slightly open door. The noise stopped as soon as I entered. I knew they had all seen me without having to glance up. I sensed dozens of eyes swinging toward me as conversations broke off in the middle of sentences. My mother recovered first. She hurried over, her voice too happy and high. "Oh, you succeeded? How unexpected?" She merely patted my arm and moved away without giving me an embrace. Her eyes did not meet the phony warmth in her voice. There was an uneasy shuffle of movement in the room. People resumed their talks, but things had changed. Before my brother vanished into the kitchen, I saw him and my sister looking at each other across the room. Standing with her husband, my sister gave me a quick look before launching back into a boisterous discussion with other aunts. Across the room, I saw my cousin, the same person whose Instagram tale had given me the hint. Despite her apparent astonishment at seeing me, she nodded and smiled slightly. On the dining table, I set my package of goodies next to a spread of what appeared to be catered cuisine. Nobody even looked at my belongings. It hurt when I heard an aunt whispering to someone by the hallway, "Did they not invite her on purpose?" While I was moving through the room, I slipped by them into the living room after pausing to check my phone. My cousin drew me aside a few minutes later. She lowered her voice and looked over her shoulder. They didn't think you'd come. Your parents, well, they didn't think you'd fit in here anymore. In spite of her apparent remorse, she said, fit in, as if I were a shattered puzzle piece in a family portrait. My dad was by the drink station when I left, but I can't recall what I muttered in response. I made the decision to give it a try. I questioned him why no one had told me about the reunion. As he filled the glass, he hardly raised his head to say, we thought you'd be happier doing your own thing. The words hung thick in the air, yet it wasn't unkind. Since it was clear that I would not receive answers, I didn't press him any further. I didn't feel like making small chat with relatives who were acting as though they didn't see me, and the box of cookies I had brought was still unopened on the table. But it wasn't all bad. A few of my younger cousins approached to greet me. I felt a little better when they inquired about my company and mentioned that they had seen some of my work online. Someone cared about my life, at least. Once more, there was a bustle of talk in the room, and I sat down close to the corner and browsed through my phone idly. I simply needed time to think on what to do next. I didn't want to cause a scene. My sister's voice broke through the commotion at that point. Her face was beaming with joy as she clapped her hands. The room fell silent as she said, everyone, I have some news to share. And everyone's eyes shifted to her as she revealed she was expecting her second child. Cheers broke out. As everyone applauded, a few uncles made a joke about placing wagers on whether it would be a girl or a boy. My mother appeared as though she could burst with joy. Nobody gave me a sidelong glance. As I stood there, I heard the laughter and congrats. I seemed to have vanished once more. As usual, the same motif. The fact that I was present was irrelevant. The fact that I had arrived even though I hadn't been invited didn't matter. They would always treat me like an outsider and glorify my siblings. Something broke inside of me. I'm not sure if it was my dad's departure, the rumors I had heard, or the fact that my cookies were still unopened. Perhaps it was everything. I took a glass off the drink table and gave it a loud fork clink. Heads turned to face me as the room gradually became quiet once more. After enjoying the attention, my sister became irritated. I choose to disregard it. Well, I continued steadily. I have something to say too, since we're sharing big news. Second update. As soon as I walked in, the place was silent once more. All eyes were on me, all conversations halted, and forks froze in mid-air. But compared to when my sister revealed her pregnancy, the attention wasn't as enthusiastic or welcoming. I felt as though I had disturbed a sacred item. Despite my racing heart, I stood up and held my hand firm. I just wanted to share some news of my own, I said. I raised my left hand to reveal the engagement ring, which sparkled in the light from the dining room. No one responded for a second when I said, I got engaged 2 weeks ago? The silence was then broken by a few dispersed claps. From the side of the room, my little cousins, God bless them, cheered me on. The rest of the room remained motionless, as though they were still processing it, but a courteous uncle gave a nod of assent. Before forcing a faint smile, the kind she typically saved for strangers, my mom's face fell. Why didn't you inform us earlier? Her voice sounded more like an accusation than one of enthusiasm or inquiry. Her gaze flicked to the ring and then returned to me. I didn't think twice. I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, I wasn't sure you'd care. I wasn't invited here, after all. I assumed you no longer wanted me to be involved in family matters. Discomfort spread throughout the room. Pretending to check their phones, people looked at each other or moved in their seats. After standing by the kitchen doorway, my brother moved forward and pushed off the frame. His voice was sharp, and his face was crimson. You are not the focus of this. You have to put yourself first at all times. There was a response to that. A few whispered to themselves, not now. Yet I could sense that everyone was observing. My brother's crossed arms and intense gaze made it difficult for me to speak. So I did. Really, I shot back, you all seem fine without me, but I don't remember getting an invitation to this little party. My engagement is as significant as the news of anybody else. The room became silent once more at that point. My sister refused to look at me since she was still blushing from her own news. My mother's courteous facade was beginning to crumble, and her face changed to one that was more recognizable. Annoyance. I saw her take a breath, likely to speak, but before she could, a voice broke the silence. One of my relatives remarked, she has every reason to be angry. Her arms were folded as she sat close to the couch's edge. What did you expect if you didn't invite her? That she would simply remain silent indefinitely? Some people turned to look at my cousin. From the dining table came another voice. Yes, it's not as though she's incorrect. I sensed a change for a split second. Although it wasn't much, it was sufficient. The fissures were visible. My mom shifted the topic, as she always does when she's cornered, likely understanding she was losing control of the situation. "Well, let's not forget how exciting it is that your sister is having another baby," she remarked, bringing a smile back to her voice. "The family is thrilled to hear that." There was a deflection, so clear. She was unable to give me this moment, not even for a brief moment. Immediately, the focus returned to my sister, who grinned broadly and thanked everyone once more for their congrats. My brother gave me a cocky grin like he was saying, "See? I was done." I took my phone out of my pocket and texted my lover, "Come get me," without uttering a word. I wasn't going to stay any longer than absolutely necessary. I picked up my handbag and made my way to the front entrance. 2 of my younger relatives hurried after me, apologizing and inquiring as to where I was going. One of them hugged me and whispered, "You don't deserve this?" I returned the hug and assured her that I would be all right. It wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to hear my dad murmur, "Drama queen," from the side of the room as I was putting on my coat. I hesitated for a moment, but I didn't look back. Rather, I opened the door and went outdoors. The cool air cleared the heaviness in my chest and struck me like a jolt. One of my relatives came running out after me before I had gone halfway down the driveway. Her shoes crunched on the gravel as she jogged to catch up. "Hold on," she yelled. I paused and looked at her. She appeared embarrassed, almost as if she was at a loss for words. "I apologize," she blurted. "For everything." It was courageous. "In there you defended yourself. That was not how you should have been treated." I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. I managed to say, "Thanks." Perhaps someone from inside asked what I was doing when her phone buzzed in her pocket. She rushed back toward the house after giving me one final pitying glance. After a few minutes, my boyfriend's vehicle arrived. I buckled my seatbelt, threw my purse on the seat and got in. I started crying as soon as I sensed the car moving. The tears flowed quickly and forcefully, like if I had been suppressing them for hours. My guy simply reached over and squeezed my hand without saying anything. As the trees beyond the window blurred by, I let it all out. The sobbing had subsided into soft sniffles by the time we drove onto the main road. Although I still felt raw and ashamed, there was also relief behind all of that. I hadn't just let it happen for the first time. I had raised my voice. Even if they didn't want to, I forced them to see me. Third update. At first, the only sound on the drive home was the hum of the road. As my fiancé drove, I gazed out the window, mentally reliving every moment of the recent reunion. I eventually opened up, discussing my brother's teasing, my dad's remark about my being a drama queen, my mother's disregard for me, and how my sister's pregnancy announcement had been the last straw. It all spilled out. With his palm resting on the gear shift, my fiancé listened and occasionally nodded. "You did the right thing," he added, looking over when I was done. "They have no right to declare you unimportant. We will proceed without requiring their consent." It was helpful to hear, yet I remained silent. My phone buzzed as we got close to home. I looked down. The cousin who had followed me out of the gathering had left me a message. "You were correct. For a long time, your parents have been discussing you behind your back." I straightened my posture. There was more to the message. "I apologize, but you must understand this. Your mother told everyone that your lack of a steady career makes you a disappointment. Additionally, she stated that your sister's announcement is far more significant than your engagement." It didn't seem fair to me. In an attempt to comprehend the words, I read them twice. I was still looking at the screen when I received a second message, this one containing screenshots. It came from a family catch-ups group chat, of which I had obviously been excluded. My mother's name was prominently displayed in one of the screenshots. I'm not sure why she would want to attend anyhow. She constantly makes things about herself and does her own thing. Giving up a real career to pretend to be a business owner? So self-centered. If nothing else, sister is leading a life of which we may be proud. My chest constricted. The subsequent screen grab was even worse. Since I didn't want her to show up and ruin the day with a dramatic story about her engagement, I honestly didn't notify her about the reunion. Who cares? She's not getting married first, after all. When the television came back to life, I sensed my fiancé looking at me. "What is it?" he inquired. "Proof," I muttered. I was still gazing at the screenshots when we arrived home. I entered my family group chat, which I had been kicked out of years ago and was only periodically added back in for important updates, and added myself back in. I wasn't sure if this was because I was angry, wounded, or incredulous. I sent the screenshots as soon as I noticed my name appeared in the chat. Just those receipts for everyone to see, nothing else. I typed, "Is this how you truly feel about me?" a few seconds later. I suppose I ought to have remained forgotten at that time. Setting my phone aside, I waited. It was not long before the responses began to pour in. First to enter, my brother said, "This was private. You're blowing things out of proportion and being dramatic as usual." My sister then asked, "What did you anticipate would happen if you shared this? For no apparent reason, you're making things worse. Give it up." Their texts appeared like fast fire as I watched them type one after the other. Before my mother's name was ultimately displayed, I gave them a minute to vent. Compared to the others, her message was longer. Those remarks were misconstrued. "I don't like you creating all this needless drama, and you're reading too much into things. You've been overly sensitive all along. Taken out of context?" I scribbled a response as I took up the phone once more. "I'm offended because this is not how any parent should discuss their child. This is your opinion of me, even though I wasn't invited to my own family's reunion?" My dad's name showed up in the chat for the first time, but he only typed a scene tag beneath my message instead of typing anything. I didn't stay to finish reading it. I threw my phone onto the couch and placed it on silent. Sitting beside me, my fiancé drew me in. However, my phone buzzed once again shortly after. One of my aunts sent me a private message saying, "I had no idea that any of this was going on. I sincerely apologize for the treatment you received. You're worthy of better." Another reply arrived a few minutes later, saying, "We're proud of you for standing up for yourself. Nobody should be able to convince you otherwise." Although it wasn't much, it gave me hope that I wasn't going insane. I wondered for a long time if I was exaggerating. As my mother used to say, I might have been overly sensitive. However, I now had evidence, and a few supporters, at the very least. My phone rang just as I was beginning to believe that the worst was past. The name of my sister appeared on the screen. I nearly didn't respond, but I did. She wasted no time at all. She remarked, "You're destroying the family dynamic. What prevented you from letting it go? Mom didn't want any conflict, therefore she didn't invite you. You have merely exacerbated the situation." I refrained from arguing. I didn't shout. "You don't let go of not being invited to your own family's reunion," I simply retorted. Then she hung up the phone. I decided I'd had enough that evening as I sat with my fiancé. I wasn't going to ask for their blessing all the time. A family who obviously didn't want me around was not someone I was going to pursue. I have to back down for my own mental health. The group chat was erased by me. My sister's number was blocked by me. And I allowed myself to give up for the first time in years. If love wasn't offered freely, I wouldn't beg for it. Update 4. My phone called out of the blue a week after the repercussions from the family group chat. I froze after taking a quick look at the screen. It was my father. For background, I didn't get many calls from my dad. Never. I was astonished to see his name appear because he mainly left family affairs to my mom. I considered leaving it on voicemail, but my curiosity won out. I took it up. He initially only made the customary awkward small talk. After a lengthy silence, he finally stated that he wanted to clarify the reunion. He spoke in a rigid, nearly practiced voice. He maintained it wasn't intended to harm me and referred to it as a miscommunication. I hadn't heard anything like an apology from him in a long time. I didn't give him a pass. I inquired as to why I hadn't been invited earlier. After struggling to find the right words, he finally said, "It wasn't intentional." I told him that didn't make sense since how can it be an accident to forget to invite your own child? I persisted, reminding him that my mother's own remarks in the group chat demonstrated differently, but he didn't respond. A second too long, the silence lingered, and then he broke. Quietly, he acknowledged. "She believed it would be better that way. Your mother did not wish for any conflict." That's when I heard it. My mother's voice, followed by a slight background rustle. She must have been using the speakerphone to listen in because she abruptly interrupted the conversation. She answered abruptly, "I'm here too." As though I had called her somehow. The waterworks then began. She accused me of attacking her and making the family feel ashamed by publishing the screenshots, but her voice faltered. She claimed that I, not she, was the source of the issues. She claimed that I had made everything public only to cause her embarrassment and trouble. I didn't shout or argue. I spoke steadily and assured her that I was only seeking the truth and wasn't making any personal attacks. After hearing what was going on, my fiancé, who had been sitting close by, approached. It was enough to ground me when he placed a hand on my shoulder and muttered, "Don't let them twist this." My mother's tone altered when she saw that I wasn't going to back down. After giving a loud sniff, she continued, "You only announced your engagement at the reunion to steal your sister's spotlight," which almost made me laugh aloud. I didn't think twice. Calmly, I informed her that, like my sister, I had every right to share good news about my life. No one was in competition with me. I informed her that none of this would have occurred if I had been invited in the first place. I could tell I had touched a nerve by the quiet that ensued. She chose to play the victim, which is her favorite approach, rather than admit anything. "It might be better if you don't attend family gatherings at all if you can't forgive us and move on," she remarked forcefully. And there it was, the final command. I remained calm. I refrained from crying. I simply exhaled and answered, "If that's how you feel, then fine," before hanging up. I sat there looking at the phone in my hand for a minute. My fiancé took a seat beside me and waited silently. I told him everything that had transpired, including my mom's accusation and ultimatum, as well as my dad's hesitant apology. "They're showing you exactly who they are," he continued, nodding. I lay in bed that night and gazed up at the ceiling. I kept replaying the phone call in my head. More than that, though, I began to reflect on all the events that had preceded this. I reflected on the holidays I had spent by myself since my siblings' families came first. My parents' constant comparisons of my unstable career to my brother's corner office and sister's work at the law company. The understated appearance. The contemptuous remarks. This was where it had all been leading. As I laid there, I came to the realization that I didn't deserve this. I wasn't worthy of fighting for meager affection or acting as though nothing was wrong. My siblings would always come first, as my family had often demonstrated to me. For the first time, I made the decision to stop pursuing those who made me feel inadequate. My fiancé sat down across from me and handed me a cup of coffee the following morning. He had a solemn expression. He remarked, "I've been thinking. How about hosting our own engagement celebration? Something modest, just those who genuinely stand by us." The concept sounded odd at first. I hadn't even considered celebrating without my family because they had been my default for so long. However, it made more sense the more I about it. Why should I continue to expend my energy on indifferent people? People that loved us for who we were, not who they wanted us to be, were the ones I wanted to celebrate this milestone with. After the reunion, we had a list of friends, my fiancé's family, and a couple of cousins who had gotten in touch with me privately. They all agreed that I was deserving of better treatment. I made the decision to focus on the folks who came to me unconditionally and let go of the things I couldn't control. I kept the celebration a secret from my parents and siblings. I was tired of trying to mend something that had been damaged for years and realized that it would only lead to more turmoil at this point. I was not going to plead for their affection or acceptance for the first time in my life. I had given up trying to find a family that didn't recognize me. At last, I was making my own decision. Fifth update, everything I didn't know I needed was provided at the engagement party. Just my fiancé's family, a few of my relatives who had been there for me through all the turmoil, and close friends made it modest and private. We arranged our backyard with string lights, served a variety of takeout and homemade cuisine, and adorned the tables with flowers that my fiancé had purchased from a nearby market. EasyJet ideal. Early in the evening, people began to arrive. I hadn't experienced such genuine enthusiasm at a family gathering in years, but the atmosphere was lighthearted and full of laughs. As soon as she got there, the cousin who had sent me the screenshots gave me a hug. "You're worthy of better," she said. She didn't mention the reunion, which I appreciated. "We're proud of you." An hour later, the biggest surprise arrived. Another car drew up to the curb, and my fiancé gave me a little shove. One of my aunts was leaving when I turned around. This aunt wasn't just any aunt though, she was the only one to privately text me to apologize and say she didn't know what had been going on following the group chat controversy. She was unexpected, but there she was, smiling warmly and holding a modest wrapped gift. As she entered the yard, she added, "I hope it's okay that I came?" She gave me a hug, and for a second I was speechless. "I wanted to see you both and say congratulations in person." I simply nodded and opened the door for her. It meant more to me than words could express to have her there. The folks who came through for me without reservation were more important than the statistics. Throughout the evening, my fiancé made a toast. The audience became silent as he lifted his glass. "To my future wife," he remarked with a smile, "I've seen her overcome so many obstacles and still come out stronger. Her character and the life we are creating together make me really proud." As the audience applauded, someone exclaimed, "To the happy couple." People who truly wanted to join us in celebrating were all around me as I stood there with my glass. I felt like I was being seen for the first time. There was only love, no backstabbing remarks, no comparisons, and no compulsion to prove anything. We stayed around the fire pit with a few pals and ended up wrapping things late. I was not mistaken when one of my relatives remarked, laughing, I haven't seen you this happy in years. After 2 weeks, I received an unexpected email. My dad gave it to me. Before I opened my email, I sat there looking at his name. He apologized first. It felt different this time. He acknowledged that, both during the reunion and in other instances prior to it, he had not defended me. He expressed guilt for not doing more to help me feel included and claimed he had no idea how much I had been harmed over the years. I know I haven't spoken anything when you needed me to, he wrote. Even though it might take some time, I hope we can begin repairing our friendship. I scrolled down after reading it twice. His addition at the bottom, your mom still doesn't see things the same way, caused me to pause. I'm not sure whether she will ever own up to her faults because she feels like the true victim in all of this. I also apologize for that. Although it hurt, it wasn't shocking. My mother had never taken responsibility for anything. I took some time to consider my response, and then I typed up a brief one. I praised my dad for getting in touch and let him know that while I valued his words, I value his deeds more. It would require work on all sides if he really wanted to rebuild things. I honestly didn't require a response, so I didn't anticipate one right away. I wasn't waiting for him to suddenly turn into the ideal father. His little step was plenty for now. However, I wouldn't accept compromises. I refused to put myself back in a situation where I didn't feel appreciated. Naturally, my sister couldn't help but stir things up. A few days later, I came upon one of her passive-aggressive Facebook posts. It was ambiguous but clear enough. It's funny how some people enjoy revealing personal details to get attention. Good or bad, family is family. I didn't answer. I didn't even give myself enough time to become upset about it. After blocking her, I simply went on. Her opinions, her sarcasm, and her judgment no longer had any influence over me. Life was fuller but quieter in the weeks that followed. I concentrated on running my company, organizing our wedding, and hanging out with the individuals who genuinely cared about me. I at last discovered serenity when I let go of the need to win my family's approval. In retrospect, I saw how much of my life had been wasted attempting to conform to a model that I was never meant to fit. Because I was different, my family had always made me feel inferior. However, that didn't prove me incorrect. Their incapacity to recognize my value was a reflection of them, not of me. Family is everything, as some people may say, and perhaps it is true for them. However, rather than condemnation and exclusion, family should be about love, respect, and support. I've never been happier as I'm finally creating a life with individuals that support me unconditionally. So here I am, going forth guilt-free and regret-free. I have no idea what the future holds for my parents or siblings, but I do know that I will never longer accept anything less than what I am worthy of. And to be honest, it feels really nice. My mother always defended my older brother, but when he stole my younger brother's fiancée, our family could never be mended. My mother wants me and my brothers to overlook the fact that our younger brother's fiancée was stolen by our cunning golden child older brother. I never imagined that my family would fall apart in this way. A year ago, I would have laughed if someone had predicted that my elder brother, Caleb, would do something so heinous. My mother has always led us to believe that Caleb is the golden child, the one who did everything correctly. However, I can't stop thinking about how we got here as I sit here in my apartment and relive the nightmare that occurred only a few weeks ago. Logan's wedding, or what was meant to be Logan's wedding, was the beginning. Logan, my younger brother, is the most sincere individual I've ever encountered. He is a gentle, considerate man, who would give you his last dollar without hesitation. We were all overjoyed when he proposed to Avery. Avery seemed to love Logan as much as he loved her, and she was intelligent and humorous. Together, they were ideal. They were one of those couples you can tell is meant to be. And then there was Caleb. Even now, the details remain unclear. Logan and Avery were choosing flowers and completing the guest list one week. Avery was canceling the wedding the next week. Logan arrived at my door completely broken, which is why I can still clearly recall that day. His eyes were red-rimmed from sobbing, and his face looked pallid. He informed me that Avery had broken up with him. She simply stated that she couldn't carry it out without providing an explanation. I initially believed it might be chilly feet. Yes, that does happen. Weddings are a stressful event. Then, however, the truth was revealed. Avery and Caleb, who was supposed to be Logan's best man, appeared at a family BBQ less than 3 days later. We were all invited over for family time by my mom, Linda. I wanted to see how Logan was doing because I hadn't seen him since he arrived at my door crying. Caleb holding Avery's hand as they walked into the backyard as if it were the most natural thing in the world is something I will always remember. The whole yard fell silent, as if someone had put life on hold. As I tried to take in what I was seeing, I glanced at Avery and then at Caleb. What on earth is this? Louder than I intended? I asked. The king of smug smiles, Caleb, shrugged as if it didn't matter. He declared, Avery and I are now together. Thankfully, Logan wasn't around, but my sister Riley dropped the pitcher of lemonade she was pouring. The patio's glass broke. I couldn't read my mother's expression as she looked at Caleb, but it wasn't one of shock. For me, that was the first warning sign. Linda had forewarned no one, but she instinctively knew this was happening. You're kidding, I responded, trembling. Avery refused to look at me, so I hoped this was some terrible joke. Her face reddened with guilt, but she continued to stare at the grass. I've detested Caleb's calm-down expression since we were young. In a frustratingly casual tone, he stated, It's complicated, Mason. But everyone will benefit from this. For everybody? I lost my temper. How about Logan? You just took your brother's fiancé, but what about that? The term stole made Avery wince, but Caleb didn't even pause. The relationship between her and Logan didn't work out. This wasn't planned, he said. I made sure he didn't finish though. Too furious to even look at him, I bounded away. Riley came into the kitchen after me. Did you see Mom? She said, trembling. She said nothing at all. She seems to be fine with this. The second warning sign was that Caleb had always held a special place in Linda's heart. Being the eldest, he made the family proud with his corporate career and college degree. Logan and I, on the other hand, were just Logan and me. I used to make a joke about us being the family's spare parts, but it didn't feel humorous anymore. I gave Logan a call later that evening. I asked him if he was aware of Avery and Caleb. He didn't. He sounded hollow when I told him, not even upset. Silently. Of course it was Caleb, he said. It's always Caleb. The consequences were immediate. Riley completely cut all communication with Caleb. He dismissed my attempt to confront him once more, claiming that I was exaggerating. A few days later, my mother contacted me, her voice eerily serene. Mason, we need to talk, she remarked. About what? Still fuming over Caleb and Avery, I inquired. This weekend, we're having dinner at the house. Riley and you should come. It's time to put this behind us. I believed I had misheard her. Move past this? Logan was deceived by Avery. His heart was broken by her. Additionally, Caleb. She gently interrupted me, saying, I know it's hard, but Caleb is still your brother. Despite his error, he is now content. Isn't that the important thing? I couldn't speak. My mother, who was meant to defend us all equally, was once again taking Caleb's side. Riley rolled her eyes as I told her about the dinner. Are you serious? She is attempting to ignore this. Normal. I didn't disagree. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to leave, not for my mother or Caleb, but for Logan. I wanted him to know that he still had support. I was afraid of what I would discover when I arrived at my parents' house on Saturday. Riley was already there, crossing her arms as she sat on the porch. She said, This is going to be a disaster, as I approached. I refrained from arguing. Caleb sat at the dining table as we entered, smiling as if he hadn't just split the family in two. Avery was also present, sitting next to him as if she were a part of the group. At the head of the table, our mother, Linda, was grinning as though nothing was amiss. Come sit, she offered with a cheerful tone. We're going to have a nice family dinner. Riley glanced at me as I gazed at her. I thought I may suffocate since the tension in the air was so heavy. However, as soon as I sat down, the catastrophe started. I was not interested in sitting at the table. To be honest, I wanted to just walk away and flip the fucking thing over. Riley and I had to speak for Logan because he wasn't present. Caleb needed to be called out. What everyone else was too cowardly to say had to be said. With a display of food so spotless that it seemed as though my mother, Linda, believed cooking could clean up this catastrophe, she stood at the head of the dinner table. She was grinning, bringing joy into the space as if she could make it material. Linda said, Let's just sit down, eat, and talk. Riley whispered to herself, I'd rather eat glass. As I glanced at her, Avery and Caleb were seated at the far end of the table. The sight of them together still made my blood boil. Avery. As if they were on a freaking date, Caleb had one arm thrown languidly over the back of her chair. However, Avery refused to look at Riley or at me. She continued to look at her dish with her head down, as though the mashed potatoes were the most amazing thing she had ever seen. I inquired, Where's Logan? I was surprised at how piercing my voice sounded. I got one of Linda's stoic "you're ruining this" expressions. Logan decided not to come. Riley answered, Yeah, no kidding, while crossing her arms. Wonder why? Linda gave her a stern look but remained silent. She probably knew Riley wouldn't give up. Riley has always been the firecracker among us. Even though she is only 2 years my junior, she has never shied away from speaking her mind, particularly when it comes to Caleb. Caleb, who was buttering a roll as if he hadn't just exploded a nuclear bomb in our family, caught my attention. So, Caleb, I replied. You're just okay with all of this? He gave me his angry, calm-down face as he gazed up at me. God, I detested that expression. Since we were young, he had been giving it to me as if he were superior, smarter, and older. He questioned, "What do you mean by this, Mason?" "This." I waved my hand at him and Avery and snapped. "Caleb, Logan's fiancé, was taken by you. The same Logan who asked you to be his best man because he trusted you enough. With this, are you kidding me?" With a heavy sigh, Caleb put down his butter knife, acting as though I was the one who was being unreasonable. "Look, Mason, this wasn't planned by Avery and me, and I know it's complicated. It just happened. Things just happened." Riley leaned forward in her chair and scoffed. "Is that your justification? You don't just happen to start dating your brother's fiancé?" Riley's comments made Caleb cringe, but he didn't raise his head. I was hoping she would stand up for herself and say something, but she just sat there and let Caleb speak. At last, displaying his aggravation, Caleb combed through his hair. "I won't just sit here and watch the two of you attack us. I have been open and honest with Avery. We're content together and don't require your blessing." "Honest?" I fired back. "You believe your treatment of Logan was sincere? You lacked the courage to tell him directly. Avery had to inform him when she decided to call off the wedding. That's enough." Across the table, Linda's voice could be heard. Mom gave me that familiar scowl of disapproval, the same one Mom used to talk back to me when I was a child. "We are not going to spend this dinner yelling at each other like children." Riley pushed her dish away and said, "Then maybe Caleb shouldn't have acted like one." Linda replied, "Riley, please," in a strained voice. "This isn't beneficial. The reason Caleb and Avery are here is to continue their family's journey. We must all extend forgiveness and move on from this." "Forgive and let this go?" Unable to believe what I was hearing, I gazed at her. "So you're just okay with this?" Slowly, I asked. "You're okay with what Caleb did to Logan?" Linda's expression softened, as though she were addressing a young kid who was just unable to comprehend the world. "Life is complex, Mason. Despite their mistakes, people should have the opportunity to be happy." "Happy?" Riley's fist slammed on the table as she burst. "Logan is wretched, Mom. You're behaving as if none of this is important. You're here acting like a hostess like it's Thanksgiving dinner after Caleb made him feel embarrassed." With his chair scuffing the wooden floor, Caleb got to his feet. "You know what? I don't have to sit here and have my home attacked. I've finished our talk." I yelled, "Sit down," in a low, menacing voice that even surprised me. I was so tired of Caleb walking away from everything: responsibility, consequences. "Logan, you don't get to walk in here with Avery like nothing happened and then act like we're the problem." At last, Avery raised her voice, but it was tremulous and quiet. It wasn't supposed to happen like this." I turned to her, and so did Riley. I questioned, my rage mixed with incredulity. "Then why did it?" Avery seemed to be waiting for approval before speaking as she glanced at Caleb. She inhaled deeply when he remained silent. "Caleb and we started talking months ago. At first, it was innocent but—" She paused. "He told me things about Logan. Things that made me doubt everything." "What things?" asked Riley. Avery stumbled over her words. "He said Logan didn't really love me, that he was just going through the motions because he felt like he had to settle down." Caleb ... I froze as everything came together. For months, Caleb had been sowing doubt in Avery's mind. That was his personality: attractive, cunning, and self-centered. Riley responded, "You've got to be kidding me," in a disgusted tone. "You let Caleb convince you Logan didn't love you? Logan adored you, Avery. Everyone could see it." Avery winced, but Caleb moved ahead of her while speaking in a chilly tone. "We're not going to sit here and let you two attack Avery. This conversation is over." "Fine," I responded as I got to my feet. "Then I guess I'll have this conversation with Logan instead. I'm sure he'll love hearing how his own brother was working behind the scenes to sabotage his relationship." Linda began. "Mason—" But I interrupted her. I turned and left, Riley following closely after me. "Logan deserves better than this, Mom. And if you can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you." Riley released a breath that she had obviously been holding as soon as the front door closed behind us. She mumbled, "Unbelievable. Caleb's not even sorry. He believes his own lies. I didn't respond. What Avery had revealed about Caleb getting into her head and manipulating her emotions had my head spinning. This was no fortuitous romance. For some reason, Linda was ignoring the fact that Caleb had been planning this for months. Riley turned to face me as we entered her vehicle and said, "We have to tell Logan." "I know," I replied. "But I don't think this ends here." And I was correct. It didn't. Riley's engine hummed through the peaceful ride to Logan's place. She remained silent, and I did too. The identical thought was running through both of our minds. How in the heck were we going to explain this to Logan? Avery calling off the wedding was one thing, but what about knowing that Caleb had been deceiving her for months? That seemed like a completely different animal. I kind of thought Logan wouldn't respond when we arrived at his house. With the exception of the occasional text, he had remained a phantom ever since the split. However, the door slowly opened, revealing Logan staring at us with black circles under his eyes. He appeared slimmer, as if he hadn't eaten. He said, "Hey," in a low voice. "Didn't think I'd see you guys tonight." I said, "Can we come in?" After a moment of hesitation, Logan moved aside to allow us to enter. The flat appeared as worn out as he was. The curtains were drawn, his couch appeared to be his bed these days, and takeout containers were piled on the coffee table. Logan laughed without laughter when he saw that I was staring. "Yeah, I know it's a mess. Take a seat," he said, sweeping papers from the cushions and pointing to the couch. Logan remained standing, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, while Riley and I sat. He appeared protective, as though he was aware that we weren't just stopping by. "What's up?" he finally inquired, his gaze darting between us. Riley didn't hold out. "Logan, we need to tell you something about Caleb." Logan stiffened as soon as she spoke Caleb's name. His eyes widened and his jaw tensed. "I don't want to talk about him," I whispered. "You need to hear this. It's about what really happened with Avery." Her name made Logan cringe. I thought he was going to throw us out, but he sat down in the armchair across from us after letting out a trembling breath. "Fine," he replied. "Say whatever you came here to say." I didn't mince words. Despite the pain, Logan deserved to know the truth. Avery told us tonight that Caleb had been talking to her for months. He told her things that made her believe you didn't really love her. At first, Logan's expression remained unchanged. He remained motionless as he gazed at me. He gently averted his gaze and squeezed his fists against his thighs, but I wasn't even positive he had heard me. He spoke the words. "So Caleb convinced her to leave me," in a whispery tone. "Manipulated her," said Riley again. He played with her head. "Logan," she stated. "She thought you were just settling for her because Caleb got in her ear." Logan gave a sour laugh, but it was devoid of humor. "Of course he did. That's Caleb. He's always been good at taking things that don't belong to him." I was astonished by the hostility in his voice. Logan has consistently maintained our family's composure. Logan is the quiet anchor if Riley is the firework, and I am the middle child who is always caught in the between. He is not angry. He simply becomes depressed. Now though, he now had an angry expression. "He's done this before," Logan stated abruptly as he looked at the ground. Riley said, "What do you mean?" Logan's expression darkened as he looked up. "Do you honestly believe that this is the first time Caleb has taken anything that was rightfully mine?" "Do you recall my senior school soccer tryout?" Logan inquired. While attempting to piece things together, I scowled and said, "Yeah, you didn't make the team." "No, I did," Logan said with a sour smile. "Caleb persuaded the coach that he would be a better option and that I was unreliable, even though I made the squad. It took me years to find out. While Caleb made varsity, I was dismissed." "What?" Riley's eyes widened. "Why didn't you say anything, Logan?" "Because nobody would have believed me," he shrugged, adding, "Caleb has always been the one. The golden boy is Caleb. Caleb is impervious to error." After hearing this, something clicked in my mind. Caleb had been our mother's world for years, charming, ambitious, and self-assured, everything an ideal oldest son should be. However, now that the cracks were showing, it became clear that he didn't just take things because he wanted them. He did it to win. To show that he was superior to the rest of us. "Logan," I continued slowly, "what do you suppose caused him to do this to Avery now?" Logan gave me a dumbfounded look and said, "Because he could. I've always made Caleb envious. It's not over. He does a good job of hiding it. Like he's taken everything else, I believe he decided to take away Avery after realizing how happy I was with her." Logan was right. This wasn't just about Avery. It was about Caleb needing to repeatedly demonstrate that he was the best, regardless of who he injured along the way. There was a brief period of silence. Riley appeared to want to punch a wall, and I felt sick to my stomach. Logan wiped his face and said, "You know what's the worst? I cherished her. I cherished her dearly. I also had faith in Caleb. I assumed he was pleased with me." I muttered, "I'm sorry," since I had no idea what else to say and it seemed so hollow. "You don't have to apologize to me," Logan said, shaking his head. "Please let me know what you plan to do about it." Riley grimaced. "What are you saying?" Logan's voice was harsh as he stated, "I mean, Caleb isn't done? You think he's simply going to stop after this? Mom is already on his side. I'm the bad one for not letting it go, but he'll keep making things up until the rest of the family forgives him. He acts in that manner." Riley and I looked at each other, and Logan was right. I hate to say it, but our mother was already setting the stage for us to go over this, and if we didn't do something, Caleb would win, as he usually does. Riley stated, "Mom needs to see what's going on, so we need to talk to her. She cannot continue to stand up for him." "Good luck with that," said Logan, snorting. "Until the day she passes away, Mom will stand up for Caleb. Your time is being wasted." Linda had always made excuses for Caleb, perhaps because he was the firstborn or because he reminded her of herself, but whatever the reason, she had been ignoring Caleb's behavior for years, and it had finally come to this point. I didn't want to believe that, but I knew deep down that Logan wasn't wrong. One thing was clear to me as I watched my younger brother sit in his damaged apartment though: Caleb was not going to get away with this time. I firmly stated, "This time, we're not going to let him win." After giving me a long look, Logan nodded and said, "Good. Because I'm tired of being a punching bag for Caleb." I sensed a change in myself as Riley and I left Logan's apartment that evening. I was done being kind, done letting Caleb bully everyone while Linda applauded him, and it was time to face Caleb head on. This time, I wasn't going to hold back. Riley and I quickly decided what needed to happen next. Caleb needed to be confronted, really confronted, and not just about Avery. This was about everything that Caleb had been doing for years, including manipulating people, twisting circumstances, and making himself appear like the ideal son while ignoring the rest of us. Logan was correct. Caleb wouldn't stop unless he was forced to, and we were going to force him. When Riley and I unexpectedly arrived at our parents' house the following morning, Linda opened the door, looking astonished to see us and as though she had been up all night worrying. To be honest, good. Her grin was forced. "Mason, Riley," she continued. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk to Caleb," I said as I walked into the living room, sweeping past her. Linda groaned deeply as she shut the door, and Riley trailed behind me. "This again? Can't you just?" she asked, her voice already worn out. Riley interrupted, turning to stare at her saying, "No, Mom. We can't." "Is Caleb present?" I inquired. "He's upstairs, but I don't know why you," Linda said after hesitating, then nodded. "Perfect," I murmured as I made my way up the stairs. Linda called after me and said, "Mason, don't start anything." Linda had let Caleb for too long, and it was time for someone to do what she wouldn't do, so I disregarded her. I didn't care what Linda thought at this point. Caleb was sitting on his bed with his laptop open when Riley and I marched up the stairs and down the hallway to his old bedroom. The door was half open, so we didn't bother knocking, and I pushed it open. His face twisted into a mixture of smugness and annoyance when he looked up and saw us. "To whom am I due this distinction? Here to lecture me some more?" Caleb replied, leaning back against the wall and shutting his laptop. I crossed my arms and remarked, "We're here for answers, not to lecture you." "I've already explained everything," Caleb said, rolling his eyes. "I didn't plan this with Avery, it just happened. Why aren't you all able to accept that and go on?" "Because it's a lie," Riley said. "Avery told us that you had been peeping into her head for months. You were ruining her friendship with Logan the entire time, Caleb." Even as Caleb's face reddened, his arrogant look persisted. "So? What? Relationships are always ending. Logan's inability to retain her is not my fault. You think this is a game, don't you?" I said, stiffening my fists at my sides as I walked toward him. "You're not even sorry for what you did. Why would I?" "Logan was never right for Avery," Caleb retorted. "I was kind to her." "You took her," Riley screamed. "You can't stand seeing other people happy, so you tricked her into leaving Logan." "Watch it, Riley," Caleb said as he got to his feet, his face changing to a more icy one. "You have no idea what you're discussing." I answered softly, "Oh, we know precisely what we're talking about. Caleb, you've been doing this for years. Stealing what belongs to Logan, undermining him, and claiming to be the golden child while the rest of us suffer as a result. You're being dramatic. Caleb grinned. Am I? Logan told us about the soccer team, how you persuaded the coach to cut him so you could take his place, I shot back. Does that sound familiar? For a brief moment Caleb's grin wavered, but he immediately got back to it. That was years ago. Who gives a damn? Logan is concerned. Just like you ruined this, you ruined that for him, Riley yelled. Caleb chuckled, but it was a mocking, bitter laugh. You guys are unbelievable, he said. Do you believe that I am the bad guy? Logan is pitiful. He was and always has been. He allows others to walk all over him because he is weak. Avery chose me because I'm superior to him. I didn't steal her. Riley stepped forward and poked a finger at Caleb's chest, saying, You're not better than anyone, Caleb. Even though I could feel my fury boiling. The only reason you get away with being a manipulator and a liar is because Mom allows it. Caleb snarled. Leave Mom out of this. Why? Riley retorted. We all know you're her favorite. No matter what you do, she will stand up for you. Linda suddenly materialized in the doorway. What's happening in here? With a strong voice, she demanded. Riley turned to stare at her and added, Ask your perfect son. Adding that he had recently confessed to coercing Avery into leaving Logan. Linda turned to face Caleb as her face went white. Is that true? Of course not. Caleb answered softly, his voice flowing. Mom, they're misrepresenting what I said. I didn't do it. You claim that Avery picked you because you're superior to Logan, Riley yelled. Linda's expression was unreadable as she turned to face Caleb, who gave her a wide, naive look, as he often did when he had to get out of trouble. Come on, Mom, you are familiar with me, I would never act in such a manner. For a while, I hoped that Linda would finally recognize Caleb for who he truly was, but she hesitated, and I could see the doubt in her eyes. Then, as usual, she folded. Her voice was tense as she replied, I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding. We're not going to solve anything by yelling. Riley laughed bitterly and said, It's unbelievable. You continue to protect him. I'm not defending anyone, Linda responded. But I'm not going to let this family fall apart over a relationship that didn't work out. This family already is falling apart, I whispered quietly. And it's because of Caleb. Caleb looked bored and shrugged, saying, Cry about it. I finished our talk. Riley snapped, No. We're done with you. What is the intended meaning of that? Caleb narrowed his brows and asked. I said, Logan's done. It means we're not letting you win this time. Riley is finished. I am too. You're by yourself. You can't just cut me out of the family, Caleb said, looking truly shaken for the first time. Watch us, replied Riley icily. Mom, you can act like Caleb is flawless all you want, but the rest of us aren't playing along anymore, I said, turning to Linda, who appeared stunned. Either you're with us or you're with him. You make the decision. Linda gave me a slap-like look and said, You can't ask me to choose. Riley remarked softly, You simply aren't aware that you've already made your decision. I believe that Caleb recognized that he had finally lost control and pushed himself too far since he didn't say anything as we were leaving, and for once, he didn't have a smug response or a lazy shrug. I was relieved as Riley and I left the house because, although Caleb might not be facing actual repercussions today, he would eventually, people like him usually do, and I wasn't going to be there to catch him when he fell for the first time. After that altercation, we didn't hear from either Caleb or Linda for a few days. To be honest, I believe they were both waiting for us to return, as we always did, especially with Linda. In our family, things had always gone like this. Caleb made a mistake, Mom covered it up, and the rest of us had to keep our mouths shut for the sake of keeping the peace, but not this time. You have no idea how long I felt like I was screaming into a void, I added, and Logan actually appeared glad when we told him about what had transpired at the home. It's about time, he muttered, shaking his head. Riley and I had made our decision. Linda made several attempts to contact us over the course of the following week, first by phone and then by text, but each message was the same. Family doesn't behave like this, so we need to communicate. Caleb is your brother, and while I understand your anger, this has gone too far. You don't fully comprehend the story. Let's discuss this over dinner. We chose to ignore her. Riley, Logan, and I were all on the same page for the first time, and it felt liberating. Caleb was no longer our responsibility, so we didn't have to comply if Linda wanted to hold on to him. Caleb wasn't finished though. On a Thursday night, I received a call from an unknown number. I don't typically accept such, but for some reason, I decided to answer. Hello, Mason. I remained silent for a moment, almost expecting Caleb to knock on my door, but I was still taken aback when I heard his voice. It sounded desperate, not cocky or arrogant. "What are you looking for?" With a flat voice I asked. Caleb hurriedly continued. "I need to talk to you. It's important." "Hard pass." His voice trembled. "Mason, please." And I was shocked because Caleb demanded things instead of asking for them. I answered, against my better judgment. "All right. Don't talk on the phone. In an hour, meet me at the depot, please." I didn't want to attend, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something wasn't right. The depot was an old diner we used to frequent as kids, and it felt strangely symbolic, as if Caleb was trying to exploit some shared history to guilt me into listening. I didn't recognize Caleb for a moment when I entered the depot an hour later and saw him sitting at a booth in the corner. He had bags under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in days, and his normally flawless hair was unkempt. "Caleb, what do you want?" I questioned, slipping into the seat across from him. He didn't immediately respond, instead looking down at the table with his fingers tapping nervously. "I messed up," he finally stated in a hushed voice. With a sour laugh, I said, "Yeah, no kidding." "No, Mason, I made a huge mistake, more than you thought." I had never seen Caleb this afraid, and there was something about the way he said it that made the hair on the back of my neck rise up. "What are you discussing?" I inquired. After inhaling deeply, Caleb shakily exhaled. "I'm in trouble. Bad luck." I saw panic for the first time in his eyes as he glanced up at me. "What sort of issue?" With quivering fingers, Caleb ran a hand through his hair and nodded. Debt. I owe a lot of people a lot of money. Mason, I made an effort to correct it, but it got out of hand." His voice broke as he trailed off. Avery. "What are you saying?" I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. I think I've never seen Caleb seem so embarrassed as he looked at me. "I needed money," he said. "I reasoned that by getting to know Avery better, I might be able to persuade her to assist me. Her family is wealthy, so I reasoned that perhaps—" "You made use of her?" Startled, I cut in. "You used Avery as leverage because of your debt?" Despite his recoil, Caleb said, "I didn't intend for it to get this far. Although I didn't anticipate her leaving Logan for me, I was unable to stop it once it got going." Caleb had not simply taken Logan's fiancée because he wanted to win, he had done it out of desperation. He had played with Avery's emotions, ruined Logan's life, and split our family apart in order to hide the catastrophe he had created for himself. I gazed at him, trying to take in what he had just said. "Is Mom aware?" Quietly, I inquired. "No, and she can't," Caleb said, shaking his head. "If she learns, I'm finally able to recognize you for who you truly are." "Good," I responded sourly. "She is entitled to the truth." Caleb's voice was suddenly begging, "Please, Mason, I need your assistance. I have no other people." "Aid you?" I chuckled incredulously. "Are you serious? After all of your actions?" Caleb said. "You're my brother. Family is meant to stay together." "Don't you dare pull the family card," I responded. "You don't get to hide behind that after what you did to Logan." Like a drowning man pleading for a life raft, Caleb gazed at me and said, "Please. Without you, I am unable to resolve this." I felt nothing for Caleb for the first time in my life, no rage or hatred, just emptiness. He was no longer my brother, he was just a man who had ruined every relationship he had ever had. I got up and said, "Caleb, you need help, but it won't come from me." Caleb started to disagree, but before he could say anything more I left. Later that night, Riley, Logan, and I convened at my place, and for once, no one was shocked when I told them all Caleb had confessed. Logan said, "He's always been like this. It just took him this long to fall apart." "How about Mom? Should we tell her?" Riley said. After giving it some serious thought, I shook my head and said, "No. She's made up her mind. Let her if she wants to think Caleb is flawless. We're done with him though, alongside her. With everything. I had spent my entire life trying to keep this family together, but now I know that sometimes you have to let things fall apart." For the first time in years, I felt free. Neither Linda nor Caleb were my burden anymore. With a small smile on his lips, Logan turned to face Riley and me and said, "You think we'll be all right?" "Yeah," I replied with a smile. "We'll be all right." And I did believe it for once. I watched my husband marry my best friend while texting me working late, unraveling decades of lies to discover the truth. The text message shining in my car's darkness was St. 2 p.m. Mary's Church. "You have to see this. Unknown count. My hands shook as I held the steering wheel and watched visitors pass past my rain-streaked glass inside the ancient stone edifice. Right now, Eleanor, a cut-rate private investigator, is waiting in my car wondering if I have finally lost my mind. Ryan, my spouse, reported to me he had a business conference in Chicago. The calendar read something like that. His secretary verified that as well. The hotel reservation revealed just that. But here I am, parked across from a Boston church since some stranger chose to act as guardian angel, or demon. I haven't made any decisions yet. This is crazy, I said to myself, but I'm already grabbing my sunglasses. As I get out of my car, heels clicking against damp ground, the church bells begin their sad call. Every stride seems like me moving toward my own execution. I slide in through the side door and settle behind a marble pillar. I smell lies and incense, and for a second I find myself back 7 years ago on my own wedding day. Same church, different dreams. My heart stops when the organ begins to play. He is because there he is. Ryan's. My Ryan here. Hands clasped in front of him, that familiar anxious tick in his jaw, standing at the altar in a tuxedo I have never seen before. Chicago is not where he resides. Here he is. The bride shows up at the door, and the ground moves underfoot. Extended dark hair, olive-based skin, that elegant walk I would know anywhere. Megan. My friend from 3rd grade, best buddy. The woman who guided me in selecting my own wedding gown. Dearly beloved. As I watch them exchange vows, the priest's words vanish into white noise. Promising to love each other till death, my spouse and best buddy part. As he assured me. Like we all vowed to each other when we were young, buddies always, no secrets, no lies. I recall not leaving the chapel. The drive home is not clear from memory, but I recall the deciding moment. Sitting in our ideal, magazine-worthy kitchen, which Ryan insisted on redoing last year, I watched the sunset through windows that unexpectedly seemed like prison bars. There is buzz on my phone. Ryan. Running late for a conference, don't hold back. I grab his preferred scotch, the one he saves for special events. As I swallow, the liquid burns my throat and I relish the suffering. Unlike all else in my life, it is real. Still another text from the unidentified number. Now you know. Regarding that, what are your plans? What am I going to do? I laugh. It sounds strange to me. Sharp, hazardous, like smashing glass. Opening my laptop, I begin to type. Dear Laura, with any luck, this email reaches you. I had been considering organizing that family reunion you have always wanted. Because betrayal is exactly that. It's about the complex dance of falsehoods that preceded it, not only about the deed itself. The deftly created alibis. The grins that have been taught. The little touches that were meaningless. And Ryan, my lovely, beautiful Ryan, has always danced rather well. But thus have I as well. I sip another scotch and grin. Let their honeymoon take place. Let them believe they are winners. Time is on my side. And I possess something higher than their adoration. I possess their faith. The sun sets totally, darkening me. For the first time today though, I can see everything clearly. Each page of the old photo album seems weighty on my lap, memories I no longer trust weighing me. Ryan, Megan, and I at 16 are spread out on my parents' yard. Ryan's arm circles both of us as we chuckle at some old joke. Like everything else about that summer, the corners of the picture show where. Ryan from downstairs phones, I ordered Chinese. His footfalls each make my skin crawl in our residence. 3 days after his second wedding, he has been home behaving as though nothing had changed. That he did not simply destroy all we had created. As he walks into our bedroom with 2 plates of food I won't eat, I close the album. Remember when we used to get takeout with Megan every Friday? The words fly from my mouth before I could stop them, sharp as broken glass. Ryan's grin falls short of directly reaching his eyes. That was a lifetime ago. Was it? I get up and let the album thump to the floor with pleasant resonance. Because she looked exactly the same 3 days ago. Just for a moment, his chopstick stopped midway to his mouth. Blink would cause you to miss it. Still, I see it. I am catching everything right now. Eleanor. He sets down his plate and approaches me with the same worried look he used on challenging clients. Has your drinking been? I chuckle. It sounds like the laughter of my mother following Dad's departure. That is your move? Gaslight the wife into thinking she is crazy? His hand reaches for mine as he replies. I'm worried about you. I pull back. When did it start? Burns my throat. Was it before our wedding? During? Tell me, Ryan. Was I the backup plan or the cover story? You're not making any sense, he replies, but his left hand quickly sits. His tell when he lies. I have spent 7 years mastering his rhythms and compiling his routines. Funny how precisely you perceive things when you're searching for the holes. I was at St. Mary's on Tuesday. Words like smoke hang between us. Nice tux, by the way. Better than the one you wore at our wedding. The mask slides, just for a moment, but it's plenty. His eyes turn cold and calculated. The Ryan I never let myself see is this one. It is not what you think. Don't. My voice is not trembling. I take great satisfaction in that. Don't offend me with excuses. I watched you marry my best friend while I was supposed to be your loving wife at home. What exactly should I think? Another clue as he rubs his hands through his hair. It's complicated, you don't grasp some of it. Like what? The joint bank accounts you opened? The property you bought together? Alternatively, maybe the fact your mother knew the whole time? That renders him unable. How could you? I go to the drawer and pull out the stack of papers I have gathered over the past 3 days. I am not the moron you believe me to be. You should really use better passwords than our anniversary date, though I guess that's meaningless now. Eleanor, please? He grabs for the docs. I control them. We can work this out, I will explain everything. Like you explained your business trip to Chicago? I laid the papers, bank statements, property titles, emails, on the bed. Or should we talk about the trust fund Laura established for your children with Megan? His face turns white. You had no right, said. I had every right. Raw and primitive, the scream tears from my throat. I am your wife. I was your friend. We grew up together. All 3 of us, and you. I pause, breathing hard. He is looking at me as though he has never seen me before. Perhaps he never did? Perhaps I never really seen myself either. Get out. Right now, my voice is solid, definite. Likewise is true with my residence. Not now. One last document I retain is a power of attorney signed last year when he was too busy managing our estate plan. You ought to really read what you sign, Ryan. Now get out before I call Michael and have him escort you out. He bolts. Not out of fear, but rather because he understands this is a starting point. For that he knows me sufficiently. From the floor, I grab the photo album and use my finger to follow our younger faces. We seem to be naive and rather joyful. Such outstanding liars, every one of us. The cafe Megan and I used to keep secrets in seems smaller now. Perhaps that is the weight of what I am about to undertake. Alternatively, maybe everything from my past is diminishing and losing relevance with every fresh betrayal I come across. Still sporting the twin of her wedding band, Megan glides into the seat across from me. Seeing it tastes like acid in my coffee. She adds, her fingers tensely stroking the rim of her unethered latte. I didn't think you would come. Funny. I didn't you'd marry my husband. The words come out softer than I intended, which somehow makes them cut deeper. She stumbles. Eleanor. I slide the bank statements across the table like cards in a rigged game. Did you know about the trust fund? The one Laura configured for next generations? Her face loses hue, not from remorse but from wrath. Quite interesting. What trust fund? That is indeed surprising now. Her hands quivering slightly, I watch her go over the papers. $3 million, I say. Set aside for the grandchildren Laura always wanted. Guess I was not producing them fast enough. This can't be right. Megan pulls the contaminated-looking papers away. Ryan said the marriage was only a formality for his inheritance. He said. I chuckle and it sounds like shattered glass. That he loved you, Megan? That I was cold, distant, career-obsessed? That's exactly what he told his mother about me last month. She stares fiercely. How come you aware of that? Because I have spent the last week learning just how completely my husband, our husband, has been playing us both. The waiter walks over, but we both wave him away without looking up. There is more, I said, pulling out my phone. Want to hear Ryan talking about property investments with Laura? The ones using your family's real estate contacts? Megan's voice falters as my family's? Ryan knew well before he ever asked her out that her mother, Grace, runs one of the biggest real estate companies in Boston. Did you ever wonder why he chose us? Asks the question hanging between us like fog. The 2 best friends who'd never bet each other. The perfect cover story. Stop. Megan gets up fast and her chair scrapes the floor. I understand you trying to hurt me since I hurt you. I deserve it, but... Sit down. My voice never changes. The best portion hasn't yet been heard. She sits, more from shock at my voice than from compliance. Remember that summer internship Ryan helped you get at Grace's firm? The one that convinced your mother he was such a wonderful guy? I slipped one more document across the table. Look at the date on that property transfer. Her hands shake as she reads. This is the signature of my mother, but she would never sell her prime investment property for half its worth. She had no idea she did. Check the signatures of the witnesses. Megan recognizes her own handwriting and crumples her face. I was just notarizing documents. Ryan said it was practice for my license, while I was planning our wedding. You were unintentionally helping him steal from your own mother. The truth tastes terrible on my mouth. He played us both, Megan. The only difference was that I worked it out before he could take everything. For the first time since she sat down, she glances up at me, very definitely stares at me. What are you going to do? I get to stand and gather the paperwork. Invalid question. The actual one is, what are we going to do? We? I draw one last item, a USB disk with what I have found, and say, you have two choices. Keep playing his game and lose everything, or help me take him down. Your mother's company, my savings, Laura's reputation. He's built his entire plan on the presumption that we would never compare notes. Megan fixes her eyes on the drive as though it could bite. If this gets out, everything burns. I run my palm over hers and feel the matching wedding band. But we will be the ones holding the matches this time. She tightens her fingers over the disc, and I catch a flash of the buddy I used to know. Fierce, devoted, relentless when crossed. When should we begin? I smile and it feels true for the first time in weeks. Our already have. From the kitchen counter, 3 empty wine bottles mock me. Not my typical poison, but tonight is not usual. Ryan's workplace papers are scattered around our dining room table, our wedding present from Laura, like bits of a jigsaw I never wanted to solve. Another Ryan message on my phone brightens it. Please let us discuss this sensibly. Logical. Like the method he erected this palace of lies? Like the deliberate accuracy with which he decided on his marks? Once more buzzing is the phone. Megan, this one time. Grace is inquiring, we must get going more quickly. I turn it off, but my hands continue to shingle. The scope of what we intend at last strikes me. This goes beyond simply calling attention to Ryan now. We are discussing ruining families, names, life. The doorbell sounds. I wonder momentarily about ignoring it. Then, though, I hear the key in the lock. Ryan is the only person with that key except one other. Michael walks into the dining room and absorbs the anarchy. Jesus, Eli? When's the last time you slept? I faintly point at the papers. Did you know Ryan's father committed himself? Michael goes still. What? I pull out the newspaper clipping I discovered hidden in Laura's bank records 10 years ago, right after Ryan graduated law school. Officially, it was a hunting accident. Unofficially, I push forward a stack of bank records. He found Laura and Ryan had been embezzling years from his company. Christ. Michael settles onto a chair. Does everyone else know? Just the person who has been sending me anonymous tips. I tap the table burner phone. They sent me this today. I slipped over duplicates of William Mitchell's suicide note. He tried to expose them, Michael. He tried to stop them, and they... My voice failures. Michael reaches for my hand. Eli, but I back off. I'm becoming them. The words taste like ash. I'm turning exactly into exactly what I hate from all these plans for revenge, for justice. No, you're not. Michael says with stern voice. You're shielding Megan's company, your future, Grace's. Am I? I get up, moving slowly. Or am I just so focused on destroying Ryan that I don't care who gets caught in the crossfire? Because right now, I'm seated here planning to expose everything at the family reunion, knowing it will devastate people who had nothing to do with this. Like someone? I grab one of the wine bottles, not caring that it's empty. Like Ryan's sister's kids, who'll lose their college money when I uncover Laura's financial machinations, Grace's staff might lose their jobs should the company's reputation suffer. Like William Mitchell, who died trying to do the right thing, while I plot complex revenge scenarios like some comic book villain. Michael pauses silently for a protracted length of time. He stands up, then grabs the bottle from my hand. You wish to know how you differ from them? I turn aside, but he keeps on. You're torturing yourself about the moral consequences of your actions here at 3 o'clock in the morning. They're sleeping peacefully, counting their money and planning their next con. That does not make it right. No, it doesn't. He begins systematically gathering and sorting the documents. But it means you have a choice. You can expose everything dramatically at the reunion, as you planned, or what? Or we do this the right way, legally. Carefully. William Mitchell's suicide note is here, he said. We finish what Ryan's father started, but we do it smart. We first guard the innocent parties. Another message from the unknown source comes from the burner phone buzzing. Inquire of Laura about the offshore accounts. I fix my eyes on the message, then on the anarchy all over my dining room table. 7 years of marriage, a lifetime of friendliness, generations of lies, all leading to this moment. I say at last, okay. Show me how I should do this right. Michael nods and gets out his phone. First, we should speak with a financial fraud expert. I know a man. I hold his arm and wait. Before we do this, I need know something. Are you helping me because I'm right or just because I'm your sister? He fixes my gaze consistently. Both and neither. I'm helping you since someone needs to stop them and you're strong enough to do it without becoming them. I examine the empty wine bottles, the strewn papers, the proof of my almost plunge into their realm of control and retribution. He may be right. Perhaps another method to burn it all down is here. Michael's friend, a lawyer, keeps chatting, but I fixed on the one single sheet of paper in front of me, a name list. Mainly children. Trustees of which our scheme would fall apart if we carried on. The offshore accounts are just the beginning, James Harrison continues, distributing more papers over his mahogany desk. Laura Mitchell's financial web runs at least 3 generations of both families. How many people would be affected? My voice sounds far even to myself. Directly, roughly 30, indirectly. He shrugs. We're talking about tearing down a decades-long program. The knock-on effects might affect hundreds. Michael forward leans. But we can prove the fraud readily. The issue is whether we should. James runs over the name list. Some of these trust funds are supporting education and medical treatment. I get up quickly and head to the window. Stop. Boston spreads out below, unconcerned about the bomb we are about to blow. Another way has to be found. There is buzz on my phone. Megan. Grace came upon the missing property records. Michael adds, reading across my shoulder. She's calling Laura today. We're running out of time. Anyhow, everything falls apart if Grace confronts Laura straight. I then go back to James. How long would it take to get protection for the innocent parties? Weeks, maybe months. We would want. The door of the office explodes open. Laura Mitchell is there, always flawless, but her eyes are crazy. I should have known you'd run to Michael, she says, sneers. James begins. How did you? My daughter works in your building, James. Did Eleanor tell you that part? How many families she's ready to destroy for her revenge? That's rich coming from you, Michael adds, standing and straying between us. Laura pays me more attention than him. You think you're protecting people? William thought the same thing. Look where that got him. The chamber falls quiet. Even the metropolitan noise appears to fade. What did you just say? My hands, knuckles white, clutch the rear of the chair. Oh, did your anonymous friend tell you everything? Laura asks with a stern smile. William tried to fix our plans, rerouting money to safeguard the beneficiaries, just as you are planning. He did not just discover them. And you stopped him. The bits fit together. The hunting accident was. She says just that, then pauses. An accident. Her eyes dart away. The point is, Eleanor, some buildings cannot be taken down without destroying everything they support. You're not just fighting Ryan or me, you're fighting generations of carefully balanced arrangements. I spit, arrangements built on lies and theft. Built on necessity, she says, getting closer. Did Ryan tell you why he married you? Your family's 3 generations of judges and prosecutors, 3 generations of perfect shield. Once more buzz comes from my phone. On the screen Grace's name shows. Take the call, Laura urges gently. Listen to Grace, discover what her daughter's been hiding, watch another family break, or. She pulls out an envelope. We might talk about substitutes. Michael says, Eli, don't. What alternatives? My voice is firm but my heart bangs against my ribs. Laura says, a clean break. A generous settlement. The innocent parties stay protected. Laura lays the envelope on James's desk. Everyone wins. Michael says, everyone except justice, quickly. Laura chuckle. Ask Eleanor what she actually wants, justice or peace. My phone keeps vibrating. These days, Megan's messages complement Grace's calls. From the desk, the name list stares up at me, children, families, futures. How long do I have to decide? The words taste like surrender. Laura steps to the door. Until Grace finishes reading those papers. Choose deliberately, Eleanor. Unlike William, you still have options. She goes, and the office seems both bigger and more stifling. You cannot seriously be thinking about this, Michael says. I pick up the name list, then my still buzzing phone. What if her right is what if trying to correct this just makes everything worse? Not justice, but that's fear talking. Maybe. I glance at James. But what if terror is trying to convey something vital? One last time the phone buzzes, then goes quiet. It is too late to stop whatever Grace found now. I pick Laura's envelope and feel the weight of choices not yet taken. I need to talk to Megan, I say at last, before we decide anything else. Because sometimes, I continue, I'm learning revenge isn't about who you're willing to hurt but who you're willing to spare. Before me sits the Mitchell family estate, its windows shining like evening caution signals. All the actors gathered for what they believe to be a surprise anniversary party for Laura and her second husband. Cars fill the circular driveway. Michael says, standing next to me and clutching the bag full of all the evidence, every paper, every recording, last chance to back out. Megan appears at my other shoulder and says, "They're already inside," her voice taut. Grace is with them, Ryan is watching the door like a hawk. I change my black dress, funeral suitable, though they are not yet aware of it. Did you check the exits? James has people stationed at every door, Michael says, glancing at his watch. No one leaves until everything's disclosed once you start. Laura's envelope weighs against my ribs, nestled into my garment. Her offer of silence, of protection for the innocent, weighs against me. Still not opened. Still conceivable. We arrive in the kitchen, where caterers are busy without realizing they are presenting Mitchell Dynasty Last Supper. Ryan finds me right away. His face flickers between skepticism and relief. "Eleanor." He comes near me carrying a champagne glass. "I didn't suppose you would show up? And Miss Laura's party?" My smile feels like broken glass. "Would not dream of it." His gaze flies to Megan, to Michael, to the briefcase. I see the instant he discovers something is wrong, but Laura's voice breaks through the hushes of discussion. "Everyone, kindly collect in the main hall." The audience moves, carrying with it us. I notice flashes of familiar faces. Grace, pale but understated. Laura's second husband, blind and radiant. Ryan's sister, gripping hands of her children. The young ones. God. The sons. Laura pulls out her glass. "Thanks all for showing up to..." "Actually," I forward, my voice carrying across the unexpected silence. "I'd like to say something first." Ryan comes toward me, but Michael blocks his way. Megan takes a seat close to Grace. Laura says, "Eleanor," her voice low, "give great thought to what you are doing." I open the still sealed envelope she handed me. I have thought about it. For weeks, I've thought about nothing else. I turn to face the room. About justice and protection. About who deserves the truth and who deserves mercies. "Eli," Ryan's voice now clearly reflects actual terror. "Whatever you think you know, I know everything." I open the briefcase but, not yet, I do not remove the papers. About William's death? About the trust funds? About your 2 marriages, Laura's schemes, Laura's lies to keep this house of cards standing. The space comes alive in whispers. Grace marches onward, her face ashen. "Megan," Grace replies with shaky voice. "I apologize." "Mom." Megan's voice breaks. "I knew nothing, not until Eleanor showed me." Clutching her children tighter, Ryan's sister asks, "Showed you what? What are you doing?" I look at the kids. Their innocent futures waiting on my next words, their perplexed faces. The envelope from Laura sears on my flesh. "The truth," I say quietly, "is that I came here tonight to destroy everything. To expose decades of fraud and manipulation. To get justice for everyone who's been hurt by the Mitchell family's lies." I get the first paper, William's actual suicide note. Laura moves rather silently. "But standing here, looking at all of you," I glance back at Ryan. I understand something worse than being misled. Something worse than being deceived. Michael says, "Eleanor," his voice tight. But I continue. "The very thing you're fighting against is becoming." I touch it to Laura's envelope. The paper catches fast and I drop it into the briefcase. I find a match in my handbag. "No." Michael jumps forward, but it's too late. Years of careful investigation burning to ash. With it burns my opportunity at justice, at revenge, at everything I thought I wanted. Since at times the best retribution is redemption rather than destruction. Laura sits across from me on the marble island, both of us wet from the sprinklers, watching cops cart away boxes of evidence. The actual evidence, not the decoy files I burned, painted Laura's perfect kitchen in alternating red and blue. "Copies," I answer softly. Everything in that briefcase? Merely copies. The originals arrived at the FBI 1 hour ago. Her immaculate nails pound against her coffee cup. You chose this moment on purpose. The party here. Family gathering. Like father, like daughter-in-law. I slide William's real suicide note across the desk. He planned to disclose everything at your anniversary party too, didn't he? Prior to the hunting mishap. The drumming stops. Michael is watching with grim enjoyment through the glass, Ryan being guided to a police car. Laura's voice quivering. You don't understand what you've done, she continues. Those trust funds were being protected. Pulling out my phone, I show her the court orders. Every innocent beneficiary has been lawfully detached from the false accounts. The kids will hang on to their college money. The treatment keeps on medical level. I sense actual dread in her eyes for the first time. How? Much as leaning closer, I add. I had 3 weeks after you presented me the envelope. 3 weeks where you felt you would win. Did you truly believe I was doing nothing for that period? Much we hear activity at the door. Grace walks in, followed by federal officers. Her eyes connect with Laura's. Grace states, simply, you killed William when he tried to protect my daughter from your schemes. Laura stands so fast that her chair falls over. That's absurd. Much as I interrupted. William was going to expose how you used Megan to access Grace's company records, then, how you manipulated Ryan into marrying us both to maintain your financial facade. Everything I accomplished served this family only, Laura tears. Megan answers, looking at the doorway, tear-stained but steady. No. Everything you did was for yourself. And today we all know the reason. Laura goes somewhat motionless as I slide one final document across the counter. An old picture. William wasn't merely aiming to reveal the hoax, was he? I inquire, seeing her expression crumple. He found something else. About the true father of Ryan. About why you so sorely needed the connections of the Carter family. Mom? Mom, what's happening? Ryan's voice calls from outside. Laura leaps for the picture, but Grace is faster. Her shriek resounds in the abruptly quiet kitchen. Looking at the picture, Grace adds, That's my father, staring at Laura. 37 years passed. I say, 9 months before Ryan was born. The truth hangs between us like smoke, decades of control, all to conceal one desperate affair, thereby preserving the Mitchell family's pristine image. You destroyed everything? Laura says quietly. No. I stand, compiling the last of the papers. You lost everything the moment you chose lies above love. William fought to save all of us and today at last he has. What precisely do you mean? Much one last time I grab my phone and show her the message chain. From an unidentified number, from a dead man, scheduled emails, planned to arrive years after his death. I meet her eyes. William knew he might not survive trying to expose the truth, so he left breadcrumbs for whoever was brave enough to follow them. I wasn't first victim, Laura. However, I am your last. Ryan is watching via the glass, finally seeing dawning on his face as Grace hands him the picture as the cops walk to escort her out. Was it worth it? Laura wonders as they lead her away. Burnishing everything to save a dead man's honor. Of Megan and Grace, now free from manipulation, of William, who passed away trying to protect us all, I consider the children above, their futures now safe. I add gently. Some things are worth burning for. Michael squeezes my shoulder as the sun rises over the Mitchell estate, casting everything in gold. Beside me, sirens fade. You okay? 30 years of lies collapsing in Laura's path, I see her go into a police cruiser. No, I say honestly. But I will be. Sometimes the truth simply tells you who you really are. Sometimes it doesn't set you free. Ryan's last box from his study remains unopened on my kitchen counter. Autumn leaves abound in my backyard, where 3 children previously swore to be friends forever through the window. Megan says, Grace wants to meet both of us. My phone buzzes. Laura and Ryan, both convicted, ended the trial yesterday. The headlines claim justice. The society pages labeled it scandal, neither fairly portrayed the facts. Expecting more evidence, more secrets, I raise the top from the box only to see an ancient video camera, the kind we used summer before college, when everything seemed possible. Megan stands there, appearing smaller somehow, more like the girl I used to know than the lady who helped sort everything. The doorbell rings. Holding out an identical camera, she adds, I found my too, from Mom's attic. Both of us set them on the counter. These relics of who we used to be neither of us reaches to switch on. Did you come across Ryan's comment? She inquires. No. I pour us both coffee. This is a habit from earlier, when friendship was straightforward. Did you? Much her giggle sounds brittle. He said he loved both. Actually believed it, I guess. Sliding her cup across the counter. That's Ryan, I remark. Living his own truth, even when it's a lie. Megan strokes one softly while the afternoon light catches the cameras creating twin shadows. Before Grace arrives, she continues, we should observe them. Before we choose our course of action. She nods. We both know Grace's meeting is about the future of her business, about trust and second chances, about whether some bridges can be rebuilt after they have burnt. It is not only about reconciliation. Ryan behind the camera, narrating our last summer together, behind which we are young, laughing, whole. Ryan connects the first camera to my laptop. The screen flickers to life. Before college. Before decisions. Before we knew how love and lies might wear the same face. Megan says unexpectedly, stop. Then looks at that moment. The picture freezes on our younger selves, sharing some forgotten joke, but it's Ryan's reflection in the window that catches my eye. The way he watches us both, scheming, even then. I understand he simply showed us who we already were, not destroyed us. What do you imply? Megan queries. You always yearned for adventure, I was always yearning control. He only turned those facts into weapons. The second camera sits dark, uninterested. Certain facts, I'm discovering, don't need to be seen to be understood. Megan's coffee sits unethered, going cold. Now we choose, I say. Between easy and true, not between right and wrong. Grace grabs my hand before Megan moves to answer the doorbell once more. She says, I'm sorry, not for loving him. For not remembering how to love you first. Remembering Laura's last remarks during the trial, love makes liars of us all. I squeeze back. Maybe, I say Megan, we quit trying to change the past. Perhaps we should start something fresh. She nods, knowing what I'm not saying. About Grace's company, about second chances, about how occasionally revenge isn't about destroying what was, but constructing what may be. Laura plans her appeals somewhere in a prison cell. In another, Ryan writes letters we will never read. Life moves forward, messy and imperfect. Grace opens the door and notes how she carries herself now, straighter, stronger, free from decades of manipulation. The autumn wind scatters more leaves over the yard. I leave the cameras on the counter unaltered. Certain memories are better lived than remembered. Some facts are not revisited necessary. Megan and I glance at one another, remembering other documents, other plans, other decisions as Grace piles papers across my kitchen table. Plans for rebuilding, for forward movement, prepare? Grace questions. Of Laura, creating barriers to hide truths never worth preserving. Of William, planting truth bombs to detonate years after his death. Of Ryan, loving so fiercely he forgot how to love honestly. Indeed, I say, and I mean it. Sometimes the best kind of retribution is one in which one gains freedom rather than exacting revenge. After my husband gave his mother a key to our home and helped her destroy my life, I exposed their lies with the police at my doorstep. When I opened my front door, I didn't notice the strewn documents or the toppled furniture right away. It was the quietness, that oppressive, strange hush that envelops you like a veil of death and whispers that something is gravely amiss. My name is Audrey, and I recently attended a 3-day business retreat where I learned how to trust my coworkers through absurd team-building activities. Now that I'm standing in my cluttered living room, I see that I should have prioritized trusting my own family more. As I called Ryan's phone, my fingers were shaking. Voicemail's recognizable click is heard after 1 or 2 rings. Naturally, my beloved husband was most likely at his mother's place, acting as though he had no idea why his wife had called. Ryan, someone broke into the house. The safe is open, call me back immediately. I cataloged the damage as I wandered through the wreckage of my home. The couch cushions were cut open, drawers were pulled out and emptied, and picture frames were placed face down. However, they hadn't been searching for cash or valuables. This was personal, no. My grandmother's letters, the only remnants of her that I still possessed, were the first thing they targeted. It buzzed on my phone. Not Ryan. Evan at work. He inquired. How's the drive back? Someone broke into my house, I said, shaking my voice. The safe. They knew the combination. Jesus, are you okay? Do you need me to come over? I tossed away a ripped magazine and said, no. I know exactly who did this. Helen's fingerprints are all over this mess. She's been trying to get those letters for months. Your mother-in-law? Why would she? I arrived at the kitchen, where all the cabinets were empty, and said, because she can't stand that Ryan married someone who won't bow to her every whim. She thinks those letters prove my grandmother's family wronged hers decades ago, some ancient real estate dispute she won't let die. When Evan said, "Call the police." And tell them what? That my mother-in-law used a key my husband probably gave her to steal family documents. That my sister-in-law probably helped because she's bitter about her divorce and wants to hurt someone else's marriage. Though it sounded empty, I chuckled. They're too smart for that. They'll say Ryan gave them permission. It'll be my word against the entire Miller family. The door to the basement was ajar. I had not yet looked down there. I have to go, Evan. I need to see what else they took. Audrey, wait. After hanging up, I went down the stairs. My feet creaked with every stride. More mayhem was shown when the basement light flicked on. However, I noticed a tiny piece of paper stuck behind a toppled box. I managed to liberate it. It was a 3-day-old receipt for a duplicate key from the hardware store. Once more, my phone buzzed. Ryan. Before I could say anything, he inquired, "Where are you?" "At Mom's," it was his words. "Listen, Audrey, I can explain." "Did you give her a key?" "Quiet." "Afterwards. She just wanted to look for some old family photos while you were away. I didn't think." "You never do think when it comes to her, do you?" I clenched my fist around the receipt. Those letters were all I had left of my grandmother, Ryan. The only things that were truly mine. "We can talk about this when I get home." "No." The word was piercing enough to pierce. "We'll talk about this in front of everyone. I'm coming over there right now. And Ryan, tell your mother to prepare for war." After hanging up, I stood in my basement, surrounded by the ruins of faith. Like everyone else in their lives, they believed they could break me and force me to submit to their authority. However, they were unaware of what they had just begun. Sometimes the opponent who knows how to hit back harder is more dangerous than the one who hits first. My skin crawled when I saw Helen's immaculate living room. While my house was in ruins across town, everything else was in its proper place, not even a cushion out of place. Helen's interpretation of reality was depicted through the carefully chosen family images on her walls, which conveyed the story of Ryan and Chloe's early years. There aren't any photos of my wedding day in them. Helen poured tea into exquisite cups, her voice dripping with honeyed, delicious poison. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said. "Ryan gave me permission to look for old family albums while you were away, nothing more." With her arms folded and her wedding ring noticeably missing, Chloe sat next to her mother. "You're being hysterical, Audrey, as usual." I put the receipt from the hardware store on the coffee table. "Funny how you needed a new key made 3 days ago. Planning ahead?" Eyes flitting between his mother and myself, Ryan shifted in his seat and said, "Maybe we should all calm down." "Oh, we're very calm," I remarked as I observed Helen's immaculately manicured fingers encircling her teacup. "Just like we were calm last Christmas when you went through my phone while I was sleeping. Or last month, when you showed up unannounced at my office to check on me. When Helen said, 'I worry about my son. Someone needs to look out for his interests.'" "His interests?" I laughed till my throat ached from the broken glass. "Or yours. Mother was right about you from the start." Chloe's eyes shone as she leaned forward. "You never understood our family, always keeping secrets, hiding things in that safe of yours. Those letters belong to my grandmother. Letters that prove your family cheated ours 60 years ago." Helen's mask broke. "That property should have been ours. Your grandmother knew exactly what she was doing when she," Ryan warned, "but it was too late." Slowly, the pieces clicked into place as I stood up. "So you admit you took them?" Helen's face suddenly became smoother. I admitted nothing. "And you have no proof?" With my hand hovering over the record button, I took out my phone and said, "You're right. But I will. Ryan, are you coming home or staying here?" He glanced at his mother, then at me, constantly conflicted, always taking the easy route. "I think maybe we all need space to cool off." I paused to glance back at Helen before making my way to the door, saying, "Wrong answer. You know what's funny? Those letters you stole? They're not even the originals. Just copies I kept as decoys. Grandmother taught me well. Always keep what matters most where manipulative people can't reach it." The clatter of Helen's teacup against its saucer was heard. "You're lying." I asked. "Am I? Guess you'll have to wonder about that, along with what else I might have hidden away." I looked into Ryan's eyes. "Don't bother coming home tonight, or maybe ever." He started to get up, but Chloe grabbed his arm and said, "Audrey, wait." She urged, "Let her go. She's just trying to manipulate you, like always." I left Helen's well-organized world behind and made my way to my car. I held the steering wheel with trembling hands, but not because of terror. As I had previously stated, the originals were secure because they had been kept in a safety deposit box ever since I married Ryan and seen Helen's hunger when Grandma's letters were brought up during the wedding. It buzzed on my phone. Evan once more. He inquired, "How bad was it?" They fell for the ruse. Helen essentially admitted it. "I started the engine, but I have another task for you. Remember that security system you installed at your lake house? The one with the hidden cameras?" "Yeah, why?" "Because I'm done playing defense. They want to go through my things. Let's make sure we catch them in the act next time." As I backed away, I noticed Helen's house become smaller in my rear view mirror. "And Evan, thank you for being the one person in my life who actually listens. Always. But Audrey, just be careful. People like that, they're most dangerous when they're cornered." With plans already racing through my head, I hung up the phone. Helen believed she knew everything there was to know about me. She understood me well. She had overlooked one important fact, though. I had observed her influence everyone for 3 years. It was time to apply the principles I had acquired from the greatest. Although it wasn't my typical location, the coffee shop across from Helen's preferred hairdresser offered me the ideal view. After 2 hours of observing, Evan moved into the seat across from me and pushed a brand new cup in my direction. His words, "The cameras are set up. Motion sensors, night vision, everything feeding directly to your phone. But are you sure about this?" I gestured to the window of the salon where Helen and Chloe were sitting, receiving their weekly manicures. I hit the play button on my phone and said, "Listen." During our confrontation, the bug I had placed in Helen's handbag allowed me to hear their voices well. Helen was stating, "We need those original letters. That safety deposit box has to be at her bank downtown. Ryan says she's been going through their financial records," said Chloe. "Probably planning to divorce him and take everything." She yelled, "Over my dead body, Helen. I didn't spend 30 years building this family's reputation to have her destroy it. We're going back to the house tomorrow while she's at work. There has to be something we can use against her." I put an end to the recording. "Still think I'm paranoid?" Evan's expression stiffened. "We should take this to the police and tell them?" I put my hands around the steaming cup and said, "And tell them what? That my mother-in-law is planning to rob me? They'll say it's a family matter. Besides, I want more than just stopping them. I want them to face consequences for once in their privileged lives." It buzzed on my phone. "Ryan. I'm calling once more. For the 3rd time today." I turned it down. "He's been sleeping at their house," I said. "Probably plotting with them, trying to figure out where the originals are. Or maybe he's worried about you." My coffee tasted unpleasant, so I said, "Then he should have worried before giving them a key to our house. Before choosing them over me again." Ryan texted, "Come home, please. We must speak." "Home?" I whispered. "Like that means anything anymore?" Evan bent over. "Audrey, I know you're hurt, but..." The entrance of the salon chimed. Helen and Chloe came out with shiny new manicures. Helen stopped and stared straight into the coffee shop window as they made their way to her Mercedes. I remained motionless, unable to breathe. Her mouth formed the sly smirk I had come to despise. She was aware that I was observing. I said, "Time to go," and suddenly stood up. "They'll be at my house tomorrow at 10 o'clock, according to their usual schedule. That's when we'll catch them." Evan's eyebrows went up. "I thought you wanted to handle this yourself." "I did. I do." I collected my belongings, my hands trembling a little. "I can't face them alone anymore. I need someone in my corner. Always." He lightly touched my arm. "Just promise me something. Don't let revenge consume you. I've seen what it does to people." As I watched Helen's car drive away, I thought back to our wedding reception, when she had cornered me in the restroom and first revealed her true nature. "You'll never be good enough for this family," she'd stated. "One day, Ryan will realize that." I informed Evan, "This isn't about retaliation. It's about justice. And maybe saving Ryan from them, even if he doesn't want to be saved." Once more, my phone buzzed. A message from an unidentified number. When I opened it, my blood froze. "Found something interesting in your grandmother's old law firm records. Tomorrow noon, Riverside Park. Come alone, or Ryan learns everything about the Anderson case." Evan saw my face. "What's wrong?" With my thoughts racing, I closed the message. My grandmother's greatest regret, the secret she carried to her grave, and the true cause of Helen's animosity toward our family was the Anderson case. "Nothing," I pretended to smile. "Just work stuff. I should go prepare for tomorrow." But Helen's comments from 3 years ago kept repeating in my mind as I made my way to my car. Ryan will understand it one day. Perhaps she was correct. Perhaps he would tomorrow. Perhaps it was time for him to do so. At lunchtime, Riverside Park appeared different, somehow cooler. Holding a manila envelope containing ammunition for whatever game Helen was playing, I sat on a bench. The case files of Anderson. Decades ago, my grandma had sealed them away. In my hands now, they were a weapon. A shadow landed on my lap. Not Helen. Ryan. My mother told me everything, he claimed. He sat next to me, keeping a safe distance from me. About the Anderson case. About what your grandmother did to our family. It felt like a heavier envelope. Did she tell you how your grandfather tried to blackmail mine? How he threatened to destroy their law firm unless they gave him that property? That's not, he paused, face rubbing. She said you'd try to twist things, like she twisted you. I looked over at him. When did you give her the safe combination, Ryan? His silence was sufficient response. I went on. The day after our wedding. When she convinced you I was hiding something. That's why you've been checking our bank statements, right? Looking for evidence I'm stealing from you. I was protecting our family. Our family? I laughed, but my voice didn't sound like it. There is no our family. There's only ever been yours. It buzzed on my phone. Regarding the cameras he had set, Evan was messaging. Everything was prepared for the trap of tomorrow. All of a sudden, though, it felt empty. She's using you, I whispered. She always has. And you let her, because it's easier than standing up to her. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I dropped the envelope on his lap and stood up. Here. The precious Anderson case files. Proof that your grandfather was the one who committed fraud, not mine. Proof that your mother's been lying all these years. He gazed intently at the envelope. How did you get them? From my grandmother's old partner. Turns out, he's been waiting years for someone to finally expose the truth. I took a step back. But you know what? Keep them. Burn them. Give them to Helen. I don't care anymore. Audrey, wait. I filed for divorce yesterday. The words hung like broken glass between us. Ryan's face turned white. You what? Check your email. The papers should arrive today. Now my hands were steady. I'm done being the villain in Helen's story. Done watching you choose them over me. Done pretending we have a marriage worth saving. He approached me as he rose up and said, we can fix this. I'll talk to Mother. That's exactly the problem, I said, stepping back from his contact. Your first instinct is still to run to her. It always will be. Once more my phone buzzed. This time, Helen. Where are you? We had a deal. I returned the type. The deal has changed. Inquire about the files with Ryan. You can't just throw away 3 years of marriage, Ryan stated. I started to go, but stopped when I heard. You already did that when you gave them the key to our house. You know what the saddest part is? I actually thought I could save you from them. But you don't want to be saved. Audrey. Goodbye, Ryan. I passed the seat where we used to have Sunday lunches and the location where he had proposed as I strolled through the park. Helen, Ryan, and even Chloe were all buzzing on my phone. I made them all quiet. Only Evan's message was received. The cameras are in real time. Do you still intend to carry out tomorrow's plan? At the park's exit, I paused and took one final glance back. Ryan appeared disoriented as he stood where I had left him, holding the package tightly. My determination faltered for a second. Then I recalled the broken safe, the broken house, and the 3 years of gaslighting and deceptive tactics. Yes, I did reply to the text. However, plans changed. I no longer only wished to catch them in the act. What are you looking for? I observed as Ryan, who was constantly rushing back to Mother, took out his phone and most likely called Helen. I typed, I want to destroy them, each and every one. Because sometimes destroying everything and starting anew is the only way to save yourself. I was sitting in my car across the street when the security camera feed flashed on my laptop screen. Helen's typical Thursday morning interruption is 10 minutes away. Every aspect of my property, including the front and back doors as well as the garden walk Helen loved to criticize, was caught by Evan's intricate setup. From the passenger seat, Evan said, You don't have to watch this. We can just let the cameras record. My coffee cup made my fingers whiten. I need to see it. Need to know exactly how they do it. Helen's Mercedes smoothly came to a stop in front of my house on time. Chloe followed her out, as always immaculately styled. Then a third door opened, and Ryan appeared. In my hands, the coffee cup crumbled. He is assisting them. They went to the main door. Ryan looked over his shoulder anxiously. Helen gestured angrily as she spoke. He produced his original key, not the duplicate. Jesus, whispered Evan. Audrey, maybe we should wait. As a fourth figure stepped out of Helen's car, I took hold of his arm. Who is that? With a briefcase in hand, the man in the pricey suit walked with authority. Somehow, he looked familiar. That's James Morton, Evan announced. Helen's lawyer. I've seen him at charity events. The group vanished within my home. I flipped between camera angles, seeing them navigate places with unsettling resemblance. Helen led them as a general would lead soldiers. She said, the study, clearly audible over the covert microphones. Those Anderson files have to be here somewhere. Mother, added her. She said she gave them to me. Ryan made a feeble protest. Copies, obviously. Helen yelled, you think your wife would give up her only leverage? Search everything. Once more I saw them tearing up my house. However, things were different this time. This time, I noticed that Ryan was opening drawers with trembling hands. As Chloe knocked books from the shelves, I noticed her smug smile. I witnessed Helen's disguise come off when she believed no one was looking, exposing her true desperation. Morton said. Behind the safe, without warning. Did you check behind it? I gasped. The safe on the wall had been a ruse. There was nothing back there, but everyone was aware of it. Too soon, Ryan answered. No, there's nothing back there. Helen squinted her eyes. Move it, mother, move it. My fingers hovered above 911 as I reached for my phone. The prior owner had installed a secret compartment behind that safe. There were documents within that showed Helen's own financial misdeeds, which were considerably more devastating than the Anderson case. Compiled with care over 3 years of observation and anticipation. Ryan took a step forward, then halted. No, he replied. Helen turned against him asking, what did you say? I said no, he said more firmly. This ends now. We're leaving. Helen's composure broke when she asked, after everything I've done for you? That woman has poisoned you against your own family, Ryan remarked. That woman is my wife. Not anymore, Morton cut in with ease. The divorce papers were filed yesterday. You have no legal right to. With my phone filming everything, I walked into the doorway and asked, to prevent us from? Breaking and entering, destruction of property, conspiracy. With the exception of Helen, they all froze like guilty kids. She flashed her sly smile. Perfect timing, dear, we were just discussing the Anderson case and other family matters. I walked deeper into the room with Evan right behind me and said, I can see that. But you made one mistake, Helen. You got sloppy. Desperate. She responded, I don't know what you mean. As her voice became more strained. The Anderson case was never about property fraud, was it? It was about covering up what really happened. What you did. Her smile faltered. You're confused. Adding, the real documents aren't behind that safe. I looked into Ryan's astonished eyes and said, they're already with the district attorney. Along with proof that your mother embezzled millions from her own charity foundation. That's why she's so desperate to find evidence against my family, to protect herself. Chaos ensued in the room. Ryan stood motionless between them all as Helen reached for her lawyer and Chloe began to scream. However, I continued to watch Helen as her idyllic environment fell apart. Retaliation isn't always about ruining someone. Allowing them to ruin themselves is sometimes the solution. And sometimes speaking the truth is enough to bring about justice. My living area was painted in alternating shades of blue and red by the police lights. As she talked to the authorities, Helen sat primly on the couch, tears running down her flawlessly applied face. She pointed to me and wept. She's the one who's been hurting our family. I was just trying to protect my son. We have evidence of her harassment, Morton said with ease. Her obsession with destroying her mother-in-law's reputation. The break-in was merely an attempt to recover documents that rightfully belonged to the family. The recording of their entrance was no longer useful, and my phone felt heavy in my pocket. Like Helen always did, they had gone ahead of me and completely changed the situation. That isn't true, Ryan exclaimed abruptly. Everybody looked at him. Mother, stop, just stop. Helen's weeping stopped at once. Ryan, dear, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. He moved away from her and in my direction, but I retreated. Too late, too little. The embezzlement accusations, they're true, aren't they? Asked Ryan. That's why you've been so desperate to destroy Audrey's family's reputation, to cover your tracks. Everything I did was for this family, Helen stated. Her mask fell off entirely. She pointed a finger at me and threatened to destroy everything. That money secured your future, your sister's future, she said. The officers looked at each other. He heard someone talking into his radio. Mrs. Helen Miller, we're going to need you to come down to the station. This is ridiculous. I'm the victim here, she said to Morton, her attorney. Do something. Morton, meanwhile, was already moving in the direction of the entrance. I think our professional relationship has concluded, Helen, given the circumstances. After that, everything occurred pretty fast. As they led her away, Helen wailed and Chloe followed, complaining about loyalty to her family. The evidence I had acquired was being gathered, recorded, and labeled when Morton escaped during the confusion. Audrey, said Ryan. Don't, I said, putting my arms over myself as I felt icy. Just don't. I didn't know about the charity money. About any of it, I swear. I said, but you knew about the break-ins, the harassment, the lies, and my voice broke. You chose them. Every single time, you chose them. I can fix this? I pointed at our demolished house and said. Fix what? My grandmother's letters are still gone. Our marriage is over. Your mother's going to jail. What exactly can you fix? There was Evan in the doorway. Audrey, the detective needs your statement. Ryan grabbed me by the arm as I tried to pursue him. I love you, he shouted frantically. Isn't that worth something? I remembered every touch, every promise, and every instance when I felt like we were actually creating something as I gazed at his hand on my arm. Then I recalled the last time I saw him pick his mother's falsehoods above my reality, helping them break into our house. I whispered, love without trust isn't love. It's just another form of control. He was standing in the ruins of our life together as I withdrew. The detective waited while filling out more paperwork and asking additional questions. I spent hours describing how I had discovered proof of Helen's embezzlement, how I had recorded her harassment, and how I had seen my marriage gradually deteriorate due to deceit and manipulation. Later, when I was by myself in my car, I took out my grandmother's final letter, not the one Helen had taken, but the authentic one. The one I'd held dear for years. Remember, dear heart, she'd wrote. Sometimes winning means walking away. Sometimes the greatest victory is in refusing to play their game at all. Ryan again buzzed on my phone. I turned off the phone and turned on the engine. He was standing in the doorway of what had been our house, looking lost, and I could see him in the rear-view mirror. My heart grieved for a second, but as I drove away, I came to a realization. I had nearly turned into Helen in my attempt to destroy her. Manipulative, control-obsessed, and prepared to give anything up for success. My grandma had been correct. Taking down Helen wasn't the true victory, it was in releasing myself at last. The corridor of the courthouse was cold and long. While waiting for Helen's arraignment, I watched from a rough wooden seat while her society pals whispered to one another. They were still in shock that the president of their charitable board was being charged with embezzlement 3 weeks after the break-in. With black circles under his eyes, Ryan emerged at the end of the hallway. With her eyes like daggers, Chloe held onto his arm. I pretended to read emails while concentrating on my phone. His voice was closer than I thought. Audrey. Can we talk? I stated, the divorce papers are with your lawyer, without raising my gaze. Just sign them. He sat next to me, too near, and said, that's not. Mother wants to make a deal now. I gave him a look. A deal? If you drop the charges, she'll return all of your grandmother's letters. Bitter than coffee grinds, a giggle erupted. You don't understand, do you? All that matters is that she is still my mother, isn't that right? She made mistakes despite everything she did and everything she stole, so I stood, seeking space. Errors? She terrorized me in my own home, stole millions from her own charity, and methodically destroyed our marriage, I said, turning heads. Ryan, those aren't errors. They are options. Ryan was beckoned by Helen's smile, but before he could react, the doors of the courthouse sprang open, and Evan hurried in with a manila packet in his hand. Breathing heavily, he replied, I found it in Morton's office. With shaky fingers, I opened the envelope to reveal a single document, a letter from Helen to her lawyer dated 3 years prior to my wedding. What is that? Did Ryan ask? I looked through the contents and remarked, insurance. Just in case I ever threatened to take control of you. Helen had orchestrated this whole thing from the start, the harassment, the break-ins, everything, to make me appear crazy and fixated on the Anderson case, so I looked up as she came in handcuffed and accompanied by officers. For the first time, I saw genuine fear in Helen's eyes as they fixed themselves on the letter. Where did that come from? She insisted. I held up the letter and said, Helen, you documented everything. Your lawyer isn't as loyal as you thought. Every stage of your scheme to ruin me. Everyone will now be fully aware of your identity." She rushed forward, but the officers stopped her. "You ungrateful little," she said. "Stop, Mom." Ryan positioned himself between us and said, "Stop. Everything I did was for you, to protect you from her." Helen said, her face crushed. "From where?" Ryan's voice broke. "From emotion? From a life that is beyond your control? She never loved you like I do." Helen said, her eyes hardening. "No," I cut him off. "I loved him enough to let him make his own decisions. You loved him enough to make sure he never could." The murmurs surrounding us became more intense. Chloe turned away from her mother, finally realizing the truth she had helped facilitate, and Helen's friends stared in horror as their ideal society matron broke before their own eyes. Evan whispered, "The arraignment's starting." The district attorney had been quietly waiting nearby, so I gave him the letter before turning to Ryan one more time. "I did love you," I replied. "But love shouldn't hurt like this. Audrey, please. Goodbye, Ryan." As Helen was escorted into the courtroom, I turned to leave, her well-planned world crumbling in my wake. My grandmother's former legal partner texted me, saying, "I found something in the archives. Your grandmother would be proud." My phone rang. The autumn air outside was crisp and clean, and Evan caught up to me at the bottom of the steps leading to the courthouse. "You all right?" he inquired. As the wind pulled the leaves away from their limbs, I saw them strewn all over the sidewalk. Sincerely, I replied, "No, but I will be." Because sometimes defeating your adversaries isn't the only way to win. Refusing to allow them to ruin you is sometimes the key. And sometimes the best form of retaliation is just to walk away with your head held high, and let them deal with the fallout from their own decisions. In contrast to the suburban gloom I had left behind, the lights of downtown glittered through the window as the final box from my previous life stood unopened on the floor of my new apartment. Helen's carefully constructed reputation was shattered like a dropped teacup, and the society pages were already humming with scandal when Evan texted me about her sentencing, 5 years for embezzlement. Ryan was standing in the hallway with a familiar leather-bound bundle, and I froze when I heard a knock at the door. I recognized the pattern. 3 rapid taps, 1 slow. I said, "Grandmother's letters," with a constricted throat. He held them out as a peace gift and explained, "I found them in Mother's study while cleaning out the house. They were always yours." I took the bundle and traced the tattered edges with my fingers. "How is she?" He shrugged, saying, "Angry, bitter. She's in therapy. She claims to be beginning to comprehend certain aspects of our family. Along with you. Gaining the ability to stand alone." A painting and easel stood by the window, the canvas half covered in bold strokes of red and gold, something I'd discovered by mistake, a means to pour forth all words couldn't describe. He looked beyond me into the flat. "Simply, it helps," I said. "Audrey, I don't." As I moved away, I said, "We both know why it ended." "I understand. You should see," he said, bringing out an envelope containing the signed divorce papers and other items. It contained a 30-year-old newspaper clipping about a young Helen Miller who was frantically attempting to establish her social standing before marrying into a wealthy family. Ryan remarked softly. "She was constantly terrified of losing control, of being shown to be inadequate. I now understand what she did, but I'm not condoning it. Understanding doesn't make it right. No, but it helps me not become her." Somewhere in the metropolis below, a siren screamed. Where I used to cringe at the sound, now it served as a reminder that life moves on, changes, and evolves. I told myself, I never wanted revenge, in shock at the reality. I just wanted to be free. "I understand. You won because of that." He started to walk away but stopped. "The picture. It's stunning." I opened the bundle of letters after he departed, and while my grandmother's words flowed across the pages, describing her strength, her courage to confront bullies, and her courage to choose integrity over retaliation, one piece, written shortly before her death, struck my attention. "Because they are afraid of their own darkness, some people will attempt to dull your light, dear heart. You have more power if you keep shining than if you resist them." Not every story needed a tidy ending, and sometimes victory wasn't in killing or even forgiving your enemies, but rather in finding who you truly were without them. I grabbed up my brush and added blue touches to the canvas. My phone buzzed once more, and Evan was inviting me to dinner. No date yet, but perhaps someday. For the time being, friendship was sufficient, and I had my freedom, my truth, and my work. In my previous life, I would have perceived danger in the shadows created by the flickering city lights, but now I see opportunities, patterns, and untold stories. The canvas was waiting, the night was young, and I picked up another brush. For the first time in years, I felt genuinely free, not because Helen had lost, not because I had won, but because I had finally understood the difference between emancipation and retribution. And I discovered who I was in that disparity. My parents kicked me out because of my sister. 6 years later, they're asking for help to support her and her 4 young children. I, 32F, am currently in charge of significant commercial development projects around New England as a successful architect at a prominent Boston firm. Nathan, a 34-year-old man who works as a project manager in sustainable development, is my fiancé. Our wedding is scheduled for the following year. On the surface, my life appears to be ideal. I have rewarding work, a wonderful relationship, and a lovely craftsman-style home that I designed extensive modifications for. However, I'm questioning everything because of a complex family situation that recently reached a breaking point. I must go into great depth about my family history in order for you to comprehend the current circumstance. I was raised in a Connecticut suburb in an upper-middle-class household. My mother, Phoebe, 56F, taught high school at a private school until she left 6 years ago, and my father, Richard, 58M, works as a corporate lawyer at a reputable business. Ashley, my younger sister, who is 30 degrees Fahrenheit, has always been the star of our family. Favoritism was evident from my earliest recollections, even if my parents would strongly dispute it if questioned. I received consecutive A's on my report card when I was 8 and Ashley was 6, and I was simply informed, "That's expected of you?" While Ashley received B's and was commended and brought out for ice cream because she was trying her best. Throughout our childhood, this trend persisted. Ashley's meager efforts were widely praised, while my accomplishments were anticipated and frequently disregarded. When I was 15, I recall one specific occurrence. I had been working on my design project for months, frequently staying up until 2 in the morning, in preparation for a national high school architectural competition. I received a minor scholarship as a result of placing second nationally. Ashley had an ordinary soccer match that day, so my parents didn't even make it to the award ceremony. "That's nice," they replied, barely taking their eyes off the TV as I brought my award home, before turning back to Ashley's dramatic account of how she nearly scored a goal. Even though my parents were clearly biased, I did well in school and in my personal life. I led multiple community service projects, kept a 4.0 GPA, and served as president of the student body. In the meantime, as Ashley approached adolescence, her actions became more alarming. When she began to slip out when I was 14, my parents told me to keep a better eye on her. She was caught stealing high-end makeup when she was 15, and they accused me of not providing her my allowance money even though she clearly needed it. The assumption that I should put Ashley's needs and interests ahead of my own was the most annoying aspect, not only the partiality. My part-time job at a local design firm, where I made coffee and filed papers, allowed me to save up $3,000 when I was 16. I intended to use it for a Columbia University summer architecture course. My parents, however, borrowed my cash to assist cover the repairs after Ashley, who wasn't supposed to be driving, smashed her boyfriend's car. They never fulfilled their commitment to reimburse me. I lost the chance to improve my college applications and the summer program opportunity. I was able to gain admission to a prominent architectural program in spite of these obstacles. In order to save money, my parents agreed to let me live at home while I was in college and to assist with my tuition. They wanted me around to assist handle Ashley, who was now in high school and becoming more disobedient by the day, so this wasn't totally selfless. I recall making several attempts to speak with Ashley about her actions. One exchange is particularly memorable. 3 months or so passed before everything collapsed. At 3 in the morning on a school night, I discovered her slinking back into the house. Assisting Ashley to climb through the window, I whispered, "Ashley, you need to be more careful. You're in your senior year, and colleges look at more than just grades." She retorted, "Stop trying to be mom. Just because your life is boring and all about buildings doesn't mean mine has to be." In hindsight, I ought to have anticipated this. Ashley spent a lot of time with Tyler, her 17-year-old ex-boyfriend, who was known for being trouble. My parents viewed everyone I dated with extreme mistrust, yet they were surprisingly lenient about their relationship. My mother accused me of being envious of Ashley's vibrant social life when I attempted to voice my concerns about Tyler. 6 years ago, everything drastically altered. One day, Ashley, a senior in high school at the time, came home and declared she was expecting a child. The father was Tyler. I can still clearly recall that night. Ashley sitting on the couch with a look of fear and defiance on her face, my father pacing the living room, and my mother sobbing uncontrollably. In the confusion that ensued, my parents somehow twisted the facts to accuse me of failing to keep a closer eye on her. My mother arrived in my room the following day with news that would forever alter my course in life. Without even looking at him, she stated, "You have to move out by the end of the week." I couldn't understand. What? Why? With Tyler moving in and a baby on the way, the house isn't large enough for all of us. Ashley needs your space. One approach to support your sister at this trying period would be to move out. I made an effort to reason with her. During my third year of college, I worked part-time at a nearby architecture business and maintained a 3.9 GPA. She insisted on finding me a cheap apartment close to university, even though I just requested for a few months. The worst thing was when my father summoned me to his home office the next day. He delivered another hit while seated behind his enormous oak desk, which he had always used to frighten clients. "We won't be able to continue paying your tuition," he stated in a cold, clinical tone. "That money is necessary for Ashley and the child. You'll figure something out since you're intelligent." I stood there looking at the man who had always emphasized the value of education and accountability, suddenly severing his daughter's ties after she had done everything correctly. The irony hurt. I packed my things that evening. My father stopped me in the driveway as I was packing the final box into my car. I briefly believed that he might reconsider. Rather, he gave me a piece of paper with a list of local women's shelters on it. He said, "Just in case," and went back inside. The next phase of my life was the darkest. For 4 months, I lived in my car and, for safety, parked every night in a different Walmart lot. In the architecture firm where I worked part-time, I would change in public toilets, take a shower in the campus gym, and keep my business attire in my locker. I took a second job working as a late-night barista, frequently juggling multiple jobs while attending classes. I asked a few family members for assistance, but they all turned me down. My 53-year-old Aunt Susan, who had always expressed her pride in my accomplishments, informed me that she didn't want to become embroiled in family strife. According to my grandparents, they were too old to handle the matter. I occasionally went days without eating a decent meal, barely making it on protein bars and coffee. I frequently slept off at my desk while working on my homework in the college library, which was open 24 hours a day. I kept my GPA the same in spite of everything. My escape was architecture. I put all of my suffering and willpower into my designs. My parents never once called to see whether I was still alive during this time. Ashley didn't either. After learning that she had given birth to a boy, I made one phone call, but it was awkward and short. After that, there was no communication for 6 years. I had to start over in my life throughout those 6 years. Despite working 60-hour weeks and living in my car and then a small room in a dubious area of town, I finished with honors. A famous Boston business was interested in my final thesis project, which was a design for a sustainable community center with transitional housing that received multiple prizes. Living in a small studio apartment and trying to save as much money as I could, I began my career as an entry-level architect. Every advancement was a triumph over my past. I was managing my own projects for 4 years. My area of expertise was sustainable commercial development, and I gained recognition for my creative ideas that put the needs of people and the environment first. 3 years ago, Nathan and I met at a seminar on sustainable development. During the Q&A portion of his presentation on green construction projects, I disputed one of his claims. He invited me to continue the conversation over coffee rather than becoming defensive. Dinner evolved from that coffee into the most wholesome and encouraging relationship I've ever experienced. Nathan is well aware of my background. He was present when I purchased my first home after getting expelled. When I signed the paperwork and broke down because I was so overcome by the fact that I finally had a place where no one could make me leave, he held me. He supported my idea to refurbish it and make it an environment that reflected all of my accomplishments over the years. Through mutual contacts, I occasionally learned tidbits about Ashley's life. Shortly after the birth of their baby, she wed Tyler, but the two of them split up after 6 months. By that time, she was expecting her second kid, but the father had entirely vanished after learning of the pregnancy. She had another kid with Marcus, the man she married 2 years later, but their marriage failed when she had an affair. She is now pregnant once more and doesn't seem to know who the father is. I got a call yesterday from an unidentified number right before bed. After 6 years of stillness, my mother called. She initially pretended nothing had happened, inquiring about my life and showing interest in my accomplishments. I briefly felt like that young child again, excited to tell my mother about my achievements. I even began to tell her about my recent promotion to senior architect and my engagement. Then she revealed the true reason she had called. In order to assist Ashley and her kids, my parents want me to return to Connecticut. They say they're too old to care for 4 small children, and my father will shortly be retiring. They even had the gall to claim that, as the successful sister, It is my duty to support the family. My mother said, "You've always been the responsible one," with that cunning tone I so vividly remembered in her voice. Now more than ever, Ashley needs her big sister. Family must remain united. A chilly chuckle erupted within me. Family have to stick together? I said it again. When I was sleeping in my car, where was this family? When I was barely eating and working 2 jobs? When there was nobody for me to turn to? I went on despite my mother's attempt to stop me. "You absolutely abandoned me, kicked me out, and stopped paying for my schooling in order to help Ashley. You expect me to sacrifice my life, career, and relationship in order to clean up your mess once more now that she has continued to make bad decisions and you're sick of dealing with the fallout?" I hung up after telling her that I would never again risk my life for Ashley. Since then, family members who turned down my request for assistance 6 years ago have been bombarding my phone with messages accusing me of being callous and asserting that family helps family. Nathan completely agrees with my decision to uphold my boundaries, but other people argue that since they are still family and retaliation won't mend old hurts, I should at least have a meeting with them. But this doesn't seem like vindictiveness to me. I saw it as defending the life I created on my own, after being deserted by those who were meant to keep me safe. Update 1. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their tremendous support and wisdom. My phone has been buzzing nonstop with messages from extended family members for the past 48 hours, which has been very taxing. The circumstances have changed in unexpected ways. My mother wrote me a long email detailing Ashley's children's daily problems, along with comprehensive pictures of my nieces and nephews. The oldest, who is currently in kindergarten, is exhibiting early behavioral problems. The second child's health issues necessitate regular medical care. Another is on the way, while the third is still a toddler. A communication from an old family friend who teaches at Ashley's old high school was what really got to me. She informed me that in order to pay for Ashley's costs and medical bills, my parents have been taking out loans. My father has delayed his retirement indefinitely, and they have already remortgaged their home. Ashley personally sent a direct message, which was the most unexpected development. She reached out for the first time in 6 years, not to apologize but to let her big sister know that she had changed and needed her. She talked about acknowledging her past sins and is attending therapy. Although I've seen this pattern before, I still have a part of me that wants to believe her. In order to keep both physical and emotional distance from the family, my fiancé Nathan proposed a compromise, providing financial support for the kids' schooling through a trust fund. It's an intriguing idea that would enable me to assist the defenseless kids without being embroiled in the family strife. All of this is still registering in my mind. Seeing those pictures of the children, who are innocent in all of this, has made me feel conflicted, even though my logical side knows I owe them nothing. When I make a choice about Nathan's suggestion, I'll provide another update. I need some time right now to process everything without having to deal with family pressure all the time. Update 2. Over the last 24 hours, everything has drastically changed. My mother called me in an emergency last night. Ashley had been involved in a severe vehicle accident. Another automobile ran a red light and collided with her car while she was driving alone. The situation was dire because she was pregnant. I got into my car and drove to Connecticut for 4 hours without giving it any thought. It felt unreal to enter that hospital. As he paced the corridor in his faded suit, my father appeared to be much older than his years. When she saw me, my mother lost it all. I hadn't actually seen them in person for 6 years. Although Ashley's injuries were not life-threatening because of the airbags, the doctors added, they had to perform an emergency C-section in order to save the baby. With a questionable prognosis, the premature baby is currently in the NICU. My biggest surprise was going back to the house I grew up in. I grudgingly complied with my parents' request that I remain rather than book a hotel. Entering my former room felt like entering a time portal. My old desk was still in its original condition, my architecture designs were still attached to the walls, and even my high school trophies were still neatly arranged. Everything was just as I had left it 6 years prior. Then it dawned on me that they hadn't actually converted my room into an area for Ashley. The whole needing the room pretext had been nothing more than a pretext. Another unanticipated emotional moment was meeting my nieces and nephews. I was astonished to hear Charlie, 6 million, the oldest, say, "Aunt Rebecca, I know you from the pictures." My parents had apparently informed them about their aunt, who constructs stunning structures, in spite of everything. After I assisted them in building a block tower, the smaller ones, Ava, 4F, and Lucas, 2M, who had been timid at first, quickly warmed up. After 3 days here, I'm learning new things that make my emotions even more complicated. I discovered a stack of unsent letters from my father while searching through some old documents for Ashley's insurance information. They were letters of apologies that he never mailed, all addressed to me and dated throughout the previous 6 years. Tears appeared to have soiled several of them. Yesterday, Nathan flew in to help me get through this. I became aware of how much these children deserve to be free from the chaos they were born into as I watched him engage with my nieces and nephew, using play to teach them basic engineering concepts. Ashley is still in and out of consciousness, but she is stable presently. The baby's condition is still dire. Although I've taken an emergency leave of absence, I have some important project deadlines to attend to in Boston next week. How I feel about things is still a mystery to me. My fury is still there, but it's mixed up with other feelings I can't quite put my finger on. The youngsters who somehow know about me, the preserved chamber, and the unsent letters are all making me rethink how I perceive the previous 6 years. I have to return to the hospital right now to get an update on the baby's health. Next week, when I return to Boston, I will write more. I'm just attempting to live day by day for the time being. Update 3. After spending another week in Connecticut, this time with Nathan, I just got back to Boston. It was a complex experience. Ashley asked me to invite him expressly because she wanted to meet the person who makes her sister happy. The dynamics were revealing and unpleasant. I made a startling discovery while we were there. I discovered years' worth of Ashley's treatment records while assisting my mother with organizing some medical paperwork. My parents never disclosed to me that she had been dealing with bipolar disorder since she was in her teens. Manic episodes occurred at the same time as the numerous pregnancies and relationship problems. This information adds another level of complexity to the process, but it does not justify the way they treated me. The most pivotal event occurred when I spoke with Ashley privately in her hospital room. She was more lucid than I had seen her in years, most likely as a result of taking her medications as prescribed following the accident. She acknowledged that, even in high school, she had envied my success and security. "You made everything look so easy," she stated. And I felt like the family disappointment in comparison. Neither of us missed the irony. Nathan's presence proved to be quite important. I was too deeply invested to notice what he saw. One evening at supper, he pointed out that my father was unable to look me in the eye, displaying signals of intense embarrassment instead of the apathy I had always imagined. Additionally, he saw my mother's tense tendency to begin statements and then stop them quickly, seemingly out of fear of saying the wrong thing. The children now play a big role in my emotional equation. Charlie, 6 million, my oldest nephew, showed me his architectural drawings, which were sloppy but sincere attempts to replicate images of my work that my parents must have shown him. When the younger ones, Ava, 4F, and Lucas, 2M, begin referring to Nathan as uncle, it has a deeper impact on him than he anticipated. The infant will need to remain in the NICU for at least another month, although her condition has stabilized. My parents have been sleeping in the waiting area on shifts, refusing to leave their grandchildren alone, according to a nurse who spoke to us during one of our hospital stays. They appear emotionally and physically worn out. I've made some sensible choices. A family therapist with expertise in intergenerational trauma is what I'm setting up. I've also discussed working remotely for a few days every month with my company. I haven't changed my mind about returning to Connecticut though. I now live and work in Boston. On the way back to Boston, Nathan and I had a lengthy conversation. His statement, "Sometimes the hardest part of healing isn't forgiving others. It's forgiving yourself for still caring," really resonated with me. I've been feeling bad about not being able to control my rage in its purest, protective form, so this really spoke to me. I have a crucial client meeting tomorrow, so I must concentrate. Strangely, at the moment, routine work duties feel both anchoring and inconsequential. After our first family therapy appointment, which is set for next week, I'll provide another update. Update 4, something important happened during my parents' trip to Boston last weekend, so I had to write this update. You read correctly. They traveled to Boston ostensibly to talk about important issues pertaining to the family situation. I initially consented to meet them in a neutral setting, a peaceful cafe close to the public garden. But they persisted in touring my residence because they claimed to be interested in learning more about my life. I reluctantly consented after speaking with Nathan and establishing explicit guidelines on the length of their stay. It was surprising how they responded to my house. Normally stoic, my father broke down when he saw my architecture awards in my home office. However, their true purpose caught me completely off guard. They produced paperwork that demonstrated they had been covertly putting money aside for me ever since they expelled me. I've never witnessed my father sobbing so much in my life. He clarified that for 6 years, they had established a different savings account and contributed the amount equal to my college tuition each month. It has grown to a significant amount with interest. Their justification? They intended to leave it in their will because they were too embarrassed to deal with me personally. A fierce confrontation resulted from this revelation. I let out years' worth of suppressed rage because I could no longer contain it. "Do you think money can fix what you did?" I yelled. "I lived in my vehicle. I didn't eat. I tried to keep up my grades by working till I was worn out." My father then made a statement that really stopped me cold. "We don't expect forgiveness," he stated. "We just want you to know that your suffering has haunted us every single day." He then showed me his diary, which detailed all of my accomplishments that he had followed over the years via social media and professional networks. He mentioned my advancements, my first significant project, and even the Sustainable Design Prize I received the previous year. After sobbing quietly, my mother finally opened out about Ashley's past mental health issues. Evidently, they had observed similar behavioral tendencies in Ashley's early years but disregarded the warning signs in favor of managing me as the stable child. She acknowledged that their parenting style had been completely incorrect. When they mentioned their most recent worries, the topic of conversation changed. They disclosed that Marcus, Ashley's ex-husband, is attempting to obtain full custody of their child by using the accident and Ashley's history of mental illness. Just as she is beginning to stabilize with her new medicine regimen, they are concerned that this could lead to another breakdown. This is when the situation becomes complex. I'm no longer being asked to relocate back. Rather, they are asking me to assist them in locating a reputable mental health center in Boston for Ashley and the child after she is discharged from the NICU. In order to assist with the other children while Ashley receives the care she needs, they wish to sell their Connecticut home and relocate closer. Nathan, who remained close by to provide assistance if necessary, subsequently made a significant observation. They're finally acknowledging their mistakes and trying to find actual solutions instead of just dumping responsibilities on you. I'm still taking it all in. Although the money they save doesn't change the past, their persistent covert efforts at making amends reveal a level of regret I hadn't previously thought of. My father's journal seems like a heartbreaking reminder of what might have been, a father who was proud of his daughter's accomplishments but was too embarrassed to say so out loud. To learn more about Ashley's custody dispute and what part, if any, I should play in it, I'm meeting with a family law lawyer tomorrow. Additionally, I'm looking into psychiatric hospitals that focus in postpartum mental health treatment. Regarding my assistance with Ashley's treatment plans, I have not responded to them. Although I have a strong desire to uphold rigid limits, I also acknowledge that this could be an opportunity for genuine, structural change in our family's dynamic. This time, with the right boundaries and expert assistance, things could be different. Once I've decided how I want to participate in these new developments, I'll provide another update. Update 5. I've made some decisions regarding my relationship with my family going forward after giving it a lot of thought and attending multiple family therapy sessions. Initially, in response to my parents' inquiry concerning Ashley's care, I assisted them in locating a respectable mental health and postpartum care center in Boston. I did, however, clarify that my participation would be strictly limited and professional. Although I will not be personally involved in Ashley's daily care, I was able to connect them with the resources they needed through my professional network. My parents' savings account has been transformed into a trust fund, of which I am the trustee, for Ashley's children's education. This arrangement guarantees that the funds will be utilized suitably while upholding professional boundaries. Nathan used his financial planning and contacts to assist put things up. I never imagined how my relationship with my family would change over time. I've developed a methodical approach to keeping in touch that safeguards my personal well-being, even if I won't be returning to Connecticut or taking on any caregiving duties. We've decided to continue family therapy sessions and have frequent video chats with the kids, with Ashley being contacted directly only in case of emergencies. Even though my mother still calls a lot, I've seen a big shift in the way she handles things. She no longer makes demands or guilt trips before providing family information, and she respects my limits when I tell her that I'm too busy to talk. My father made the most unexpected revelation. In addition to sending me a formal written apology outlining particular occasions in which he failed me as a father, he began visiting his own therapist. Instead of the cliched, "I'm sorry for everything," I had anticipated, I received a considerate acknowledgement of particular negative behaviors and how they affected my life. After being admitted to the treatment center, Ashley is beginning to show recovery. At last, the infant is well and no longer in the NICU. I've made arrangements for a child psychologist to work with her older children to help them deal with these changes while I keep an emotional distance. I've decided not to include my family too much in our wedding arrangements, which Nathan and I are moving forward with. Although they will be invited as guests, friends who helped me through my darkest moments will play the customary family roles in the wedding. I am content with my choices as I look to the future. It's a carefully planned relationship that safeguards my mental health while recognizing the intricacy of familial ties, even though it's not the total reunion some might expect for. I've discovered that taking care of family members doesn't have to mean compromising my own health or giving into toxic relationships. There isn't a tidy, happy ending to my story where everything is forgiven and forgotten. Rather, it ends realistically, with relationships being reframed on better terms, professional assistance being sought, and boundaries being upheld. That's the best we can do at times, and that's acceptable. My last update will be this one. We are grateful to everyone who helped and counseled us along the way. I was able to strike a balance between self-preservation and compassion because of your ideas.